Well, hello. We probably, maybe. Also, did you get the? I was Trixie in the thumbnail. I took the thumbnail from this position, but I mirrored it. How dare I? I misrepresented reality, misinformation spreader. Sorry. Yeah, what am I? Anyway, breaking news. You might have seen in the chat. There's someone in my Discord server. That like my public Discord server, right, with a whole bunch of peoples on it, and they're just sitting in the voice channel right now, and they've been sitting there a while. I'm just like, what are they doing? Why are they sitting alone in the voice channel? They're just waiting for someone to join. So I'm gonna join real quick and see what happens. I'm gonna guess they're AFK. That's my assumption. I think this is just like some people were doing something in the voice channel some time ago, probably last night or something, or whatever, and then people left, and then this person forgot to leave, right? That happens. But anyways. Hello. Istara. What are you doing? Oh, hi. Sorry, what are you doing? I was curious.
Luna.
Yes.
I was just wondering if they see if anybody would join.
Oh, I see.
I wasn't online.
Wow, we should pester people. Well, anyways, I'm gonna go back to live streaming, but I was just curious.
Oh, cool.
I'm glad you're having fun on the server, presumably. But, I don't know.
I am.
Yeah. Alright, well...
Keep up the great work. You're awesome.
Thanks. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
See ya.
I didn't expect they would actually be there. Okay, well... Alright. Anyways, I almost clicked stop streaming, by the way, instead of hanging up in the Discord call. That would have been funny. I should do that in the future as a prank. Definitely on purpose. Anyways, why? Whatever. Yeah. Hopefully they enjoyed that. Let me bring up my proper chat window because the other one isn't loading. Blappity blap. Oh yeah, I have a pinned message in the chat. I will hopefully do unit reviews today. Well, by hopefully, I'm intending to do some. I have it in a pinned message for a reason. Would I review ZZZ characters? Yeah, you can submit ZZZ characters. I just don't want to commit to it being a full stream about unit reviews. But also, you know, if the stream becomes mostly unit reviews, that's fine. I kind of am tempted to do Deadly Assault. I also want to mess around with, and I'm probably going to record some of this. It might be in a video. Was unit reviews? Yeah, like character reviews, yes, because characters are units. I want to mess around with a combat challenge I'm doing right now. Should we do that? Because... yeah. Oh yeah, I spent a whole bunch of time yesterday, more artifacting. Anyways, I want to do some unit reviews, and I want to do some other things. I want to record a little bit for a video that I was kind of hoping was going to come out this week, but it turns out it's going to be harder to do than I thought. I mentioned this in a couple previous live streams. Text messages. I need to turn off my stupid Mac Mini that I bought as a secondary computer for various reasons. Dings whenever my phone gets a text message, like an iMessage, because iMessage goes to the Mac, and it's like, no, I don't need you to ding. Anyway, sorry, I just need to like go into the computer and mute the messages application. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's like quite loud. I can hear it with my headphones on and playing music in game. So, anyways. If you hear that's ding, it's technically my phone getting a text message, but it's my stupid Mac making a sound because my phone got a text message. My phone is actually muted because I'm sane. Anyways, got a perfect ride in tenacity piece. Nice, congrats. Speaking of, so anyways, lots of things to do. The challenge, I think I still have, do I still have Kasha open? So the challenge is something I mentioned in previous streams, which is, whoopsies, I just clicked on, oh no, how do I undo that? There we go, put that back. I just popped out my audio mixer by accident. Okay, browser window, profile, flap, out of position. So the challenge was trying to clear with my best built characters, right? On Akasha. Now, because Akasha's all main DPS characters, not all main DPSs, as you can see, there's a Shenha here, there's a Fina here, but like heavily biased towards main DPS characters. Plus the natural bias of you tend to put your best equipment on your damage dealers, the highest damage dealers, right? So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These 8 characters, clearing Abyss with these 8 characters. As you might expect if you understand anything about Genshin team building, it's quite hard. It's quite hard. But I want to use those exact builds. Like if I could use those characters and tweak builds around, this would be much more doable, right? Because I could put Xiao on a VV build, for example, and suddenly things become easier. But I can't. So, like, well, okay, I might, because I have found it's very difficult. it's very difficult, and I don't know. But I might go show you some of that, and maybe I'll succeed, because I don't know. But in an hour of testing yesterday, I did not beat Chamber 1. Well, I could have 2-starred Chamber 1, but I was even 2-starring is a struggle because it's so easy to die. Like, it's so easy to die. And anyways, even Chamber 1 is a struggle to 2-star, but 3-starring I don't know if it's doable because of the shield mechanics mostly. And like Ganyu and Shenha being like having cryo available to deal with the electro shield is a godsend in one way, but also it's just still not enough. It's like it's not very fast with how long it takes to clear the tulpa. So, anyways, it is a really interesting challenge. And it's yet another idea in line with my whole shtick of like doing challenges that show that, you know, just having a strong build or strong artifacts or whatever does not make for a good team and does not make for a competent amount of damage. So yeah, we'll see. Can you show me your Dia build? I mean, Dia can have different builds depending on what you're doing. This Dia build right now is a mono pyro build with 130 ER, and I would say 130 ER mono pyro Dia is a little sus. This is the Dia build that was in that Akasha ranking though. My normal Dia build has a bit less crit than this. The crit rate is actually not that different, but like 20% less crit damage and way more energy recharge and a bit less attack because it's using an ER timepiece. Like 300 less attack or so. So, you know, different builds for different situations and depending on what constellation you have too, right? So, yeah. I think the 0 CV Arlecchino already showed that. Oh, no, I'm well aware, but I don't know, doing the same, having the same end conclusion, but showing things in different ways is still enjoyable. And it's still an interesting challenge, I think. I don't use Emblem on her. Nope. To be clear, if I had continued farming Emblem artifacts more, maybe Emblem would make more sense on her. But I don't know. I'm of the opinion that Emblem is fake on her. You do Emblem because you're not actually dedicated to Dia, which is fine. But if you're using Dia all the time, I don't think you do Emblem because Emblem artifacts are needed for other characters, right? Unless you've spent a ton of resin in the Emblem domain that you just have a lot of spare Emblem pieces that you can leave her permanently on Emblem, right? But I don't think you usually can. If you want to use her all the time. Hence why I wanted to Devora Cautious build, because I want to use her all the time. I want her on a default set of artifacts. It's not that it's like crazily better or anything, but I rather would have a dedicated set for her, so yeah. And to be clear, if I need like more energy, if there's some team contexts where like, because I can get up to 188% energy recharge on my Devora Cautious artifacts with an ER timepiece and this feather, right? Which this feather I think will not be needed even for solo Pyro Dia situations once I get C4, I think. But Emblem would enable me to get like up to like past the 200 ER range if I want, right? Because the 2-piece ER makes a difference. But notably, like I just don't have, because particularly with Dia's signature weapon now, I just don't have actually very good options for crit damage circlets in Emblem. I have one, and it's this one. And this is not that bad. It's actually pretty good, because ER good on Emblem. But ER good in general, but ER really good at emblem. But you get the point. Like, I could really use some emblem pieces. And maybe I should have saved some elixirs for that. But you want to know what I did yesterday, by the way? Instead of saving elixirs for emblem or whatever, I I chose to use it for Veressa. Why? Because yesterday I got another new feather. I put this in the Discord. The game is just trolling me. Like, it's giving me 3 40 CV feathers on this set. Like, I don't even know what to do with this one at this point. Like, I can't stomach throwing this away. It could be such a cracked off piece for the right character, right? There's no way I throw that away, obviously. But then the game trolled me and gave me technically the same thing, but slightly better for the actual plunging units. Like, I'm not going to use this on Xiao, because Xiao appreciates the energy recharge. And then the game pooped this one on me, and just like, okay, I really appreciated having this one, because this made my Veressa build, like, meaningfully, like, this balance of stats was like, it's nice to have this. Like, if I use Veressa's signature weapon, I might seriously consider using this, or this one, which is a better version of the other one. But, like, this one is better for a Lost Prayers build, and I like having her on Lost Prayers, because mostly I like the movement speed for overworld utility. But then I was like, okay, after I got this feather, I realized, okay, I can just give Xiao this feather, and I can give Xiao this flower, and then I just needed a new timepiece. And I was just like, and I have good enough of the cryo artifacts that I'm like 95% certain I'm not going to have to spend much more resin, and I'll have like a competent Skirk build. If I really like Skirk, I might end up trying to get a better circlet than this, because it does feel a little bit unsatisfying that this circlet has probably a lot of dead stats for Skirk. But we'll see what her kit ends up being like. I don't know exactly. Maybe I'll get lucky and ER won't be a completely dead stat on her. I sure hope so. It's one of the things that annoys me the heck about Muika, the fact that ER is a completely dead stat. Like, all they had to do was make ER affect fighting spirit generation. But anyways, point being, like, I've managed to get more than usable pieces. Like, these builds, they're currently in the top 1% in Akasha, right? But that's because the sets are new. If I don't continue farming, those builds will not stay as highly ranked as they are. Because, like, I could definitely use some improvements in my flowers. The fact that, like, these are the 2 flowers I've gotten, by the way, this just shows how much of a weird, stupid statistics fluke this is. That the fact that I got these 3 pieces, especially these 2 duplicates, like, what? Like, I have so few feathers in general that have this much crit rate, and the game gave me 2 in like a week span of the same piece. It's so ridiculous. Anyways, like, having very good circlet options, no relevant goblets, and then timepieces. I didn't get any double crit timepiece other than this one that I crafted yesterday. I chose to craft it because that way I could leave Xiao on a permanent build on the new set, and I could leave Veressa on a permanent build in the new set. And, like, if I can leave both of them on a very functional build on each set, like, let me show you the Xiao build, I suppose. Like, and by the way, yes, I can improve Xiao's build further if I wanted by putting him on this piece. This piece is better, right? It brings him up to, like, 90% crit rate. He loses a little bit of crit damage, but I'm using Homa. That barely matters. But this build is actually functional enough that I can also interchangeably switch them between. Like, if I want to use Xiao on Jade Spear, I can just swap to this circlet, and then if I could use Veressa on her signature weapon, yada yada. You get the point. Like, I have a very functional Xiao build on the set, and now I have a very functional Blap. Where is she? I have a very functional Veressa build and options to use either weapon on her. Like, other than, like, maybe ER needs question mark, I don't really need to continue farming for either of these characters, and the Skirk set is now good enough for me as well. In whatever reality we end up in, like, I can just change to different goblets depending on if she's a crit damage or a crit rate ascending character. There's a possibility I might need to farm for a crit damage circlet on the cryo set. Like, a decent possibility, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I have one if I need, but, like, you know, right now you can see my Skirk build would be if she ascends with a crit rate and I use her, you know, in a team where cryo resonance is relevant. This is probably too much crit rate. So that would be a circumstance of, you know, I need to level the crit damage circlet kind of thing. But we shall see. The point being, I'm, like, relatively well off in my situation there, and this means I can actually convert over to either returning here. I mean, I could use more emblem artifacts I just mentioned. And this is a complicated question, right? Like when you have this situation where you have a high investment account, you're trying to like min-max things, and like there's new characters coming out that could use this. MH artifacts are always good. There's always the option of farming more TF. But for me right now, what it's leaning towards is like trying to farm this mostly for a better Fina build. And I do mean better. Like I would like to have more tenacity artifacts for Fina. Mostly I have good feather options. Like I'm satisfied with my feather options. I wouldn't mind. I would really like having more circlet options though. More goblet options, like an onset goblet for Fina would be amazing. An HP goblet, that's double crit, and or combinations of flowers, right? So for Fina, yep, I did a stream a while back where I tested different contexts where I was pairing Fina with like an on-field attack DPS, and I very consistently found that tenacity was better for the team damage than Fina being on Golden Troop. To be clear, I think this was partially an effect of the fact that I have C2 Fina uplifting her damage, means that the loss in damage from going off of Golden Troop was less noticeable potentially, but also maybe potentially it was more noticeable. I don't know. I don't have the ability to like do the comparison without C2 Fina on my account. But that was with me I was using a very similar like build as far as overall stat value goes on tenacity versus Golden Troop, but I had to like reduce the amount of like relevant stats on my Golden Troop build. Like I had to purposely use worse pieces than I actually have on Golden Troop in order to make it equivalent to the stats I had on tenacity. And when I did that, I found tenacity significantly better. It's possible again, like if I have a tenacity build that's equivalent, like crit value for example, to my Golden Troop build, I won't see that. But I don't know. I actually strongly feel that tenacity makes sense on Fina a lot, and I think that Escoffier Fina teams are even more going to push you in the direction of tenacity Fina makes a lot of sense. And I'm tempted to just farm this domain anyways, because getting Pale Flame as an option would be nice. Unironically, yes, for Eula. I would not mind having better options for Eula, although the chance of actually getting usable artifacts in this set for Eula, because she had such a obnoxious conjunction of stat needs on that set, is unlikely, and I think I would basically always play Eula with Fina anyways, so I don't know. I guess that's to say that, I don't know. I think this domain, I think the objectively smarter decision is technically to farm this domain, and then Strongbox for tenacity. I'm going to farm this domain, and then move on from there. I'm going to at least farm this domain until the end of this artifact event. Farming tenacity for Fina on Skirk team sounds awful. Yeah, I'm like 95% certain tenacity will be significantly better for Fina Escoffier Skirk. Especially Fina, like, what you gotta remember is like Fina Skirk's best team. Actually, we'll ignore Skirk because we don't know what Skirk's kit is. We can't 100% say that Skirk's best team is going to be this team. But let's use the Ayaka Escoffier team, right? Ayaka's best team is now going to be Ayaka, Fina, Escoffier, Shenha. And Ayaka benefits from tenacity, Escoffier benefits from tenacity, and then Shenha's buff scales on attack. If Shenha has a permanent 20% attack buff from Fina, then that increases the value of the buff for the cryo units, so you're double dipping in the value of the attack buff. I am like very, very confident in that kind of team that the value of having that attack buffing there is significantly higher than the value of the damage bonus. Like I'm certainly not going to say Fina makes sense on tenacity in all situations, but I honestly think that Fina on tenacity in non-Nuvilette situations in particular, which, to be clear, Nuvilette situations is where most people tend to use Fina. But in non-Nuvilette Fina combos, I think Fina tenacity just is kind of better potentially at high enough investment levels. But I don't know. You can, if you want to wait and see until I'm done farming it. I've convinced myself that this is worthwhile, but you can feel free to wait and see. But it's very likely I will basically just leave her on a permanent tenacity build into the future, outside of contexts where I want to min-max her personal damage, right? If I'm playing a team where I'm trying to get big vaporizes on Fina or whatever, right?
Right
And then someone in chat, by the way, had the... Can you stop talking? Someone in chat yesterday had the... Not yesterday, 2 days ago. Had the brilliant suggestion of... Because I was like, okay, one of the annoying things is my Farazan is normally on tenacity, right? And when I'm doing like DPS Lanyan. So what do I put Farazan on? Okay. What do I put Farazan on if I have Fina on tenacity? And I was like, okay, I guess put Farazan on Golden Troop because her C6 hits count as skill damage. Like, it's not insignificant damage from off-field. So putting her on Golden Troop could make sense, and I might do that. Yay, more need for, hence, like, needing to farm more Golden Troop. Because Farina's artifacts are not artifacts for Farazan. But then someone made me realize, oh, wait, I can put Farazan on Scroll. And Farazan on Scroll will, one, increase Farina's damage slightly, but also 12% enemy damage bonus. And I have an onset goblet on Scroll. I have this. I was like, oh. And I have, you know, I mean, I'll have to nerf Mawika's build. Who cares? No one cares about Mawika. I have this. And I have either this or this. And I have either this or this. Or this. Like, I have some really good scroll artifacts for Farazan. And I could do an off-piece timepiece, right? Oh boy. Oh boy, I could have a pretty good Farazan on scroll. So that, I think, is my current intention. Which is going to be, so she might be the first character I end up putting on scroll, like, semi-permanently, that is not an Alan character. No, tenacity does not stack, which is fine. See what Thea does here. Remember, she does not have a normal amount of energy. Yeah, she's doing decent damage, but does not have enough energy to actually burst consistently right now. Mawika is only an E-bot? Yeah. I'll still be able to have a good build on Mawika, regardless of whether or not, I mean, maybe. Whether, oh, okay, that might be a relevant piece. Well, okay, I think I really, if I'm going to use an HP timepiece on Tenacity on Farina, I'd be fine with that. But I would really like a double crit ER piece, but I don't know, I'll level that regardless. It's not in the description. What is it? What is not in the description? Oh, I didn't do that. Do Yai first, it's fine. Now, getting interrupted. Oh, it's not in the set description. Is it not? Oh, I can just read it when I go and grab here. I'm like 90% certain it doesn't stack. Wow. Look, EM is a wonderful stat. Characters it's not a wonderful stat on is physical damage dealers. And also mineral crit rate, I think just no. Like, remember, this set for Eula has to compete with a pretty good MH, like 4-piece Marseille Hunter build. So, like, it has to be good Pale Flame artifacts to justify it. Should I level 3 line pieces? Yes, but I also need Strongbox material. Yeah, it doesn't say it has no stacking. That's interesting. I am quite confident it doesn't stack, though. A very hard challenge. I mentioned it before, but it's trying to clear Abyss with all of my best build characters. The top 8 characters here. Try E-Fish shenanigans at some point? Yeah, probably on Sylveon's account. The reason on Sylveon's account is resources. I also spent a bunch of time planning out my resources yesterday, mostly to figure out whether or not I could justify leveling Shenha to 90, because, and also figuring out like planting ascension crystals and whatever for like leveling Chongyun, Escoffier, Skirk, and also leveling Pyro Traveler. I like how you're just giving me all tenacity or not tenacity pieces. Yeah. Anyways, how did I build Overload Dia? Dia is not on a proper build for this team right now. But I showed it earlier. Normally I would use my... Why? Normally I would use a higher energy build on Dia in this team. Although this build might actually become almost usable with a C4 Dia. With a C6 Dia, it probably is usable actually in this team if I funnel energy properly. Like put Fav on Eon Son and Fav on... Oh, I'll engage 4-line principle. You never know. That could be a 20 crit piece. But Fav on Dia, Fav on Cheverus, Fav on Eon Son, and this team could, I think theoretically, with a C6 Dia in particular, get away with this amount of energy. Theoretically. But it's still a bit sus. Wouldn't recommend it. If I wanted to use this build on Dia, I could probably get away with it if I did Mono Pyro with Kazuha. Kazuha on Zyphos, to be clear. So cheating with energy in another way. So yeah. Anyways. So far, we are not getting the pieces I needed. But oh well. Yeah, you can see, don't exactly have energy consistently. To be clear, domains are weird for energy. It's not 100% good comparison, but you know. What's going on? What's going on is normal Genshin things, and then we're gonna go do a little bit of abyssing to see if my brain's in the right spot. I mean, we'll try it. Really would have liked flower instead, but oh well. We'll see if my brain's in the right spot though for this. And the abyss buff matters too, because I don't know what it is today. Yesterday was attack %, which is actually not bad for the builds I have going, but not necessarily ideal. Which better do you think? Dia's signature is over Serpent Spine? R1 Serpent Spine? R1 Serpent Spine is just kind of okay-ge. R5 Serpent Spine, it's probably not crazily better, but I don't know. They're probably relatively similar. I don't know. That's a question that is probably not worth too stressing about, although it probably matters more on someone like Dia, because getting every little bit of damage you can get out of Dia is potentially a significant difference maker. So yeah, wait. But if I had to guess, probably in the 10 to 15% range. Probably closer to 15% for a C1 plus Dia at least. Oh yeah, I forgot about that actually. Never mind. I forgot about Dia's passive makes her. I forgot Dia is is like the only Clamor unit in the game that can't properly use its passive. I totally forgot. That's true. Yeah, don't use this weapon on her. Sorry. I don't know. Use something like Skyward Pride, particularly if you're doing like an emblem build. Use like a Skyward Pride or whatever. The stat stick weapon, depending on the team, you can potentially consider using Mailed Flower or whatever too. Oh, I did forget about that. That's true. Oopsies. Okay, where is... Check this piece. Well. Okay, well, I will take that. Really would have liked it if that was a flower. The reason being is because, like, I'm pretty sure... Like, I already have this, right? Which... It's already got 0 bad rolls on a 3-line piece. This could have more crit value, which could be an improvement, but not an incredible one compared to the fact that I don't have a double crit HP flower, right? Like, it's, like, thanks, but not what I need right now, right? Especially when I have, like, this piece, and I might need to use this piece instead for the ER, right? So, anyways. Oh yeah, I already have a double crit HP piece. I forgot with 35 CV. So, yeah, I really don't think, even if this rolls double crit, I don't think this is that relevant, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's mostly like getting a better ER timepiece would be fine, but I'm also not going to be too stressed. If I have to use this ER time, this was sad how this rolled. Like, it looks much worse than it actually is, right? If you compare that to my Farina's existing piece, right, it's basically the same crit value as this piece. So I have no qualms with using this ER timepiece on Farina. So yeah, it's really just about getting potentially an onset goblet option. Which maybe I should level that. Or a more fitting circlet option. As well as a flower. So the feather there being what I got a double crit HP piece on kind of doesn't make me feel like, I've got a wonderful thing going. But anyways, I don't know. I don't even really want to level this right now, but we can throw this noblesse piece in. I was leveling a whole bunch of noblesse flowers yesterday for noblesse build options for Shenha. Okay. Minimum crit rate rolls a slap in the face. We'll level it to 16. Okay, max crit damage roll is nice. Okay, this just has like a very high likelihood of being a minorly better piece than this one. Like, we mostly side grade territory, but options are good, and that's kind of where that's at. So give me a second, but let me show the Shenha situation. So Shenha, to be clear, there are team contexts, I think, even with Escoffier, that I will want to use 2-piece attack percent, 2-piece attack percent. For example, I will probably try something with like Chung Yun on a 4-piece noblesse build, and then leave Shenha on 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack. But normally you want to use noblesse. Noblesse is going to be significantly better, unless you have someone else on noblesse on the team. My timepiece situation for Shenha is not ideal. I would still use this goblet, and then this circlet, and then I leveled up, yeah, this feather yesterday, which is the one that definitely rolled the best. I don't know, in an Escoffier team, like, doing triple cryo, which is where Shenha's going to shine for Escoffier teams, she just, like, won't necessarily have that crazy of energy needs, right? Also, I didn't even realize, yeah, my Eon Salon was on that weapon. Oh, that's fine, I guess, for Overworld and whatever. I need to level a second Fab Lance. It's on my to-do list for this patch. You can see I have 2,915 attack. 2,900 attack is my baseline for what I would consider a very good noblesse build on Shenha, especially if you hit 180 ER and about 30 crit rate for Fab. So this is very much a Fab piece that I got. But if this can work, this weapon has the potential to be extremely good for Shenha, like basically equivalent to Skyward Spine on her. She normally does 2 skills per rotation, so functionally this attack percent buff should be up permanently. It's just a matter of ER needs. Do you need the Fab particles for other teammates? Do you need the Fab particles for her? Theoretically, in a Escoffier team with 3 cryo units, hopefully you should be able to get away with not doing a Fab build, right? So if this is better, you know, then I don't need the crit rate even. And that's why I was leveling a bunch of pieces that have just attack percent. But anyways. I am going to put her back to the double attack build for now, because I have to use Shenha in the challenge video. So she's going back. But she will most likely be on the noblesse build pretty much permanently in the future. Alright, you can see, you know, we have 300 more attack total and more crit rate in this build and more ER. So, you know, if I need the ER, like, this build is not going to be like, oh my god, I'm not going to be able to clear if I use this build on an Escoffier team and don't have anyone on noblesse or anything. Like, it's a usable build regardless of having noblesse on the team, and it's definitely more comfortable ER wise, but yeah. I still don't have 4K attack pre-Calamity buff, and it pisses me off. See, that's just why you don't get Calamity Queller. Anyways, Escoffier could use noblesse, or is it best to focus on her own personal damage? Definitely best to focus on her personal damage, especially with Shenha on the team. So But yeah, I did some maths, and it varied from like checking tenacity. This would be similar for Noblesse. Checking tenacity versus golden troop on her, like same exact stat values, no difference in substats. So not doing a calculation based on what you actually have, which is what you should do, but doing a calculation based on theoretically equivalent artifacts in tenacity versus golden troop. And golden troop is like 20% better for Escoffier's damage. Yeah, like Farina loses less from using tenacity than Escoffier does. And in Escoffier teams, Escoffier is going to be doing more damage than Farina, generally speaking. So, yeah. I would, generally speaking, say do not put tenacity on your Escoffier. Although there is use cases such as, say, if you're doing double cryo, Escoffier, Sitlali, Arlecchino, Bennett, that might become... I wouldn't surprise me if that becomes one of my preferred Arlecchino teams. That might be a team context where the relative damage value for 20% attack on Arlecchino results in better, faster clear times than 20% attack for Escoffier. Even if it spreadsheets better as, like, Golden Troop on Escoffier there. For team DPS versus having tenacity for buffing Arlecchino more. Buffing Arlecchino more and increasing Arlecchino's front-loaded damage even more has more chance to increase your actual functional clear times. So like I would consider it for an Arlecchino team, maybe, since you know her relative damage contribution matters less than Arlecchino's, but even that's a little bit sus. So yeah. My idea is C3. Yonson build. So 20, 29, 67 attack, 40 crit rate, 194 ER. Normally I use 5 on her. Again, I need to level a second 5. But, speaking of, I maybe should have actually considered farming that if that was available today. It was not. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Oh yeah, we should actually finish leveling up that one piece. Because, you know, as much as I was saying this wasn't going to be that much of an improvement, it still can be an improvement. More options is good. Alright, cool. I'll take it. That's basically just a better version of this thing. So I think... Here, for now... This gives me very good options for tenacity flowers, for Farina. This will be the best one if I don't need the ER, which I probably won't if I use the ER timepiece like I'm thinking. So I think I'll get rid of this, honestly. Like, that's just better as XP. These have, like, the same overall stat value, right? Yeah, so So yeah, I basically just got an equivalent piece to my Golden Troop flower, just losing 1 ER roll, which is fine. But this piece is very good. And like I know like for min-maxing Nilu HP I should keep this, but like I don't know if it matters, and I have this piece still. Like I have a 13% HP piece. Am I gonna keep a piece that can level an entirely new artifact? Like artifact XP is valuable, man. So anyways, I have something that I was higher crit value, 1 less HP roll. When I've been playing Nilu anyways, I play her on 2-piece on like 2-piece using this piece for the crit stats. This is just a better version for crit Nilu too. So yeah. Anyways, I'm happy to have that. It's a nice option. Doesn't fundamentally fix that I need, you know, flower options. I guess we should check that one piece. That could be a flower option. I don't know. There's a reality where this makes sense if this rolls a whack ton into crit rate, but it's not a very likely reality. Bye-bye. And that's it. So, yep. You already have a good set of Skirk's artifacts? Yep. I may need, depending on what her crit ascension is, if she's crit damage or crit rate ascension, I may need to, and the team context. Like, because right now, if she's in an Escoffier team, right, where if I'm going to use Skirk in an Escoffier team, so we'll go look at my Layla. We're using her as a loadout right now. So, big fat stat stick weapon. I don't even really have, I mean, I have 40 EM. She does normal attack damage. yes, this weapon is theoretically going to be meaningfully better for her. Particularly if she ends up using, like, the main context I think I would try to farm a crit damage circlet for Skirk is to try to use this weapon on her because it gives normal attack damage bonus. We know that she's going to do normal attack damage because that's what the artifact set does. So this could be a better weapon than this weapon, theoretically. In particular, if Skirk is crit damage ascending, right? Because if I put this on her and then we put a leveled crit damage circlet on her. Why do I have that set? I don't know, whatever. So pretend this is a 4-piece set, right? This would be, you know, with the crit damage ascension, this would be like 210 crit damage. And like with cryo resonance, 90% crit rate, right? That would be the main circumstance I think I want to farm a crit damage circlet. But with this weapon, which should just be pretty good stats regardless, like I'm not really too... Skirk is going to be really strong, guys. Like, is there a reality where Mihoyo doesn't make Skirk strong enough that I feel like this isn't going to be a compelling weapon kind of thing? I don't know. So, and you know, I'm curious how... Well, actually, this will probably not do anything on her. Man, her having energy recharge as a dead stat is really going to kill her weapon options. I feel like Skirk might feel like a significantly worse character to use without having... I guess... No, not that. Is she going to be a black... Is Black Sword going to be... man. Oh, boy. No. Probably not. Not in most Skirk teams. Flute. Is there attack percent craftable? What attack percent craftable is there? Is there a single attack percent craftable sword? Finale of the Deep. Harbinger of Dawn, yeah, actually that's true. Harbinger of Dawn unironically might become her best free-to-play option. I'm actually like very confident it might be now that I think about it. Because Escoffier teams are almost assuredly our best teams. Escoffier should be very good at keeping her above 90% health. And we're assuming she's sword. It's possible she's not a sword user, right? But giving 28% crit rate, 46 crit damage, and yeah, the base attack is not ideal. But particularly if Shenha ends up being her best team, the base attack won't matter as much, and it'll just be build as much crit as possible and damage bonus to maximize the buffs going on, right? So I don't know. I think Harbinger might actually be her best free-to-play weapon. Black Sword might be okay as a crit stat stick, because of Skirk's burst damage, crit damage component. Sorry, not burst crit damage, just burst damage component. This might be okay. If she has viable melt teams, the EM weapons might be okay. Finale of the Deep might be okay. So I don't know. Anyways, point is my Skirk build's fine. Is where I'm currently at. There is a reality where I might want to farm a crit damage circlet more, but I don't think it right now, without knowing the specifics of her kit, I don't think it makes sense for me to do. Right? Like I don't think I already have a crit damage circlet. If I need a crit damage circlet, it's not like using this is going to be terrible, right? Like I would be able to have a functional build on a crit damage circlet, and if I'm fine with using this as a big fat crit damage stat stick, right now, right now she could ascend with crit rate or crit damage. Ideally, for Escoffier teams, crit damage would be better, right? Because then this would be functionally an 85 crit rate build of like 250 crit damage with the crit damage ascension. But if she ascends with crit rate, I mean, then she'd be a little bit overcapped in the Escoffier teams, but whatever. Like, whatever, I guess. It'll be fine. Yeah, I don't know. So, I might farm again. And I haven't leveled the goblet yet, by the way. That will change things slightly, potentially. If I need to switchy-roo things. So, yeah. I think I'm chilling. But yeah. Can't wait to see you try some Melt, Skirk. Oh, I definitely will. Regardless of how cope she is in Melt, I definitely will. She seems, if the information we have currently now is true, She seems very much intended not to be a melt DPS. So I'm going to anyways. But I'm also going to try Super Conduct Skirk for sure. My hope is that if she's bad with melt, she will apply a lot of cryo on field, and that would mean that she should be pretty good for Super Conduct. Oh yeah, Calamity of Eshu should be interesting. Particularly because there's a lot of people that won't have Shenha, right? So I think for a lot of people, Farina, Escoffier, Sitlali, Skirk will become her best team. And then, yeah, Calamity of Eshu should actually end up becoming kind of cracked on her. That's true. Interestingly, I think if I use this weapon on Skirk, if I do end up doing that, I probably won't feel the need to switch to a crit damage circlet, right? Because my crit rate wasn't so high that, like, this would... What was my crit rate at? I guess it depends. So hypothetically, let's just assume she's crit damage ascending. Crit damage circlet. Okay. Right. Oops, that I should use the other one. Crit damage ascending, crit rate circlet. Right. That puts her at 73 with this. So with Cryo Resonance, that's 90% crit rate in Escoffier team specifically. But might use her non-Escoffier teams, but without Cryo Resonance, to be clear. So if I use Calamity of Eshu, of course, then that's, you know, a lot less crit rate. So in this circumstance, I would probably want to still use that crit rate circlet, actually. So you know what? Yeah. I forgot about Calamity of Eshu. Also, it'll probably look good on her, too. Because that'll put her at, what is that, 80%? Yeah, this will put her at a perfect situation. Ideally, she'd be crit damage ascending, though. If she's crit rate ascending, I am almost assuredly using crit damage stat stick weapon. Yeah, if she's crit damage ascending, this would be like a, you know, 80 before Cryo Resonance, 82% crit rate with like 160 crit damage. I'd be very happy with this build. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be more than good enough. But yeah, this does require a shield, which is annoying, but you know, Sitlali exists. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to be more than happy with this, even if it's got, you know, a little bit of overly high dead stats. I'm pretty good, I think. And again, still have to level some shite. Actually, most likely I want to level this. I mean, honestly, I want to level it now. I'm really tempted to level this now. Okay, I don't want to throw this away quite yet. It would be really nice. The reason I shouldn't level this now, right, is because it's possible I might end up wanting to use this on her, right? I don't know exactly what the situation's going to end up being like, but, you know, again, Calamity of Eshu build, this puts her at now like 85% crit rate, which is perfect, and then 170 some crit damage. Like, I have a very, very competent Skirk build option going. But it's very, very, very possible I could end up using something like this as my ideal piece instead. Okay, that's a 3-line. That's a 4-line. This is a 3-line. Okay. Yeah, screw it. We take the gifts we are given with free XP. I don't think Thanos' piece is good enough. To be clear, that could be... No, actually, oh, never mind. I forgot this had attack percent. I was going to say it could theoretically be better. And technically it could still theoretically be better, but not really. That is exactly not what kind of rolls I wanted. Sure, we can try this piece. And we're going to get a doubling to get my XP back. Yeah, we did. Yummy. Well, hey, I got my XP back. Nothing lost, nothing gained. Well, I no longer have anything with crit damage higher than this piece. So most likely, I will use the Ganyu Goblet. But right now, it's going back to Ganyu because I'm trying to do a challenge with Ganyu. So, yeah. I'm chilling for Skirk is my point. Anyways. And most likely I don't think I want to use this on her anyways, because I like my Chlorine build with this right now, and I think I will like to continue having this in Chlorine, so yeah. Skirk can have the ugly weapon. And if I really need a nice looking weapon on Skirk, that'll just push me towards this, and doing Silali things with her. So, yeah. And if I'm not doing Silali things, I don't know, what if I do a melt, what does a melt Skirk team look like with Calamity of Eshu? Again, we don't know if this is actually going to work, but theoretically, something like Yonson or Bennett, an off-field pyro applier. So you get either burn melt, right, where you do like Emily plus an off-field pyro, or just the pyro from like Moika is enough, and then that could give you a flex slot for a shielder, right? Lanyan, yeah, that could be interesting. Yeah, Moika Bennett Lanyan could be kind of interesting. I like the idea of that. Lanyan on Sitlali weapon even. Yeah. I like that idea. We'll see if it works. But yeah. And if it doesn't work, Superconduct it is. And if we're doing Superconduct, I can do Sitlali. So I'm pretty sure I'll be more than happy with using Calamity of Eshu on Skirk if I need a drip weapon on her. Otherwise, I'll be fine with Elhathim's weapon. Alright, okay, real question. Do I tenacity? Do I strongbox for tenacity, or do I strongbox for Golden Troop? I think, like, originally I would have said I should strongbox for Golden Troop, but the fact that I don't think I'll actually need Golden Troop artifacts for Farazan, because I think I'll just use Scroll on her instead, which again it's likely going to have an effect of making my Moika's build worse, but oh well, who cares about Moika? She just needs to press E. So I think I'm going to do this, because getting to a competent Fina build is a bigger priority for me, I think, than having more Golden Troop options. I have a healing bonus circlet already in the set, but let me check, because like HP and ER are kind of the healing stats, and it's a 4-line piece. Wait, do I not have it? Oh, I do. I already have one at HP and ER, and it's not like crazy. I don't know. Okay. Man, I hate when you get weird pieces like this, where it's just like, you have to spend resources leveling them up to see if they're better. Like, I'll keep it, obviously, but like, I obviously didn't need this. I don't know. It's the same friggin' artifact, just not leveled yet. So it has the potential to be better. But anyways. Yup. Alright. That's my artifacts done on this account for the day, I think. But yeah, my whole plan on my main account is basically for the rest of this patch, leveling Chongyun to 80, which shouldn't be too difficult, and then farming ley lines, because I want to level Pyro Traveler to 90, which is not going to be that expensive, and then I want to level Chongyun, and then I need to have resources left for Escoffier. Based on what I mapped out with just a little bit of ley line farming, I should have enough for Escoffier to 80, Chongyun to 80, and Traveler to 90, if I did my math correctly. So I maybe shouldn't have leveled 90 Shenha immediately, but I should be fine. Anyways. Will her cryo infuse or convert the weapon? I mean, it's probably going to be an elemental conversion, not an elemental infusion. The reason that's important is because if it's an infusion, it can technically be overridden. A conversion cannot be overridden. Most characters get elemental conversion, not elemental infusion. But yeah, we don't have her exact kit, so we don't know for sure. But the artifact set is pretty safe to assume that she's probably going to have normal attack cryo damage, I would guess. It says 60% normal attack damage bonus. I think she's doing normal attack cryo damage, but we'll see. Did I clean my dailies? I think I did. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay. Just make sure I did all my resin things for the week. I think I'm good. So let's go to the abyss. See what the buff is. We never regret Shenha investments. Nope, I don't. I like Shenha, and I think that's like I said before, regardless of my overall feelings on the balance of her kit, I think the best thing about Escoffier is that she makes Shenha relevant again. Like Shenha is actually a very relevant character with Escoffier's existence, which is great because that's what Shenha needed. Shenha needed reasons to be there to be reasons in the game to play triple cryo teams. So she needed a unit like Escoffier releasing as a compelling off-field cryo damage dealer, so that you could do triple cryo and it'd just be good. To be clear, Escoffier could deal literally half the multipliers that she deals, and she would still have that benefit for for Shenha. But yeah, anyways. So the teams, by the way, that I was using for this video, I should record this just in case I do end up getting it clear here. Was so Fina, obviously, Hydro, yeah. And I can do different team configurations for different chambers, right? But what I figured was probably the best for the first chamber was Fina, Shenha, and I can't do anything like changing builds. If I could do things like changing builds, then this would be perfect. But the challenge, right? The challenge I have is using my top 1% builds. Well, sorry, a couple of them are top 2%, but the top 8 characters there, right? And just use use my best built characters to clear this. And that means using the builds on my best built characters, not put Fina on tenacity to make Ganyu do more damage or whatever. Like, no, I have to use Golden Troop and whatever, right? So I can't switch to Noblesse on Shenha. Can't put Prototype Amber for healing on Yai. Can't put I can make Varessa do more damage. Varessa's there right now too, but my Lost Prayers build is ranked higher than my signature weapon build, so I have to use Lost Prayers on her. Oopsies. So anyways, the idea was for the first chamber at least, was this. And Ganyu's on a melt build, by the way, which is again not ideal. Can't change the builds. The idea is using my best characters on whatever builds that Akasha says is best. Selfless build only, pretty much. And it's nice that we have Shenha Ganyu synergy at least, and hey, this will get some reaction damage, and hey, Clorin's a healer. This team is fairly competent as far as damage dealing, because Ganyu can do some off-field damage with Shenha Ganyu. You get some cryo resonance, you get Fina damage, you get Clorin to being a healer. I think actually that team is surprisingly compelling. The first chamber is absolute misery with the shields though. The other chambers might unironically just be kind of easier, although the HP threshold on this thing is insane. So I don't know. We're gonna see what happens here. Yeah, being able to switch Shao to Vivi would be such a godsend. Because Shao is the hardest one to have contribute anything here, quite frankly. But yeah. Anyways, after messing around with this for a good hour and a half yesterday, initially when I first started recording this, what's the buff? It's attack percent again. Okay, well, it's the literal same buff it was yesterday. I was not doing this at 4 a.m. last night, so it has been a new day. Anyways, same buff yesterday as yesterday, and with this card, it seemed like I could definitely theoretically clear this side in about 8.5 minutes or minute and a half, right at the 8.5 minute mark on the timer. But the shield mechanics on the second side are so annoying for the second team, particularly staying alive. But anyways, let's see. Maybe I'll get a quick clear. Living, by the way, yes, is a problem. think I might have used that too late. Yeah, that was dumb. What am I doing? It's not. Oh, okay. Well, right now, my brain seems to not be in the correct mindset for this. Come on. You guys see why I'm pretty sure 8.5 minutes is possible? Like, by the damage I'm dealing, it's like, okay, yeah. That amount of damage, 8.5 minutes should be possible. But the Tulpa moves around like crazy, and it's extremely annoying. So I have not gotten better, and this was again after like over an hour. I have not gotten better than 8 minutes 20 seconds. So, anyways, what's the challenge again? How many times do I have to repeat it? It's using my top 8 characters as they are built on this stupid website. the top 8 characters there, those top 8. Anyways, sorry, you might have just joined, but like, I literally just explained it, so I don't know.
Right here, right now, emerge.
Really? Why did I do that? Whatever.
Justice o'clock. Yeah. Hero incoming. Headbutt. Right now.
I should. Okay. Why am I keep doing that? I already learned how to do this properly yesterday, and I have abandoned the things I learned. I need to not spend. You can spend extra field time on Veracid dynamically in different rotations, right? I need to do just normal, like, once I do her second burst, switch to Yai, use Yai burst, and then I can, yeah. That. Dodge, burst, and then Yai burst. I wish this. Oh, okay, I got it. Good.
Right now, right here.
Let's get this with Shao.
Right now.
Okay, that's annoying. By the way, without C2 Yai, with how this oh boy. Yep. I realized I screwed the timing relative to my ability to dodge that. Having to dodge while you're in the air with the Tulpa attacking you is really annoying. It depends on the attack though. But yeah, I absolutely don't think this would be doable if I didn't have C2 Yai. It is doable with C2 Yai because the targeting range actually matters a lot here, I think, because of how it freaking teleports across the field. It's so god awful. Anyways, I farmed BV for Chaskell last week, and they put enemies in the abyss who make VV useless. Yep, that's how Mahoyo rolls.
Right here, right now.
What? I swear I pressed E there. Why? Brain. No, okay. Is killing the little minions in fact how Tulpa works? Yes. It prevents them from teleporting, kind of. Not completely. I keep switching to Yai by accident. Ugh. Damage, oh well.
Right now, right here, emerge.
Taking damage on Dia is fine. She's the one unit that will heal. That'll be within range, hopefully. Okay. I think only one of the yeah, like this teleport in particular is so brutal. He quite consistently will teleport from there all the way to the opposite side, and that is so god awful. You make a C0 versus C6 DPS comparison with your C6 supports. Would you consider that a fair test? even if the video might not be useful to you. I mean, it depends how much you want to do the math, engineering plastics, because if you, and it depends on what, because like some constellations on supports, for example, are easy to power down and turn off the contribution for, right? Like C2 Shalodin is the best example. Most cases, she is trivially easy to turn off the constellation, right? You just remove like a main stat of stats. So you use like a good piece. Like if you're trying to like turn off C2 Shalodin for Nuvilet, you just move from an HP timepiece to a def timepiece, right? But ultimately, I don't know. Like if you have a whole bunch of C6 supports, yeah, the conjunction of especially multiple of them together probably makes a significant difference. So that's the problem with like trying to make a comparison. Like how much difference does, I don't know, it's still fair. Like how much the thing you need to focus on though, if you're trying to make a comparison from like for a video comparing C0 to C6, the simplest thing for you to do is, yes, just use whatever your supports are, C6 or otherwise. You know, you put a mention in the video that like, you know, I have C6 Shalodin here, you know, so I'm going to get more buffing than you are for this character at C0. But what you should be focused on is the relative increase, because the relative increase is probably going to be mostly the same. Mostly the same between constellations, right? Or regardless of your support constellations. So, but there's weird things like, yes, C4 Shalodin does make things a bit goofy though. Like, especially C4 Shalodin, like having an additional flat buff, a C1 lolly muddles things, right? But stuff like just stats being increased, like a tiny bit more res shred, a tiny bit more, whatever, doesn't usually crazily change the results necessarily. But yeah, as long as the goal with comparison should be just to like mitigate the number of variables you change. So unless you're going to do something like super complicated, for comparison's sake, it's like, yeah, just leave the support builds the same. You can try to do like a C0. If you're going to do a C0 comparison, you could be like, okay, a C0 comparison, but I have powered down the characters to try to mitigate the fact that I have the constellations on the supports. And then you can do a C0 without powering down the C6 supports, maybe. Maybe that's an approach you could do. I don't know.
But at least it doesn't
But
hide anything.
math.
What you see is what you get. And whether you take on the
But
challenge,
yeah, don't draw too many hardline conclusions. Like, yeah, like, oh, this character deals 5, like, clearly, you know, you should have 0 problems clearing Abyss with this character because I have no problems clearing with C0, right? When you had C6 support, so you can't really draw that conclusion easily, right? Even someone like me who has, like, you know, it's not even just like having constellations, it's just being high investment in general, like having really good builds. The experience of someone with, you know, a really good build can be very different than someone with a worse build. Not usually just because of one build, but because of like multiple characters having potentially lower quality builds. That's what I've always noticed is like any one thing on its own for supportive utility or for characters builds tends to not matter. But if you compound things like, you know, not a fully invested Bennett, and bad artifacts on your Arlecchino kind of thing, then that's going to feel a lot worse than a fully invested Bennett and an Arlecchino with no crit rate stats, right? So yeah.
Right now. Justice o'clock.
Now. It's not obvious. I'm trying to dodge at pretty specific times.
Right here. Emerge.
Yes.
Let's get it on. Right here. Justice o'clock. Justice o'clock.
Oh, yeah, I knew it was going to take damage in that one.
Right now. Right here. Emerge.
Ow.
This is infuriating. Justice o'clock. I'm always watching.
teleport soon. No? Okay. I don't have any energy. Oh, crap. It was going pretty well, and then, yep. Gotta teleport. Oh, boy. See, you can see what I mean. We're like, theoretically possible. What?
Strength is gone.
I don't understand why I was taking damage when I was in the middle there, but alright. So yeah, you can see it's theoretically possible to clear in 8.5 minutes, but like really annoying because the movement mechanic. When will I do the unit review? In a little bit after I mess around with this more. What I would like to do is I want to at least, because I didn't even get to the second chamber last night. Most of last night when I was doing my initial recording for a few hours, I spent just in the first chamber. I wanted to see if I can see what the experience will be in the second chamber and third chamber. So, and I figured I could do that on stream. And then we'll potentially do some unit reviews. Let me check right now. How many submissions is there? 98? Okay. Maybe, you know what, here, I'll do at least a couple unit reviews after I, we might just end up leaving the Abyss before this happens, to be clear. But after I clear Chamber 1, not like 3-starring, just clearing, just beating it, like living. That's my standard right now, is trying to live. See how that changes the timings of the attacks right now. Not that Shao contributes that much, but just changing the timing of when I'm doing Vares's attacks can like potentially result in better clears. And then I can iframe that, right? Oh, well, I didn't have the full buff up though, which is bad. Not wrong character.
Right now, emerge. Right now, emerge. Let's get it on.
I didn't mean to do that. What are you doing, bro?
You're pretty tough.
Boy. Oh, this was just not the attempt. The game is designed to make it really troublesome to play on more than one account. Indeed it is. Shao on VV? Nope. I mean, he should be, to be clear. Shao on VV would be... like, Shao on VV, to be clear. My suspicion is what's going to happen for this video. Based on my experience just in Chamber 1 so far. We'll see how Chamber 2 and 3 are. But my suspicion is that, like, right now, like, for the rules of the challenge, I think I have to use, you know, the builds I have on the characters, right? I could change the builds potentially. Put Dia on a tenacity build, right? Put Shao on a VV build, and suddenly, bam, I'm willing to bet I can probably start clearing a lot better doing what I'm doing here. And that can probably allow me to the flexibility of the time. It's still going to require like good play on the second side, but with like maybe no changes on the second side other than like Shenha on a Noblesse build potentially would probably get me there, I think. But it's still gonna be a bit sus because of the shields. But like I think that's what the lesson is gonna be here. Maybe one, obviously, you don't want to configure teams just throwing a bunch of your best built characters together because you want to, you know, have supports. You want to buff your characters. But I think the spirit of the challenge is using the builds as they are on the ranking website, right? Like it's clearing with my best built characters, but that includes their builds, not just the character themselves. It'll be a side victory thing if I have to 3-star by changing Shao to VV and Dia to tenacity, Noblesse and Shenha, whatever. I will do that to get the clear at all, but first I would need to test the full extent of things. I'm sure if I was Tars Blammo, I could have cleared already. Actually, I don't know. I think Tars would have a problem. It would have struggles with this challenge too. My brain wasn't in it. I gotta redo. Ranking is not important than team building. A game about team building. Who knew? Pretty much, yep. But I think it's a good concept because it's just like, yeah, can I like having just like top 1%, top 1%, top 1%, top 1%, top 1% character builds in the thumbnail, right? And with the title, I think that's a good concept. It's clicky, it's simple to the point for the idea, and it illustrates like how you should actually do things in the game, right? So yeah. Tars can't bring all C6 travelers. It's true. Tars could almost assuredly do this challenge if he was allowed to bring all his travelers. I think he would be elated if he could do that. Tars would be so happy if he could bring 8 travelers, right? I didn't mean to do the second E. So yeah, using Shao there, I think did help with the timing a little bit for Veressa before. But it kind of screwed up the eye. Oh no, I think it's fine with the eye still. Now. Oh, I was really hoping that was not going to hit me, so I hung in the air for a little bit. Okay. You need to die. Okay, good. Now.
Right here, right now.
1E. Ah, crap. I knew I dodged badly. You would try doing Dragon Striking with Veressa. I don't think you can Dragon Strike with Veressa, but I'm sure Tars would figure out a way. Prototype Amber Yai. Yeah, that would be an option. That could be an option for like healing with Fina, particularly to tackle different chambers maybe. Yeah, but like, unironically doing like Fina, Proto Amber, Yai, Veressa, Shao on VV probably clears the automaton, right? Damn. It's so hard to avoid that initial bit of damage.
Nothing left. Right now.
Okay. You need to go away. Alright. Ah, dang it. By the way, one option I also do have, which if I want, I mentioned this in like the intro of the video, but I chose not to do it because this is what it more accurately reflects my current current accurate builds, right? Which is that the artifacts I use on Clorind to make Clorind a top 1% build could also be made to make Arlecchino a top 1% build. So if wanted, I could swap out Clorind for Arlecchino, right? And you can probably imagine how Arlecchino could be valuable. Okay, I want to just live here so I can at least show you the second chamber, regardless of my clear time here. Okay. I purposely waited because I was making sure I could dodge those properly. Oh, yep. Great. God damn it. I just gotta... Should make a run with the worst characters. Actually, you know what? That would be a good follow-up video, right? Making this video, and it may, because maybe I could end this video, right, with not changing the builds at all, and just be like, nope, I can't clear 3 stars. I can get 2 stars. And then do a follow-up video of, yeah, using my worst builds. But the problem with worst builds is... Oops, what? I just clicked my emoji keyboard by accident on my stream deck. But the problem with worse builds is like, are we just using what I have in here now, or I don't know? Because like right now, I think it would be interesting though to do worse builds, but I'm allowed to change the builds, like based on whatever I think makes sense for the teams. To illustrate that, just no artifacts. No, I'm not gonna do no artifacts at all. If you think I can clear, because the problem is, remember that Akasha, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These 8 characters are not particularly better than these 8 characters for any given abyss, right? It's because Akasha is filled with too many of the most popular characters. Like they don't have a Bennett leaderboard, right? They have a Bennett healing leaderboard, right? So, anyways, is it possible to no artifact clear in some cases? Yeah, particularly if you can actually craft a team around it properly. But, anyways, let's try to actually live here. Yeah. No Chaska board, no whatever. Like, there's pretty clear biases in the leaderboards. No, target that. God, freaking. Oh, this game's auto-targeting.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge. Right now.
God damn.
Justice o'clock. Emerge. Right here. Useless. Let's get it on. Headbutt.
I just want to live. I am playing worse than I was last night. I don't think we're getting the second chamber. like, if you think it looks hard to not die in this chamber, it's harder to live on the second chamber. Alright, whatever. No. God, frick you.
A sight to behold. Right here, right now. Forward. Look alive. Ha! Headbutt. Your ally coming. Justice o'clock.
Also, this has me greatly considering leveling Baressa to 90. Ow. At least doing our final ascension. I should probably do our final ascension. God dang it, man. What is this team? Tars, the challenge idea I had was clearing with whatever characters in Akasha are my top 8 characters. So doing an Abyss clear with Dia, Yai, Shao, Farina, Ganyu, Clarind, Shenha, Varessa. Yeah, I said that I didn't even know if you would be able to clear this kind of challenge. And for the spirit of the challenge, I think it's best if I leave my characters on these builds too. Like, one thing I'm quite confident of is if I put Shao on a VV build, I'd be having I shouldn't say an easy time, but like a much easier time. Or like Dia on tenacity, Shao on VV would go so far, right? But I think it's against the spirit of the idea to immediately do that, at least. So yeah. The chat was joking, by the way, that
Right here.
I know that was was a big delay in me attacking because I was braining the words. The chat was joking that you would have to do 6 travelers. What? I didn't. But unfortunately, you can only use 1. No 6 traveler or 8 traveler run for you in the future. Okay. You know what? I should maybe mess around a little bit more with Shao damage. Like, Shao's damage, by the way, I haven't actually shown that. Shao's damage is okay. Let me show you it. There might be a way to min-max some Shao utility here. So, we'll do this, do this. Alright. And then iframe that attack, and then start plunging. And if we're hitting it in midair, right? We can do like 50k a plunge, but this is less than Baressa gets.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
For sure. Okay. Baressa is also definitely easier to work around its attacks. But yeah. I don't know. There's ways to utilize him in some form, at least. Also, this is different than it was yesterday, I just realized. This actually might help me. I'm gonna stupid as it is, I think I'm gonna select this buff. This is the same buff I had yesterday. I don't remember if this is the same. And this is different. This actually might be good.
The
I didn't even notice that. Dia is C3, yeah.
But at least it doesn't hide me.
Right now.
I didn't mean to do that. Thought I could switch my character for some reason.
Emerge. Right here.
Ah, crap.
Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Let's get it off.
Show.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
I'm always watching. Right now. Right here.
God dang it, I can't even live, man. Yesterday night, I was like not dying this much, for what it's worth. I was definitely playing better last night, so I'm probably gonna have to give up here for the stream. But I don't know. I need to at least show you guys the pain of the second chamber. Like, it would be such a godsend for this kind of challenge. Such a godsend if we could challenge the chambers individually. Like, once I get a good clear on the first side, okay, now I just need to focus on second side. Oh, God.
Behold, right here, emerge, right now.
With normal teams, I like the Telpa. I actually think it's one of my favorite bosses in the game. The one thing I dislike about it is its awful teleporting mechanic. It's just extremely lame to have a boss that teleports on the literal other side of the field. I actually have 3. Oh crap! Matter. Oh crap. Oh well, that's not ideal.
Show them. Emerge right now.
I didn't take damage. Never mind. No ow. Stop running away from me!
Emerge.
Just die, please. Just die. I want to show them the second life, please. Yeah. That was about what my first clear was like last night, by the way. It was right at the 8-minute mark. Actually, my first clear, I think, was like 7:50, 57. But, yeah. I got up to an 8-minute, 20-second clear last night. Exact same, or not the exact same buff. It was just the 20% attack buff. And that clear, I thought when I was like getting towards the end of it, I thought it was going to be like an 8-minute 35 clear. And then it just teleported kind of like it does at the end, like it normally does. And it just was like, no. It's just like, no. So much time lost from the movement. Ah, Shao is useful for particles? Yeah. I think it is worth using his skill. Are you open to advice on changing some characters around? Sure, yeah, if you think. I am not set on Fina, particularly. I mean, Ganyu and Shenha is obviously for this side. But, yeah, I'm not against the idea. Particularly, I'm not against the idea of trying Fina in the other side. Because I think clearing the Tulpa might matter faster, or might matter a lot. And having Dia on this side could be interesting. Using Chlorinde over Vress the first half? Yeah. Could be. I can try it. How this team works? It's not a real team, my guy. That's not the point of the challenge. Someone else can explain the challenge to them. This...
Shoot on sight. Into the Fina. Do your master's bidding. Unleash. Access denied. Blaze over.
Okay.
Hear ye the word of joy. Grace be upon you. The truth shall set you free. The truth
Right.
shall endure.
I didn't really need that, but fine. Alright. Hoping to get burst back there. Oh boy. Yeah, you can see we've already lost, yeah.
This is long overdue.
Okay. Oh, come on. I should have just used Ganyu there, yeah. I thought it was going to stay and that the burst was going to... Yeah, okay. I was just messing around with something new. Because what I had tried last night, to be clear... You butthole. What I tried last night was just focusing it down with Ganyu. Can you not make the floor electric? God.
Unleash.
Okay, and like, you can see... There's certain... there's certain problems.
Hunt them down.
So, anyways, yeah, and that is what I noticed happened as well. Like, I am confident with the teams I have right now as they're configured. Now, I could... Oh, I don't have my skill up. I thought I had my skill up. I was just confused why E wasn't working. I am confident... Okay, I am confident I could 2-star.
Shoot on sight. Access denied. Obey. By ordinance divine.
Really. Case in point. Confident I can 2-star. Not really a problem. Based on the damage I'm seeing, 3 stars possible. That's my... Oh, crit. Oh. Okay, that's my vibe as well. Of course, crit, but my HP is 0. I guess we're choosing crit. That is exactly my vibe as well, Tars. Yeah, I'm well aware I'll have to build custom rotations. course, I called the boss a butthole. They're all buttholes. It's just like awful. It's just awful. I don't know. I don't know if I have it in me to do it without changing the builds. Like it like what I would like. I think my stopping point is if I get to the point like of having a like that was a 5 minute 20-second clear, right? If I get to the point of having, I don't know, a 6 minute 45-second clear, right? And I show that like, okay, I went from a 5.5 minute or 4.5 minute clear to a 3 minute 15-second. That's enough to show that like, yeah, there's very obviously enough room for optimization here that I could theoretically clear if I want to continue losing my sanity, but I'm probably not going to continue doing that versus the alternative perspective of showing what happens if I just change the builds, right? So, I don't know. Like per chamber, not a default one. Oh yeah, yeah. Do I review other server UIDs? Yeah, there's nothing that's stopping me from doing that. And I don't know why you think I wouldn't. Let's see how the damage works against this thing, though. You should maybe have started with a... This thing might be more annoying to avoid damage on than the Tulpa.
Right now, right here.
Wow, Varessa is really bad at... Wow, okay. Wow. She's really bad at building this up on her own. Oh boy. Xiao back on Vivi? No. He should be, but he's not. It is against the spirit of the challenge, I think. Varessa is really fast if you have her... Oh, do I have to just like do normal attacks on her? Like not do her normal combo? Ugh.
Right now, right here. Emerge.
Why? Why is this faster at... Mihoyo. You bungled. You bungled if that's more optimal. Mihoyo, you bungled in your stupid design of your stupid enemies. I hate the stupid Night Soul build up the meter to go to the pillar phase of this enemy. Like, it's so badly designed if that is more optimal.
Right now, emerge. Right here.
Here, will you Xiao?
Right now. Emerge. A sight to behold. Right now, right here. Emerge.
Calm down, it's just a game. Okay, but like, did this enemy have to be this poorly designed? Let's be real. Can we have a conversation about that? Did this enemy have to be this poorly designed? I forgot I need to do normal attacks. Because this is better. I hate that attack. Okay.
Right here. Right now.
Yes, it did? Yeah, apparently.
Come on out. Right here. Right now. Let's get it on. Hi.
Let's do this first, I think, because actually this damage might be more... Yeah, never mind. I thought it was going to do more with this resistance down. Oh boy. What an enemy.
Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
Oh, I forgot to...
Right now. Right here.
You think I can 3-star guys in 20 seconds? Is it possible to unsubmit your review? No. But you can always watch the VOD. And I'm not going to do an insane amount of reviews, though. Oh boy. Even with premium units, at best this boss is okay to fight. Wouldn't even say it's fun. Yeah, I don't even think it's that fun with, you know... Yeah, the enemy, the characters it works trivially against. Let's see what happens here.
No escape from fate. Born of ice and frost. Ready.
You know, I guess I learned something new. Shenha's burst does not iframe. Or sorry, Shenha's skill does not iframe, not burst. I know the burst does. But still gonna continue here and get a vibe without Shenha. Okay. That might be dead already with Shenha. Might. That's a pretty big assumption, but... Okay. So yeah, the real question is, how annoying is the way out? Well, theoretically, this team could keep the way out frozen. Theoretically. So... this might be pretty doable, actually. This one might be pretty doable. I'm tempted to choose the burst over the crit, to be completely honest. I want to see what happens if I choose the bursts. Yeah, can we just like tank our way through things? Well.
Right here. Show them. Right now.
Oh, I didn't dodge that one. Okay.
Right here. Emerge.
Disappear.
Right here. Emerge.
No, I'm gonna do it. Of course not. That's not bad. The skill was still up.
Justice o'clock. Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Emerge. Right
Wow, 12,000 damage. I'm doing N2 dash. I think that is optimal based on her animation times. Oh, just, whatever.
Right here. Emerge. Right here. Oof. Look out below. Justice o'clock. Justice o'clock.
Ah, maybe should have just not done the extra plunge and done the eye burst there. Oh well. And dodging too early. Okay.
Come on out. Right now. Right here.
I don't have energy. Whoops. Okay. 7:30. Not bad. 7:30.
Manifest! Do your master's bidding! For Rex Lapis! Moving. Hunt them down. Shower me with praise! Let the world fly!
Hello? I wasn't trying to stay in a particular spot. I could definitely help optimize this.
Divine!
But
Into the shadows.
okay. Oh, crap. Ah, crap.
Lightning! Filling song!
Well, yep.
Access denied! Obey! Ready.
Frick you. What? The game was not taking my inputs. Frick this game, man. Wasn't taking my frickin' inputs. I probably could have still two-starred there. Oh, well.
Show them. Right here.
I know I got interrupted there. Like, I was trying to... Oh, brain. I had my fingers in the wrong spot after I scratched my chin. What was it saying? Oh, like, I knew I got interrupted, but then, like, you know, I tried continuing pressing normal attack after, like, I let go of the mouse button and then continued clicking the button, and it didn't do anything. Like
Right now. Right here. Right now.
right, you know, there's something I should try. That might be smart. Okay. Okay.
Emerge. Right now.
Yeah, that's what I meant. No, what I meant was doing her skill at the start, because that starts the Night Soul progression garbage. Oh wait, I forgot I was choosing this. I think this does make sense.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
I think we can even do something like this, maybe.
Right
Might be
here.
worthwhile, I'm not sure. Yeah. See, that felt a bit faster, I think. Almost didn't land on it.
Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Look alive. Hero incoming. Yeah. Headbutt. Hero incoming. Yeah.
Yeah, using your best builds is Genshin Impact Hardcore.
I'm always watching.
Yep, same thing here. I should have, like, started with a hit on it. Shoot.
Let's get it on. Ha. Justice o'clock.
Alright, we did that a bit earlier. I should have had Yai going.
Right here.
Yeah, definitely should have put Yai going there earlier. That would have been a little bit of an optimization.
Justice o'clock.
I missed it first. Oops.
A sight to behold. Right now. Right here.
Okay, yeah, I definitely need to, like, switch off of her at a different point to do a burst.
Look out below. Right here.
Really? Go, Shao, go. Don't stay on field with Varessa. I don't know that you're. I think on field with Varessa does. I guess you might be correct. I think I just have to switch to Varessa a little bit. I don't. I think I have to go to back to Varessa at least a little bit, right? But you might be there might be like 5-10 seconds you could optimize. I guess that's correct by using Dia or Yai on field more there. Triple Electric plus Shao first side and Ganyu, Dia, Shenha, Fina second side. It could work. That's one of the considerations I had, particularly for the different chambers. But goal to 2-star or just to clear. The goal right now would be to 2-star. 2-starring is very, very doable. No. Oh crap, man. Now. I'm not even gonna. God dang it, whatever. Oh, frick you. Man, Ganyu is a character of all time. Like, really? It did a little twirl and it dodged? Just a good move, honestly, like on the way I was part. As far as adding enemy mechanics, I would love to see more enemies intentionally dodge the character. I know I have a minute. That's why I paused to yell. But, yeah. Anyways, like, clearing the way out better here. Oh, I wasn't sure how far that reached. Clearing the way out better here. I want to heal up for the next chamber, at least. Okay, whatever. Oh, she doesn't heal because she gives hers up on it. Whatever. We got 2 stars. More attack percent, huh? Okay. HP greater than 50% attack bonus. Okay. I mean, this might be worth it just for Clarin. Because she'll be over 50% for sure. I don't know. Let's see. Wonder, do I use Dia here to start? I think about it. Interesting. Okay. Ow. Ow.
Right now, right here, right now.
If any chamber is 3-starable with relative ease, is this one. Because our AoE potential is quite good.
Right here, emerge, right here.
I don't know if I had the skills up, so I redid that. Okay. Now. Oh boy. Oh, they're not really grouped right now. Yeah, can you heal? Okay, you did heal. Okay, good.
Right now.
Ah, yeah, I figured. Crap.
here.
No.
Evil conquering, worthless.
Ah. Dang it. Okay. Okay, well. Why is she not healing? She was. I'm gonna choose this. I think it'll be better overall.
Right here. Emerge.
Let's do this.
Behold. Right now.
I'm gonna save Dia for the buttholes. Having a very tanky for the next unit for the next enemies seems ideal.
Come on out. Right here. Emerge. Nothing lasts forever. Right now.
Prepare to die.
Oh. Whatever. Probably the one that was the most replaceable. Well. I really wish she would stop spinning around so much. I'm gonna wait until I get a burst back. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Always watching. Emerge. Right here.
Almost have a burst there. Ow. You're dead. God dang it, man. It's very hard to live. Prepared dying. Kills himself. Yeah. Shao in a nutshell. Okay. With interestingly, I think it's like very, very doable. Like the Talpa is like doable, but really sus and annoying as all everything to clear. In a minute and a half. This one is very doable to clear in a minute and a half, maybe even faster. With our AoE potential and whatnot, it's just hard to not die. I should have saved that. Whatever. I think Veressa enough is thanks, game. I think Veressa on her own is enough here. I don't have the eye going. Whoops.
Show them. Emerge. Right here. Justice o'clock.
Bro, where are you going? What? Did not know they'd do that move. That's an incredibly annoying move.
Emerge. Right now.
It's fine. It's an interesting one for them to do, but I also wonder if there's a way to prevent them from doing it. Alright, they're together. Kind of. Yeah, they're together enough.
Playtime's over.
Alright.
Right now.
Now.
Emerge.
Now.
Right here.
Alright. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Emerge. Right here. Justice o'clock. Justice o'clock. I'm always.
Oh, I'm so very close to dead.
Right now. Right here. Emerge. You asked for it.
No! Dang it. Alright. A minute. Yeah, good lord, they feel tanky. Alright. A little bit. I still think it's very doable to clear in a minute and a half there, but it's probably going to be very hard to clear much better than a minute and a half. Still don't think it'll be as hard as the Tulpa to clear in a minute and a half. And again, the Tulpa chamber is much more challenge of not just the Tulpa, but the other side. This chamber theoretically should be a bit easier. Theoretically.
Access denied.
By ordinance divine. Ready. Time to test.
Swing my burst back.
Lining, echoing song. Strike top, born of icy frost.
Ship. Hip. Obey.
Do your master's bidding. All hail.
Into the shadows.
Let the world fly. Access denied.
Manifest. Eagle look. Shoot on sight. Ready.
I think it's very doable to 3-star this chamber. Man, this abyss, like this having like Hydra resistance is gonna make that a bit tricky.
Cryo incarnate.
Oh boy.
This is long overdue.
I wonder do you, no, we definitely do chlorine. I should see what Ganya's damage is like.
Time to testify.
Time to shine.
By ordinance divine.
No touching.
Okay. So that it's safe. Okay, I'm gonna redo. It's safe to say that's a 2-star, 3.5 minute clear, right? I want to redo some things here though, because that was with an 8-minute or a little bit over an 8-minute clear on the first half, right? I think it's possible for me to clear with the buffs I have right now in 3 stars. I think it's possible. I know I ain't, but possible. I also want to test though how Ganyu performs over Clorind, like with Shenha buff up, like at least do like, I don't know, 2 charge attacks on Ganyu or something, and then do Chlorine, maybe 3. You hear Elon Musk in my tone? What? That's like the biggest insult you could say to me. Why? Why do you hear Elon Musk in my tone? Account reviews for a video or in the same stream? We'll do some unit reviews. Oh crap. I totally forgot. I said I was going to do unit reviews after I beat the first chamber. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I've already broken that promise. Alright. We'll, I guess we'll do unit reviews after I beat this chamber. Oh boy.
Right now. Emerge. Force. A sight to behold. Right here. Emerge.
Really? Alright, cleared those pretty fast.
You're dead meat. Useless.
Right here. Right now.
Evil conquering. Here. Shut it. Here. The day.
What? Okay, I just got exploded. Alright, do I need Xiao to have a good clear? Probably not. No. Where's the other one? Where? Oh, it's right here. I just couldn't see it. Okay.
Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right here. Right now. Look out below.
God dang it. I hate when it hits me in midair. Can I gift a sub for unit review? Sure, Wenzo. Sure. But you might have to wait for it. That reminds me, I should probably open up another chat window, I guess, in case. Is there any donations I missed? I don't know. Or I'll open up another chat window just for... so I don't miss anyone donating for a review. I hope I don't get a backlog and donation reviews now that I said that, though. Oops, I have to open up in a different window. There we go. Alright. There we go. Nope, you did not miss the unit reviews yet. We're not doing a full Arse unit review stream or anything. Just a mini one. Because I wanted to do this today as well. Okay, taking damage against these is not ideal. I just took damage from that. God freaking dang it. Don't Diaverse yet. Can do this. Probably hit both. It did not. Oh, dang it. No. Why chose to do that? Alright. Should we get this back up? Dang it. God. Yeah, we can continue trying. We can keep trying.
I'm always watching. Right here, right now.
I think Xiao... Never mind. I was gonna say, I think Xiao and Veresa are relatively of equivalent value in this situation. I think. Ugh. I have a suspicion he's using Imaginarium theater units for some unholy pain fetish. No. That is not what I'm doing. We are using the best builds on my account. And only the best builds on my account.
Emerge, right here, emerge.
Xiao is indeed having a bad day, but you know what? This is the most he's gotten used on this account in a while. So, he's having a good day in that way.
Right now. Emerge.
Why'd you run away? You just like pushed yourself back and you fired that shot, didn't you?
Right now. Right here. Emerge, right here.
Disappear.
What? I hate that he can aim straight up. Why can't he? Oh, oh, thank you. Thank you, Wenzo and Biomic. I thought that was the same message when I glanced over. Yeah, we'll look at your stuff in a second. We'll do unit reviews in a minute, once I get done here. Press origami eons on, sure. Yeah, them aiming straight up in the air and then just shotgunning is so annoying. Ugh. It's very, very hard to near impossible to dodge that while in action of plunging there. So the solution would be to, stop plunging, I believe.
Right here. Emerge.
This, I think they're close enough. They are not close enough. Dead. Okay. Oh, Wenzo gave another membership. Thank you. 2 more memberships. Thank you. Double thank you. You didn't have to give that many, but thank you. Is this so I can look at your other review? Only reason I didn't look at your other unit the other time was just because I was tired. Alright. Okay. This...
Do your master's bidding.
Okay. See what happens here. Wait, are these cryo resistant? I don't think they are. Is this better than Chlorine? Ow.
Out of practice, born of ice and frost.
I have no idea. God dang it. Okay. So like the idea was to like on-field. Ugh. They're hydro resistant. That's what I thought. Okay. I didn't think they were cryo resistant, but I wasn't 100% sure. The idea was to like do a little bit of Ganyu on field. I think I can do that, but like do maybe 2 charge attacks and then switch to Chlorine. You saw the hashtag. Thanks. It's probably not better because Chlorine is keeping Fina's damage bonus higher too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we'll just go back to using Chlorine. I don't know. It's sad because like, I would like to make use of Ganyu, but I don't know if it makes sense. Oh well.
Right here, right now, right here. Headbutt! Justice o'clock! Yeah! Hero incoming!
God dang it. Terrible damage against these things is just terrible.
Right now, emerge, right now. Look alive! I always want you. Right here, right now.
Iframe there.
You asked for it. Right now, right here.
Yeah.
Volcano Kaplan! Headbutt! Hero incoming!
Boring.
Come on out, emerge, right here.
Let's get it on.
See you.
Worthless. Is this
No. Dang it, man.
Right now, emerge.
No. Gosh, dang it. Ah. Oh, I think losing both plungers is a recipe for failure. Ah.
Right here.
Maybe not, I don't know.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now, emerge, right now. Look alive!
I think it's just, yeah, the particle loss from Bressa dying is pretty bad.
So much.
Yeah, Bressa generates a lot of particles for us. Yeah, Mr. Clean. The whole point of this challenge is sticking to the characters and builds they're using. No, I have not done Deadly Assault yet. If I'm doing Deadly Assault, it'll be at the end of the stream. So you could probably check back in an hour or two with Sorio if that's all you're here for.
Emerge. I'm always
That's first.
watching.
Maybe should have saved that for iframing, but it's fine.
Right now.
It's
You asked for
are
it.
they together? They are. Good.
Emerge, right here.
useless? Disappear. Worthless.
Oh.
Worthless. Here.
God damn it, man. It's actually impossible, shall I agree, to get you to live. You do not have the ability to do that.
Emerge, right here.
Whoop. He's useful here, but he is so much less squishy, or so much more squishy. Yeah, Bressa is hard enough on her own, but Bressa has more easy ways to iframe and smoother transitions to lunging and whatnot. I like, man, it's so lame how they're just like, oh no, like the reason that polearm units can't dash cancel their plunges is because when they release Shao, they changed Shao in beta to not be able to. They just changed the entire polearm unit class to not be able to dash cancel because they didn't want Shao to do more plunges. Like, this is so lame. It's so lame. Especially in the current state of the game. It's like, come on. If you're going to give up on balancing characters anyways, and you completely annihilated the ability of an entire character class, weapon class, to do normal, or to do dash cancels, and it hurts his ability to do things like dodging. Just, poor Shao. I don't know. Honestly, so the fact that he doesn't get energy when he's in his plunging state, and the fact that you can't dash cancel his plunges is the #1 reason I don't really enjoy playing him, to be honest. So, yeah. And it's real lame, because, like, he didn't need that. Animo DPSing wasn't that strong, even when he released. And he's aged well. But, I don't know. What? How did I screw that up? Okay.
I'm always watching. Right here, right now. Emerge.
I can just barely not stay ahead of that. So let's do this.
Right now, right here. Justice o'clock. Right now, right here. Emerge.
I should probably be doing charge. Or do you need to do charge attack cancels to keep up stacks on him? I don't think you do. Oh, that was my bad. I should have actually swapped up before. Can you guys group a little bit more? Yeah, okay. Oh, Varessa, you are. Yep. Yep. Can I switch? I love how long it takes you to switch off of a character that's died. Ah, crap. That could have been one of my best players, by the way. Yeah, this was so close to like an A25. Oh, that was so close. EM on Varessa doesn't sound that bad now, does it? No, it doesn't. I actually have like 100 EM on my Varessa build, even. Like, I kind of really wish I had her level 90. I'm not gonna lie. If there's anything I might be able to do that is within the bounds of the rules for this challenge to help me clear with less hyper optimization, it might be level 90 in Varessa, which I'm not entirely against the idea of, but you know, resources. Yeah, is almost certainly stealing the Electro Charge. Or that's true. You're probably correct. And Ganyu taunt, so much value, and 2 instances of buff damage from Shenha. Look at that, it dealt like 5,000 damage. And now we can. Oh wait. Sorry, we do this, and then we. Oh, okay, never mind. The burst got back. I was gonna say we can do some charge attacks, but it's not even really worth it there. Here we can do this though. It's so doable to 3-star this. Ah. I kind of want to get 3-star done on this chamber. It's so very doable right now. I'm so confident it's doable. But like, it's hard. It's hard. This is definitely the easiest chamber. This is just another 6.5 minute clear though. Okay, I think we can be done in the Abyss for this stream, but I'm definitely probably going to record more of this. I'm going to leave this attempt going, leave the Abyss, and we'll come back to that. All right, I'm going to do unit reviews. Here we can do the unit reviews. The 2 people that paid, I guess, quick. Sorry, I'll do some randomized unit reviews, but I think real quick I'm going to do the paid unit reviews. Why are they not showing up on the page? Here we go. Wenzo, what the heck do you want, by the way? Oh, look at... We'll do Wenzo's first. And then, after we do the 2 paid reviews, we'll do some random ones, but I want to do polearms only real quick. That shouldn't take that long. And then we can do some randomized reviews for a little bit. But yeah, I'll spare you guys the like maybe hour or 2 of optimization that I'm guessing Chamber 3 will take. It's definitely doable. Like I could have cleared. I can definitely clear the hydro buttholes 10-15 seconds faster, and then can definitely do a little bit better on the other side too. I'm very confident it's doable. Why did I come over here? Well, I don't know. It's a benefit, I guess. Let's put our artifacts here. All right. Hello.
Let's get it on.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Final warning.
Bye, please. All right. Okay, interesting. There's actually like 5 artifacts there. Okay, I'm gonna mark that. Artifacts. Yeah, I meant to go over into Sitlali's house.
Right here. Full speed ahead.
Whoop. Whoop. Oh, whoop. Whoop. Where am I going? I have to go completely around this? I do. Ugh. Okay, well, this is taking longer than I thought.
Keep pushing. Controlled breathing.
Anyways, alright, I see your UID, Wenzo. What are we looking at, Wenzo? You know, he was living peacefully. Well, he had some money to steal. So, you know, that's what he gets for owning things in a non-capitalistic world. I don't know. I think this is kind of a capitalistic world. Anyways, welcome to America. Sorry, no, America's capitalistic too, just in the worst ways possible. Can Dia be on the chair? Fine. Alright. I gotta open up Enka. American politics stream. Maybe when I move out of America. I say that half jokingly. I'm very much considering it. Like that's my problem right now, and that's why I'm saying like soon TM with like getting better internet is like I am greatly tempted to seek out like methodologies of living not in the United States. Probably not moving to North Korea though. I would prefer not to go from one fascist regime to another fascist regime. I prefer otherwise. Japan is tempting, but also scary. It's Japan. Anyways, hey, Atomic joined my bosses. Thank you. I get some of my money back from you. Thanks for joining. Anyways, don't come to the UK. wasn't planning. No. I mean, I don't think the UK would be the worst. Anyway, sorry. What are we looking at when Wenzo? Stop making me talk about things I don't want to think about. What are we looking at? Do come to Brazil. Just anywhere in Brazil. I would be down to visit Brazil for the rainforest before it's annihilated. Anyways, quite frankly, as far as moving to another country goes, sadly, like, every country in the world is at risk of, like, there being populations of people that are not very welcoming to those perceived as immigrants. So my best choice is to try, if I want to, because the reason I would be doing it is try to seriously consider it long term. So I'd be looking at countries that have methods of being able to stay there longer term, not just like a year or two. There's a lot of countries where it's not very hard to stay for a short term. But anyways, I need to be mentally diminished. Okay, so you just want me to insult your builds? Anyways, okay, I'll people to donating. Thank you, Mitsu. But chung you on the chair when you do mine. Okay. Anywho's, I don't think I'm going to start a country that would require some land and the ability to defend my claim that the land is mine, which is the main thing that you need to have to claim land is yours as a country rather than just in a capitalistic system under another country. Anywho's, so I there are options, and that's what I'm considering is, like, do I want to commit to, like, an apartment living in, like, Minnesota's not terrible by any means, but it's still within the United States, so yeah. Anyways, an issue could be the ping. It is a concern, but hopefully I can move somewhere with fiber internet. If I don't, well, maybe a year from now you'll hear me complain about ping all the time. Probably not. If I'm just used to it, I'll just get used to it. I think, like, the amount of ping that I have onto, like, the EU server is annoying and noticeable, but deal withable, right? Anyways, Minnesota, my favorite foreign country. No, I already live in Minnesota. I wasn't saying moving to Minnesota. Anyways, can't you change servers nowadays? Can you? Can you migrate to different servers with your account? Can I ask them to change my main account to EU? If I go to that general region? Not necessarily the EU specifically. There's other options, but in that same general, like, region there, the EU servers would be better than America servers. Anyways, sorry. Okay, Wenzo, you didn't say anything else. You just need to be mentally diminished. All right, fine. Mentally diminished. Two-piece. You doing two-piece and everyone? Nope. Okay. Wow. There's an Ayaka player who's happy in a couple days. Why is your Aminoma not level 90? Yep, this looks like a pretty good Ayaka build, though. I imagine you will enjoy this Ayaka build with Escoffier. Hopefully your Escoffier does less damage than your Ayaka. Oh, oops, I don't have the thing up. I'm so stupid. Why is the thing not up? There. My bad. I did not check to see if the button worked. Oopies. My bad. Your kaching is two-piece. There you go. This is the kaching I mentioned. It's a good kaching build. A good two-piece kaching. I don't know how much better 4-piece options are for her. I know 4-piece TF I think is, like, the preference because it's fun. You can, like, do skill burst and, like, skill right away after the burst again. So I think it could be worthwhile to potentially chase a 4-piece TF build. Even if it's, like, a little bit worse, just the fact that it changes how you can play her a little bit, I think is worthwhile. Atomic wants a review, but membership doesn't give that. Okay, that's fine. Just remind me. Because I think, let me double check. I think it shows up in my funding page. Yeah, it does. So I'll remember to ask Atomic in chat in a second. So anyways, yep, this account will be looking forward to Escoffier, I assume. Assuming you enjoy playing Ayaka. If you hate playing Ayaka, yeah. That domain kills me? What does that mean? Anyway, Yelan. This is a pretty nice Yelan build. Crown Burst. With a very low crit rate. I mean, the last build we looked at you from Wenzo didn't have very much crit rate. I forgot what that was the other day, but yeah, it's worth considering a crit rate circlet. I know it's going to put you in a little bit of a different ratio. Is it going to change crazily the team's damage performance, whether or not you have a crit rate or crit damage circlet? Not necessarily, but particularly since this crit damage circlet isn't even really that high in substat value. A crit rate circlet with like some HP substats and crit damage substats ideally, obviously, is going to be probably meaningfully better. I would much rather have like a weird ratio that's like, 85 crit rate with 135 crit damage than 60 186 personally. So I don't know, but it's not necessarily going to crazily change your experience, but it's almost assuredly better. 700 EM Kazuha on Fav. 199 ER. Healthy bit of crit substats to easily trigger Fav. This is a very good Kazuha build. Not insane. I think really good Kazuha Fav builds have around 800 EM, but that's quite hard to get to because you need... Actually, no, I think that's a slight... No, I think that's fairly accurate because you need 4 EM rolls in the Flower and Feather, which while also trying to, have some ER substats is quite difficult, and generally speaking requires having a whole lot of ER substats on the EM main stat pieces, which is easier said than done, as you can see. And your ultimate your experience with a 700 EM Kazuha versus an 800 EM Kazuha is not worth farming for. I'm not advising losing your sanity farming for perfect pieces. This is just a very competent, good Fab build on Kazuha. So yeah. Min-maxing Yelan outside of Fina double Hydro is honestly unnecessary. Yeah, it's maybe worth considering with the Escoffier coming out, because if this account doesn't have Shenha, I believe Yelan is the second best option, I think. So doing Yelan, Fina, Ayaka, Escoffier, and maybe getting... Well, actually, I don't know. In that case, you're going to have Cryo Resonance, against non-bosses. So against bosses, you probably still want a crit rate circlet, but against non-bosses, actually, it's maybe even more relevant to do this. But I would still consider trying to have a circlet that has HP substats instead of this. But yeah. Anyways, oh, Atomic, you had to leave. Okay. Feel free, yeah, Atomic, if you need to leave, feel free to DM Sylveon, and I can grab it from Sylveon. Or you can DM me. What? You don't have to DM Sylveon. You can DM me. Anyways, Arlecchino. We just yapped about crit rate, so, Yep, I would use a crit rate circlet on this build too. Oh boy. I don't know. In double cryo Rosaria, this is an ideal amount of crit rate in double cryo with Rosaria. Although in double cryo with Rosaria, you want an EM timepiece for sure. So, I would not bother leveling your burst and skill anymore. The normal attack talent, if you are seriously trying to use Arlecchino, is worth taking higher than 8, in my opinion. It quite significantly can affect her damage output. Just use M6 Nicole. That's true. M6 Nicole is an option for buffing crit rate. Figured it might be easier to message me since we had an open DM. Well, I have an open DM with Atomic too, because Atomic is my editor. So, we don't need to play in between. The EM is sad. Yep. For Meld Arlecchino, it's sad, but if you're doing Overload Arlecchino, obviously it's fine. And Vape Arlecchino, in my experience of Vaporize Arlecchino, is not crazily different using an EM versus an attack timepiece, so, which is why in the past I used to say that, like, EM timepiece on Arlecchino wasn't really worth stressing about, and I preferred attack for universality, but now that Melt Arlecchino is much more of a real thing, yeah. So, anyways. Harbinger of Dawn Nilu. It's a vaporized Nilu with way more crit rate than your Arlecchino. Interesting. I have no idea how this Nilu would perform. Probably fairly decently, all things considered, other than the fact that you don't have a level 90 Nilu, which is a little unfortunate considering she's an HP scaler, but it probably sees some pretty usable Nilu damage. Nothing insane. But yeah, her HP is quite low, yes. But I'm just assuming this Nilu is not being used for a normal context regardless. It also might not even be a vaporized Nilu, just mono hydro Nilu is a way to go as well, of course, right? But yeah, I don't know. It seems like a competent build for Nilu. Look at that feather. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's just decent. Just decent all around. DPS Nilu perform better than Ayato? Oh, that's a good question. I would love to answer the question if I had Ayato on my account, but unfortunately, way back on Ayato's first banner, I lost the 50-50. I wasn't even trying to get him, I was just wishing for 4 stars, I think, at that point, which, yeah. I got an early... Actually, no, Ayato's banner... What was I doing? Oh yeah, I think I was doing single pulls to get to 4-star pity. And it was before I knew... Ayato was what taught me that 74 is the start of soft pity, not 75. Anyways. Finale of the Deep on Jean. I guess that's a good option. I'd never considered it much before, but yeah. I don't know if this is enough ER to really get Jean's burst back consistently. Also for healing. If you're going to do a healing focus build, you should do a attack goblet. She heals based on her attack, her total attack. Also for like energy. Like her damage is not that relevant. Like I'm assuming you're doing a healing focus build, right? So I would think what you should do, this is a great timepiece by the way. You maybe want to consider doing an Ame Elma build instead of this build. With an attack goblet. So attack goblet, healing circlet, this timepiece is fine and all that. Prioritize like ER, attack substats, and the flower and feather is a better healing focus build for like Fina utility. If your purpose was something not that and more like of a hybrid-y healer and get some damage, then you know this is a fair approach, I suppose. But yeah, I love being mentally diminished. You're welcome. Yep, that's a TTDS Mona. The fact that you have this much ER on TTDS Mona is fairly impressive. It's still probably not enough burst, ER to burst consistently. But, you know, I would love to have these, like, what? This is one of the most cracked emblem artifacts you could ask for, unironically. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4 crit rolls, plus 4 rolls into ER, right? So 3 rolls, this is a 4-line piece, 2 went into crit damage, 3 went into ER, and it's high rolled into ER. That's insane. Anyways, I would love to have these emblem artifacts. With a little bit of a different goblet, this would enable my Xiangling to like actually be solo pyro and not be garbage. To be clear, Mona ascends with ER, which helps a little bit. So like if we put these artifacts on Xiangling would be at like 230, I believe, which would still be better than what mine is right now. But anyways, for solo. Actually, wait. I use Fab on her, so no, this would be about a 250 ER build. Yeah. No, I would love to have this build on my Xiangling. Anyways, yep. I don't know. That's my main suggestion. I don't know, more ER, because I don't think you're bursting consistently in most teams with Mona, even with this build. Because that's how Mona be. But also, I don't know. I haven't used Mona in enough situations to properly give a specific example, other than. You still might need Fab sometimes, but hey, you have enough courage to just switch to Fab, so you're kind of chilling, I think. Yeah, break the 4-piece just to get more ER, honestly. Yeah, probably. If you need it. Maybe it's worth it. Keep TTDS, break the 4-piece. It's not like Mona's relative damage contribution is so low relative to, you know, the value of whoever you're buffing. I'd say in most contexts where you'd consider using Mona, that it's just not even worth really caring about the 4-piece of emblem. But yeah. Energy might be fine for solo hydro. I mean, yeah, if you're doing... Wait, you mean solo hydro? Or do you mean mono hydro? If you're doing mono hydro, it might be fine. If you're doing solo hydro, I don't know. She's an 80 burst cost, if I recall, and she generates poop for energy. Like, maybe it's just her energy generation is bad and she's not an 80 cost. Maybe I'm misremembering. But I'm pretty sure it's both. That is the sprint. No, 60 cost. Yeah, okay. Sorry, it's 60 cost and she generates poop for energy. I was right about the poop for energy, which is what I thought I was right about. Anyways, I think I think it is one interesting aspect. It's probably quite a lot easier to make her work. Maybe the easiest way to make her work nowadays is with the Natlan unit on the team, because we kind of have another 2-piece energy set now if you use a Natlan unit, right? In that 4-piece scroll exists. So you could do 2-piece emblem, 2-piece scroll. That actually is kind of an interesting idea I'd not considered yet, as a way to min-max energy recharge, or energy on Mona. Because like if you're using a Natlan unit, her burst cost functionally becomes 54. If you're using 3 Natlan units, it should become more like 48. So I don't know. That's interesting, but yeah. Passive at level 1. I mean, yes, you can't level the sprinting passive. I don't know why they have a separate sprinting thing in the talent menu here. It's weird, but yeah. I think Ayaka has the same thing. She's the only other one with that, but anyways. Well, that spent a longer time on that than I expected. Hopefully that was valuable, Wenzo. Okay. We'll do random ones after I do the paid ones. But I just want to do polearms only very quickly. I want to get that done with. Don't want to forget about them thingies. Okay. Yeah, 2-piece scroll is an energy refunding set with how many Natlan supports we have now. Oh my. That is a cracked Candace build. I do actually agree that 2-piece is kind of the way to go for DPS Candace. How many paid ones are there? Not that many, unless more people donate, but my intention was not to try to get the people to donate. My intention was just to get a couple done and then finish polearms only and then do a few randomized ones. But again, I don't want to do like a 4-hour stream here of unit reviews. So anyways, very nice Candace, but you know, this is Biomech. Biomech wanted me to look at Veressa and Auron, Gaming, Eonson. And they got a new attack stance for Plunge Candace. Oh, I see. Yep, that is a very good stance. Yep. Yeah, Plunge Candace is quite fun. Veressa, obviously on a Codex with Vivid Notions. Why R2? How does R2 happen? R2, so like R2s used to happen in the past on occasion. If you wanted, I guess that's how it happened. You probably wanted both. Did you go for? Yeah, you went for signature weapon. Oh, wait, okay, never mind. I was gonna say you went for signature weapon on Cloud Retainer, and you went for Vivid Notions first, but you like lost to a standard banner weapon, and then got Vivid Notions, and then you decided to wish for Cloud Retainer weapon, lost to Vivid Notions, kind of thing. That's how you get an accidental R2 nowadays. But the fact that you have R3 and R2 of this tells a little bit of a different story. So I just think that means a bit of money was spent on, for some reason, the weapon banner. I'm kind of... Did you get C2? Did you choose to spend a bunch of money on C2 Cloud Retainer instead of going for Veressa Constellations? That's kind of interesting. I feel like if you really enjoy Veressa, it would have made more sense to go for Veressa Constellations. I kind of wish I had gone for Veressa Constellations instead of going more on Shunyun at this point, because Veressa is fun enough. It would have been fun to have the option to do Healer Veressa with C2 Veressa. I enjoy having C2 Cloud Retainer, to be clear. And I wouldn't have been able to get both, but based on how many 5-stars I got. But, you know. Anyways. So... Yep, this is a very good Veressa build though, all in all. Although you don't have much for it, it's just all the crit substats looks like. A little bit of ER, which is not a bad thing to have. Yeah, it's a very good Codex build. It's not insane, I don't think, but it can be a little bit of a struggle to build around Codex, but you have her signature weapon. Yeah, you have a lot of crit, which is what you want, obviously. And it's the primary stat you want on Veressa. She doesn't really gain a crazy value from attack percent. So this is just a very good Veressa build, but she's pretty simple. Build a bunch of crit on her, and she chillin'. Do you level Veressa E? Yes, I believe. So most of her talent damage comes from her normal attack, plunging talent. Her E contributes a little bit. It's definitely the lowest priority though. You should prioritize leveling the scale and burst. The burst is slightly lower priority than the normal attack, assuming not C2. But realistically, I think if you enjoy Veressa, you should probably level up the burst and skill equivalently, I would say. And then the skill can probably stay at level 6 forever unless you intend to like triple crown her eventually. Is my overall vibe. Anyways, very nice Veressa. Elegy Overrun. With a lot of ER. This is more ER than I have found I genuinely need an Overrun, but I can't remember. I think C4, yeah, C4 gives energy, so I do have C4, which is probably a factor there for me. I think part of the reason I actually wanted C4... I think I actually decided to wish extra on Chaska Banner to try to get C4 Overrun. Because I wanted more flexibility with energy, but anyways, your artifacts are quite good. All in all. Just with a relatable amount of crit rate, but it's not the end of the world. He can perform well without a ton of crit rate. What I've experimented with different options for Overrun's build, like EM build versus attack focus build. Even in teams where it didn't necessarily make much sense to put him on an EM focus build, he's still like the team perform like the same. he still contributes damage, right? Like it's going to be electrocharge damage sometime, even if he doesn't have ownership, and it's kind of whatever. Throw him on a crit rate circlet, give him enough energy to burst consistently, and he's kind of chilling. It's my overall vibe. I'll do random reviews in a little bit. Garming and Eon Song, C6 Mr. Garming. Fruitful Hook R5, wow. Is that what? Oh god, is that what happened? Have you said in chat why you wish on this banner so much? Biomech? You gave him a weakest flower, Jim? Yes. I see. He deserves it. Oh, that's what happened? You went for R5 of the... Oh god. You got 5-star weapons before getting R5 of this? Okay. If ever there was a lesson for why you don't wish for 4-star weapons specifically, like I emphasized when I got R5 Fruitful Hook, I was like, I'm very happy I got it, but do not expect to get R5 like how lucky I got with R5 Fruitful Hook. It was a nice side win for me in how not great it felt with, you know, not getting Cloud Retainer's weapon when I only wanted Cloud Retainer's weapon. One of the 5 stars was early. I don't care. I don't Biomeg, that just makes me more sad for you. If only one of the 5 stars was early, that means you just told me that you spent about 250 wishes for 4 copies, and then if you got an early at 5 pity, you spent about 250 wishes at minimum, and that's one of these weapons every 50 wishes, which is about average actually, I think. But anyways, oh boy. Well, at least your plunges do big damage. Oh boy. Anyways, C6 Eon Song, no surprise. Just in case you didn't know, Eon Song's buff caps out. Or to max out Eon Song's buff, you want like 3,000 attack at C5. So currently, with the amount of attack that you have, you're functionally getting no value from C5 unless you have another attack buff in the team. So right now, I'm assuming you're probably doing like Fina, Cloud Retainer, Eon Song, because I'm pretty sure with Cloud Retainer C2, that is what you'd probably be doing with Veressa, right? So in that team context, unless you have Fina on Tenacity, which Fina on Tenacity will not get you quite to 3,000, but it will help a little bit. So, point being, I don't know, maybe you'll find it, of ways to improve your Veressa's damage, the most direct improvement you might be able to see is Eon Song. Because you could theoretically get like a good 120 more attack from her. If your Fina is on Tenacity, you'll need less attack. So, you know, up to you. I work minimum wage retail, but have no living costs, allowing me to whale. Yes, Sylveon is the type of person who whales instead of saving money. because I mean, look, like, I imagine Sylveon feels that there's not a real chance you're gonna buy a house or anything where you live, because that's the way it is in a lot of places of the world. There's like, it's basically impossible to buy a house in a lot of spots in the world if you want to live in a particular specific area where housing is just expensive. So it kind of makes feeling like saving for long term is less worthwhile. But you know, anywho's, I do save money, SMH. I hope so. You say, I mean, look, it kind of seems like you save more money in Genesis crystals than you save real money, but I don't know your finances. Be good with your money though, it's fine. So yeah, anyways, it's very hard. Like, so for reference, my Eon's on is also C6, right? And I have like 2,900, or sorry, I have like 2,800 and something attack, without any buffs up, which is like not the full buff, but like I'm losing out on like 25 flat attack. So I'm getting like 3/4 of the value of C5 essentially by not hitting in the worst case scenario. If I have a single attack buff, tenacity, noblesse, pyro resonance, if I have any attack buffing in the team, I have enough to max out Eon Son's buff, right? So sitting at like 2,800 was comfortable for me. I guess I should show my Eon Son build. So on Fav, to be clear, normally, but you know, it's the same base stat, so it doesn't affect anything. So this is with the Shivers team, so that's with Pyro Resonance. Actually, I'm still technically with Pyro Resonance. I'm still barely under, I guess. I thought I was at 3K, but that's so close to 3K, it barely matters. You can see I have 21.6% attack here, 10.5 here, and I think I have 1 flat attack roll there. It could theoretically be possible for me to reach 3K by like farming for an attack percent timepiece that has, you know, like instead of this EM, if this was flat attack, and if this like defense or whatever was flat attack, I could get like 100 more flat attack if I was gonna farm more, and that would let me theoretically max it out even on a fab build without any attack buffs. But like, it doesn't really matter in my opinion. But getting some of it might be worthwhile versus your build is only maxing out as if you didn't have C5 kind of thing. But if you're always using attack buffs in the team, if you're always using Eons on Shivers teams, it doesn't matter anywhere near as much, right? So yeah. I think that's all I got to say about your shift. Thanks, Biomic. All right. Atomic. Let's go look at Atomics quick. Oh, Atomic didn't message me. Did they message you, Sylveon? Okay, I guess we'll look at Mitsu's quick. Or is Atomic still here? Oh, you're here still? Oh, feel free to DM me but you can try to put it in chat, or you can DM me, Atomic, since you are already able to DM me. But also Mitsu if you want to try to get your UID in quick. And then nobody else donate, because I want to get to randomized reviews. Maybe you can donate later. All right. Oh, there's Atomics as well. Oh, we're doing Mitsu first. Wait, you said you wanted to see Chongyun in the chair. Okay. You're really gonna make me do this. It's fine. Your submission's in the form? Oh gosh. Okay. Is it long? Can you say what it is in chat? Because it will take, like, I have to search for your UID in the form manually. Where's Chungy? There we go.
Time for some training?
There you go. Okay. Plungyun and Farina, Shenha, Shenyun. Okay. I'm assuming Plungyun means Chongyun. Attack percent, really? Did you find this better, or was this just what you had to complete the set? Well, actually, I don't know. I don't think a 2piece is worth the set bonus here. Like, I'm pretty sure a Cryo Goblet with no Blizzard Stray or set bonus is probably better than Attack Goblet, especially for Plunge. I have a terrible Cryo Goblet. Like, okay, you know what, we're gonna do it real quick. This is the reason we do review streams. Okay, so I don't know what the exact team is, but we're just going to, well, you're probably not doing Bennett, because Bennett overrides. Bennett will override the Cryo. So wait, what do you do? I guess you do Eons on. Oh yeah, you can do Eons on Cryo Plunge now. Nice. Okay. So Shenyun. Fina. And you. Okay. And we'll put you on VV. Will be idealistic. Let's assume level 95 target with default resistance values. VV cryo. I think getting a cryo. Well, get cryo shred shouldn't be that hard to get. I think. Now let's put this down a little bit. Silly man gifted a membership. Wow, thank you. Did you hear me say I don't wish you to? Whatever, it's fine. Okay. So I'm not gonna put your exact build in. I'm just gonna input some sample artifacts. But it was 2-piece. It was 2-piece plunge, 2-piece. Okay. I will at least do that. Okay. So we'll do attack percent, crit damage, attack, blap, blap. Okay, and then we're just gonna do like 721, 721, 721, 721. And we'll just assume like 10% crit rate. Okay. And let's assume an R5 view. We'll assume 1 crit rate stack from that. Normal attack speed doesn't matter. Shun unit attack, I'm just going to say 3k. I don't know exactly what you have. If you have a fab build, it's probably more like 2500. Farina, I'm going to assume not C1. But we'll assume maxed out fanfare because Shun Yun does that. Eon Son, also talents. He is crowned. Okay. Eon Son, we'll say is. Well, she should be over normally. So that should be, you know, the 600 buff. Is your Eon Son C2? I don't know. Hopefully. Wait, there's not even an option for Eon Son C2 here. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh wait, no, it is. It's right here. We'll say we'll assume your Eon Son C2. I don't know. That won't matter that much. I believe the link for this website is in the description, by the way. Okay. So, did I turn on Shun Yun buff? I did. Okay. Plunge. Why is the plunge only 30k? What happened? Oh, wait. Oh. The cryo infusion isn't here. That's why. Bad. There we go. That helps. That's still not very high. Oh, wait. I forgot scroll. Okay, that helps a bit. That still seems weirdly low. Level 10, 2800 attack, Farina buff, Shun Yun 3k attack. I don't know. I guess just plunge Shun Yun is underwhelming. I don't know. It's not terrible. It's just not insane. Did I not apply the debuffs? No, I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Anyway, 80k is fine. It's about what I guess you'd expect. I just thought it would be slightly higher. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay. So that is with an attack goblet. Oh wait, I forgot we were starting with an attack goblet. Yeah, that's the whole point of this comparison. So attack goblet is 80k, right? I thought I started with a cryo goblet for some reason, and that probably explains why it was as low. So what we're gonna do? First we'll just switch to cryo goblet, right? And you can see it jumps up quite significantly. Although actually not as much as I thought it would. I thought it was going to jump to like 100k. So cryo goblet versus attack goblet is actually not that insanely different. I thought it would be better here than it was. But I guess because we're not having any additional scaling reaction like melt happening here is probably why we don't notice it as much. But anyways. So you know what? Maybe attack goblet is fine here. So, but what happens if you, let's say you said your cryo goblet's very, very bad, right? So let's just remove all the crit damage. Bap. You can see a really bad cryo goblet is equivalent to your attack goblet, kind of thing. Right? We were doing, and that was, we didn't change the amount of crit rate, so I think it's perfectly fine if we just look at the crit number. But technically, we should be looking at the average number. So average number 69,500. And we can change back to attack goblet. Add back into crit damage. 69,700. Right. They use Shenha, allegedly. Really? Instead of Eon's on? I mean, if you're using Shenha, even more you should be using damage bonus. Why am I struggling? Where's Shenha? There she is. Alright. Oh boy, what does Shenha get in this team? Okay, let's assume Noblesse. We'll assume maxed out Shenha. And with Noblesse should be like 30. We'll assume just 3,000. 3,000 is simple. It's a little bit of a lower investment build, but it's fine. I guess you do the hold in this team if you can afford the ER. Ooh, but your ER is going to be real sus with Shenha in this team, I feel like. If you're doing a hold skill rather than a tap skill. I don't know. We'll be optimistic. It's fine. Okay, so you can see with attack goblet, we're at an average of 66,000. Go to cryo goblet. Jump up to 70,000 average. Remove the crit damage. It's exactly the same again. Okay, it didn't even change. I thought it would exaggerate the damage bonus. It didn't really exaggerate the damage bonus. Oh wait. I forgot the res, but the res I don't think was going to change that much. Oopsies. But I should have done the res. So anyway, yeah, 70,000 with the poopy cryo goblet. And it's exactly the same, yeah. So like but that's what I'm talking about, though, right? A very good attack goblet, right? Like this is a pretty good attack goblet. Is the same as a really poopy cryo goblet, right? Like you probably threw away cryo goblets. Like this is my guess. So Fina farts out so many particles that it doesn't matter. For Shenha, do you realize like Shenha catches hydro particles off field? Like the energy value from Fina for Shenha is not very high. But anyways, we were being optimistic. Regardless of, I don't know what you might be doing, like 25-second rotations, or 30-second rotations based on what you just said there. But I was being optimistic and assuming you have a good build on Shenha. So I'm big stupid. I don't know how rotations work. That's fine. I'm just saying, as far as attack versus cryo goblet goes, this is my point. Is that like a quite bad, as soon as we have like, you know, here, added minimum crit damage roll, and bam, it's now better, right? A minimum crit damage roll is now better. So this, what is this? This is a barely 20 CV piece. Actually, no, this is not even a 20 CV piece, right? This barely 20 CV cryo goblet without any attack percent or anything on it, is better than a 35 CV attack goblet, right? And Eon Son versus Shenha was basically the same. So yeah. Anyways, what else did you want me to look at here, by the way, other than Chungyun? I think there was other characters you want me to look at. I guess was it Shenha and whatever. Oh yeah, I could have looked at your Shenha build. Oh, okay. With this attack buff up and Noblesse, you should be at around 3k. So yeah, 3k attack was actually a safe assumption here. I'm very sus about this energy situation on that team, but you know, this is one of the more relatable Fina builds I think I've seen. Does it function? Probably, yeah. Yeah, this is a relatable Fina build. It's work in progress. Yeah, it looks a little work in progress. Oh boy. Shenha is even more work in progress. Shunyun, I think, of your characters here is probably the most functional. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, you don't have attack percent. Yeah, I would definitely try to do attack percent timepiece. If you're using Fab on her, attack percent timepiece should be doable. Yeah, even if you switch to an attack percent timepiece without any crit. Oh, you're running a crit rate circlet. That's why. I see. Okay. The ideal would definitely be doing triple attack percent because this is a quite low amount of attack. You should be able to get like towards 2,500 or more attack on her at a baseline, I believe. I might be a little bit wrong on that. I could double check, I guess, but here, I guess we just look at my Shunyun. This is a level 80 Fab, to be clear. We can approximate that. Yeah, you can see. So, yeah. To be clear, this build does not have enough crit rate. But 2,500 attack. This is level 80, right? 2,500 attack should be very doable. I think an ER timepiece would primarily only be worth it in the context of if on a Fab build, if you have a ton of attack percent substats, like probably in the neighborhood of like 20% might be more worth considering. So I don't know. I would yeah try to move to triple attack percent. It can meaningfully affect your overall value you'll get from Cloud Retainer. But yeah, Caesar Shunyun ER is pain even with Fab. Oh, I'm well aware. I am well aware. It's one of the big reasons I wanted her stupid signature weapon. So yeah. Anyways, it's fine to use an ER timepiece if you need it. Obviously, if you needed to burst, use an ER timepiece. Obviously, with what your build is like currently, does her passive buffing her crit rate work without her burst being up? Like, does it buff her skill crit rate? Let's double check, I guess. Back to here. Toot. Did you want to hit by? Yeah, her burst does have to be up. That's annoying. Okay. If her burst didn't have to be up, this could actually help you proc Fav, but it doesn't really help you proc Fav. Okay. Attack is low. That's what I was literally just talking about. Yeah, doing ER attack crit is really, really not an ideal combo for Shunyun to get value out of her. This is like near the minimum buffing value you can get from Shunyun. She's obviously not fully ascended yet, but that's not going to give that much more attack. It's going to give just a little bit more. So yeah, at minimum, I'd recommend switching to an attack timepiece if you can with ER substats. It shouldn't be the end of the world if you lose the crit. Well, I don't know. I can see you have an R1 Fab too. I can understand why you're using a crit rate circlet. But anyways, like I think it's probably fine. Particularly if you get a better Fina build, right? If you get a better Fina build, using the AR timepiece should be fine. I just think it's more likely with your need to have extra crit rate to trigger your Fav, you will be able to get a attack timepiece that works, but it's still going to be a bit of a struggle maybe. And this build gives you more flexibility, so I don't know. It's not a hard recommendation, but yeah, a consideration. So yeah. I don't want to ascend. I'm saving for Scofia. Yeah, I wasn't saying you have to ascend. I'm just saying that you will get more attack percent for ascending. I'm not trying to make recommendations that you have to do things. I'm just giving you options for things that can be done. But yeah, I don't know. Cloud Retainer's a pain in the arse to build, for sure. Like, she is one of the reasons I have randomly gotten the VV artifact, the good crit VV artifacts, because I had to farm ER substats, and I don't even have that insane of ER substats on my VV pieces for her. They're just usable. But thankfully, without her signature weapon, I had the old event weapon, right? So I didn't need to farm any crit substats. Having to farm crit substats to do a Fav build on Shunyun is awful. Especially a low refined Fav that makes it harder to trigger Fav, so yeah. Oh yeah, don't bother leveling her skill at all. Unless you're doing DPS Cloud Retainer, just level her burst for healing. And you only need to level it enough to heal the team properly with Fina, right? Which I don't know. Probably level 8 is fine. I think mine is level 8 and I haven't touched it past that. But yeah. Isn't level 90 the book? The book is level 90. Talking about Cloud Retainer doesn't really need to be level 90. She doesn't gain an incredible value from being level 90, just a tiny bit more buff. It's not really worth it. My Cloud Retainer's not 90, and I don't know if I'm ever going to bother. Because the main reason I actually actively don't want a level 90. Why? One, because I have a C2 in frickin' weapon now. Why the heck do I need a tiny bit more attack, right? But on her signature weapon, look at my attack stat. Look at that. Like, if she ever... She's like 3/4 or 2/3 of the way to level 90 or level 81. I'm going to have to make sure I don't use her in Overworld too much. I'm going to have to make sure I don't use her in Overworld too much. Because if she ever naturally levels up to level 81 and I lose 3,500 attack, I'll be a sad boy. I'll be a very sad boy. I do not want that reality. Anyways, 3,500 attack is too clean. Anyways, what else are we supposed to look at? Shenha was, yeah, maybe functional, question mark, ER. Why are you using a Cryo Goblet? Don't use a Cryo Goblet, use an attack, but that explains the attack being lower. Yeah, use a Cryo Goblet, or you don't use a Cryo Goblet. it is not worth putting also, why are you using a crit circlet? What are you doing? Look, I understand. I don't know, is this just in progress? Like, yes, try to switch to 4-piece Noblesse. I didn't even notice the 2-piece before. Definitely try to switch to 4-piece Noblesse. If you need to do a crit rate circlet to enable Fab on her, it definitely can make sense, to be clear. Similar story to Shunyun. You're not using Fab on her, though. Use an attack circlet. Use an attack goblet. So, you have 0 attack circlets? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Well, keep your dang attack circlets. It's a strongbox versus Noblesse. And just keep the first attack circlet. You see, I don't know, you have a crit rate circlet with a bunch of attack. You're halfway to an attack circlet functionally. Oh boy. Yeah, two Noblesse, 2 Shimenawas is also not a set, indeed. Yeah, two Noblesse has, like, no relevance on her either. So, like, you know, there's that too. If you're going to do 2-piece attack, that is a perfectly fine alternative to 2-piece Noblesse, or 4-piece Noblesse. You don't need to get overly focused on 4-piece Noblesse. It is meaningfully better, though. So, yeah. I thought attack circlets were the same as death circlets and threw them away. Okay, look, you shouldn't even be throwing away death circlets if they have crit rate and ER. Like, Fab exists. Any artifact that has crit rate ER, especially as a 4-line, you should keep it. I keep them to this day on my account. When I end up cleaning up my artifacts, I'll usually, like, more deeper go through and be like, okay, I already have a circlet in this set that has crit rate ER on an attack circlet. I probably don't need these other 4 that I kept. But, yeah, anyways. You live and learn. In Shenha's case, without Fav, because this should be a very good weapon for her if you have the energy needs, you might need to consider an ER timepiece in the future. But definitely want an attack goblet and attack circlet. So, yeah. Did I miss anyone? Was there someone else you want to look at? I think those, you just wanted me to look at those 4, right? Alright. Kathlina, okay, actually, people stop donating. I want to get onto some random reviews, but the only reason I said I was going to do the donation reviews was because I wanted to get through those quick, and then do poems only, and then do random reviews, but you keep on donating, so I can't escape. Stop donating. Actually, stop. I will, like, okay, actually, no. I'm not, if you donate, you have to wait, okay? If you donate again, I am not doing your donation review until towards the end of the stream, okay? You can donate, and you'll get a guaranteed review later, okay? Later. Because I want to get onto some randomized reviews. I don't want to do all donation reviews. Do I like money? Yes. But the goal is not to just do all money streams, but anyways. I asked about if it was fine earlier, but no one responded. No, it's fine. I did request not donating until later before, but you probably weren't here for it. It's fine. It's just like, oh gosh. So, anyways, I think that was all that Mitsu wanted. We gotta do Atomic, though. Atomic, and then we'll do Kathleena's. I think that's all I got queued up. Wait, oh, freaking, dang it. Wait, Silly Man, Silly Man gifted a membership. Did you want one as well? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Atomic still didn't message me. Oh, did you put it in? You must have put it in chat before. I think you did. Are you still here, Atomic? Hopefully you are. Oh boy, the plan is derailed. Indeed. Yeah, silly man, you'll have to hold on. Since you did a gifted membership, it doesn't let you. It didn't let you attach a message, right? So, we'll see. All right, thank you, Atomic. Fav is everyone's best in slot until proven otherwise. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. What are we looking at? Atomic, aka Fran. That's a very good Fina build. Wow, look at that ER. Wow. Too bad Tenacity is better. Sorry. Now this is what I get to make fun of people for. It's like, you got an amazing build, but too bad Tenacity is better. I'm joking. I'm just being a troll. Look at that Goblet, though. Faves are Fina, Ganyu, Shenha, Navi. Okay. Yeah, your Fina is extremely good. Yeah. Yeah, you have, like, no bad rolls in this Fina. I mean, I guess the EM roll and the flat def roll. And the flat HP, I guess. Because it would have been better to have another crit or ER roll, of course, technically. But EM roll is, you know, of value. The HP is of value. So, yeah, this is a very, very, very good Fina. I don't have much to comment on it meaningfully. Ganyu. Skyward Heart, Mount Ganyu. This looks pretty similar to my Ganyu, except for my Ganyu was completely uplifted by the Tignari weapon. If I was using Skyward Harp, she'd have more crit damage, but not enough crit rate. Well, I mean, enough crit rate, but, you know, wouldn't be ideal. Yeah, it's just a really healthy Ganyu. The heckin' bunch of EM. Kathleen, you already donated. Why'd you donate again? You didn't. What? Oh, I see. You had to. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kathleen. All right. I'm sorry. No, I got the giggles. The fact that you donated again after I. Whatever. It's fine. Anyone other than Kathleen donating has to wait. Okay? And I'm not turning this whole stream because I don't have... I'm already 3 hours in this stream. I still got to do poems only. I still wanted to do Deadly Assault. I was planning to do like 2 hours of unit reviews, and I've already done like an hour, and I haven't even tried to finish the 2 donations that I tried to finish. Anyways, what? Okay, my brain, my resin's gonna cap? I think it's already capped in poems only. It's fine. Okay, there we go. The Shenha. I had to find the Atomic's message again. Look, it's a Shenha Fab build on Noblesse. With a lower amount of attack than I would have expected. Why is it that low, actually? I'm just kind of slightly confused. Because, like, my Noblesse build has 3 more attack percent rolls than this? No, it has 2 more attack percent rolls than this. But it has 2,900. She's level 90, I guess. So it's like 200 more. I guess it's just my flat attack. Yeah, it's just my flat attack. So Shenha is definitely a case where, like, your flat attack rolls do matter, for sure. It's not the priority over, like, Fav to trigger stuff. You definitely have more ER than I do, though, which is probably the other biggest difference maker. So your build will fit better in more teams, right? My Noblesse build with 180 ER might be a little bit sus in some Shenha context, but realistically, I think I'm not too worried about it because 180 ER for Shenha in Escoffier teams should be more than enough. In triple cryo will be fine, right? So, anyways, it's just interesting that like I didn't expect to see that much lower of attack compared to my Noblesse Shenha build, is all it is. But that's what I was saying before. We're like a 2,900 attack build on Shenha is a very good Noblesse Shenha build overall if you're meeting your energy needs. But energy needs and crit rate for Fab for energy is a priority over attack. So yeah, this is a good Shenha Noblesse build still. Still almost assuredly better than 2-piece attack, but it is worth considering 2-piece attack builds, just in those situations where it might make sense. Or maybe you just have, like, the perfect combination of substats to get, like, you know, because this amount of attack, like, so your total buffing value on Shenha, if you have no other attack buffs in the team, this would be, like, what, about 2,800? Yeah, this should, yeah, it should give about 170 more attacks, so be a little over 2,800. A 2-piece attack build can probably get up to 3,200 pretty easily if you have better artifacts in 2-piece attack, to be clear. A consideration, but probably Noblesse is still better, even if you have good 2-piece builds, generally speaking, unless someone else is on Noblesse. But yeah. Navia. 90 crit rate on Golden Troop. Wow, quick swappy Navia. Nice. Another reason I should maybe consider farming more Golden Troop, but I am more inclined to strongbox for Navia's artifacts in the future, but gotta get tenacity artifacts. It's a priority for me right now. It's a very good Navia, though. Very well balanced, has ER, crazy, and occasionally will crit. I say occasionally just because I know from experience that apparently an 85 crit rate Navia still just doesn't crit half the time for some godforsaken reason. So I'm just going to assume a 90% crit rate Navia feels terrible to use on occasion. And just, I'm mostly being silly, but like at the same time, Navia feels terrible when she doesn't crit. She's riding, but worse somehow. I don't understand. Anyways, it's a very, very good Navia build. Blah, blah, blah. R1 Serpent Spine. It's a little sad, but you got a million damage bonus from the set bonus here anyways. Why is no one at level 90? Because, I don't know, they were leveling up other characters. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're 36 starring still. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 characters that could be level 90. Those 11, let's do 11 times, where's my calculator? There's my calculator amp. 11 times 171 heroes wits. That's 1,881 heroes wits. It takes 246 heroes wits to level a character from 0 to 80, which is to say functional. Even HP scaling units can be quite functional at level 80. That is 7.5 characters. So by them deciding not to level all these characters 90, that is 7 other characters they can level up. So why are they not level 90? Leveling characters is expensive. Anyways. And if they're clearing anyways, arguably it doesn't matter. Right? Arguably it doesn't matter at all. But, I don't know, if you're the type to min-max things, like I am the type to try to min-max things for the characters I enjoy and use a lot, that's why I kind of want to level Veressa to help with stupid challenges, right? I might level 90 her for that video, but I don't know, we'll see. Anywho's. Yeah, it's not even counting talents, that's true. Or Ascension Crystals. Although, final Ascensions are usually more worthwhile than level 90 itself. At least for characters that ascend with crit or other relevant stats. For characters like Chungyun, like I'm not gonna do Chungyun's level final ascension because the crystals are too expensive for what we gain. But anyways, wasn't there one? Oh yeah, Hu Tao. MH Hu Tao, of course. So add the 36% crit rate. This is just a pretty healthy MH Hu Tao, I would think. Oh yeah, this gives 150 EM. Yeah, I would think that this should be ideal. I was trying to compute whether or not you use an EM timepiece with this weapon or not. I'm pretty sure it's probably ideal to do it as you've done it. It's the same. I think it's a similar story as Dragonbane, right? Dragon's Bane, where you use a HP timepiece normally if you have a Dragon's Bane. But if you're earning a non-EM weapon like Deathmatch or Homa or whatever, then you run an EM timepiece. So, yeah, it seems like a very, very good Hu Tao. Not the most insane Hu Tao in the world or anything, but a very well-balanced one. For sure. There's lots of insane Hu Taos in the world. Yeah, very nice. What would you say is more expensive, the crystals for Ascension or the XP and more to level 90? I mean, that depends on the overall rate of leveling characters. If you're leveling 2 characters per patch, I'd say the crystals. If you're leveling 1 character per patch, the heroes, wits, and Mora. Right. That would I say it's somewhere in that line. And the crystals, and if you end up limited by crystals, the crystals is a much more annoying problem than ley lines or than Mora and Heroes Wits, because Mora and Heroes Wits can be solved directly by farming ley lines, right? Like I can't emphasize enough. Like spending a whole patch mostly spending resin farming ley lines helps you level up a number of characters, right? But you can't do shite about the crystals. There's no way to directly farm extra of them. So anyways, I think that's everything. Thank you, Atomic. Hopefully I gave you something valuable, but yeah. And it's really interesting that you're a player who doesn't level 90 characters very often, but you're still 36 starring. I assume, was this the most recent Abyss? So, because I think a lot of people have found this probably the hardest Abyss ever, in many ways. So did you 36 star this one without a problem, even? At the mercy of weekly bosses. Look, when I noticed this Ascension Crystal problem, I started farming 3 weekly bosses a week on my main account. It has barely helped. It does not do that much. You don't get that many crystals from weekly bosses. Like I would still be having a crystal problem if I had not stopped farming. Like if I had farmed weekly bosses for, you know, a year straight, 3 of them for a year straight. It was super difficult. Yeah, okay, that doesn't surprise me that much. Like your account's probably, to be clear, in a state where if you did start level 90ing the characters you're playing a lot, you would probably go from, oh, this was super difficult to this is meaningfully easier. Because, like, let's say you're doing, like, Veressa, Fina together, right? Veressa, Fina, Eon, Son. And, like, level 90ing them, like, is a 2% damage increase for her, 2% damage increase for her. That overall, like, 3% damage increase for the team, generally speaking, is not going to be directly worthwhile as far as, like, the resources go. But at some point, you hit a limit of, like, okay, how much better is it to just level 90 the character versus, you know, trying to get better artifacts kind of thing. But, yeah, ultimately, I would say, yeah, it's not worth it to level 90 a character unless you're using them quite often. But the compounding effect of multiple characters being level 90, I have noticed has an effect. So, yeah, anyways. Silly Man, let's do yours quick. Man, you know what I need? I just need this. I need weekly bosses. If they changed weekly bosses to, like, drop 1 guaranteed, or, like if they made it so they dropped like 3 guaranteed of the purple crystals, the second to highest tier crystals, the 4-star ones, would be amazing. All right, just Kanich. All right, thank you, Silly Man. That makes things really easy. Trying to get C1R1. All right, he's rerunning soon, supposedly. I'm assuming you know that. So you neglect the others. I see. I mean, you have C1 Arlecchino with the signature weapon and Fina. You didn't ask for me to comment on it. I'm not going to comment on it. I'm sorry. This seems to be particularly when you get C1. You know, I'm sure you will know. Like C1, for anyone that's not aware, is Scale Spiker, so his skill crit damage increases by 100%, which heavily makes sure that means, but once you get this constellation, it really pushes you towards wanting to make sure you have, like, close to 100% crit rate as possible. I imagine with 90% crit rate, you should feel fine, though. But you might find yourself having to optimize things around critting or not on the rare occasion you don't crit. Wait, does the signature give crit rate? Oh yeah, it does. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot. My brain thought this was a signature already, but yeah, you said you were going to try to get the signature weapon. Yeah, it has 11% crit rate. You're right. So yep, you're actually at 100% crit rate, which you're gonna. My point is, you're probably gonna find you want, because, you know, yeah, having 300% crit damage, having really high crit damage totals really makes you want to not miss a crit, especially with Kanich, you know, with his big number shots. What the frick this timepiece, by the way. Yup. Wow. Alright, cool. Relatable Dendro Goblet looks like mine. And good circlet. Yep. A little bit lacking in attack percent substats, but I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. That's really the only place you could meaningfully improve this build is by getting attack percent substats. But that's easier said than done. A little bit sad that this had 2 rolls into HP. Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely in like min-maxing phase for your build. Like the only real improvements you can get is by different substats being different, right? Having more attack substats is the primary thing, or having ER substats could be theoretically valuable too, actually, but not worth over prioritizing over your existing crit value, right? That's like the only real chance to get an upgrade. Other than just LOL, get more crit rolls, right? So yeah. So it's an extremely good Kniech, and I imagine you will very much notice the damage increase from C1R1 for sure. I think that's something like a, what is it? Don't quote me on this. I think it's like probably at least a 50% damage upgrade for him. But yeah. The two of those together. It might be more than that, but yeah, very nice. Also, for the love of everything, get your Fina some crit rate and some ER. Oh, that's sorry. I'm sorry. This Fina though, it's painful to look at. Oh, it's actually painful to look at this Fina. Just M6 nickel installment. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, last donation, kind of. Hopefully. I did not mean to turn this into an hour or 2 of doing donations, because when I started this, there was only like 3. I think it's Kathleen's. Yes, Kathleen's. Alright. Friend has a funny account, think it deserves to be appreciated. Mainly review the Femboy, but the rest of the account would be fun if you want to check it out. Okay, sure. Shoop. Yeah, if you donate again, if you donate again, I'll get to it, but later in the stream. Like, you're gonna have to wait at least an hour. Fremmy Boy on his best weapon. I believe this is it. Wait, is this still his best? I think it is. Yeah, I think this is still his best weapon for his non-plunge DPSing playstyle, and plunge DPSing is meaningfully better. He has the Eula problem, where like, yep, he's an interesting physical DPS, but the way they balance his kit is such that plunging is better. Because Mihoyo hates physical DPSing. They're for some reason scared of it. I don't get it. Why are they so scared of making a compelling physical DPS? Like all Fremine needed was just a bit bigger multipliers, and then he could have avoided the trapping of plunging is better, but plunging is still better on him, and that's insane. So, anyways, how dare you donate again? How dare you? I'm joking. Thank you. So yeah, I don't know. This is a very good Fremine though, obviously. I don't know exactly what team you're using. If you're not doing plunging, he does want to burst consistently. So that is a concern here, I would say. Wow, also 40 CV onset goblet, Jesus Christ. Like the crit value is extremely high. It's just the burst though. I'll take a peek, see through the other stuff. C2 Siege Wing. Alright. That's the Hydro Res Shred constellation. 30%? No. Sorry, 35%. The other part is the shield, which this shield is only for herself. One of the stupidest part. People joked, oh, now we have a Hydro Shielder in the game, except she's not a Hydro Shielder. It's only a Hydro Shield for herself. It's literally pointless. She also has like infinite interruption resistance during her burst. I don't understand what the point is of her giving herself a Hydro Shield. It doesn't make any sense. Anyways, obviously it's for the C2. For the Hydro Res Shred. Wow. It's just a two-piece Siege Wing. Bunch of buffing. She'll get some pretty big burst damage. Yeah, she probably gets pretty good damage. What is going on in this account? What is this account? Does this account have a gimmick, Kathleen? Femine with Siegewing, Farina, and Raiden. Okay. I guess Raiden might help a little bit for energy, assuming they're Raiden bursting. If they're not Raiden bursting, a little bit less. Do they have Fab on Farina? No, they don't. Yeah, I look, I do not believe that they're bursting consistently on this Femine. They're doing 80-second rotations, I'm sorry. Oh. Krim is here in chat. Oh, okay. Fab Raiden. It is Fab Raiden? Okay. Well, I mean, that helps, for sure. C2 helps. I know C2 helps, but... You are bursting consistently? Like... Like, I'm willing to believe that if you're doing long rotations where you're bursting on Raiden, he could get down to 150. But you're not using Fav on Farina, you're just using Fav on one character. And... Is it even an R5 Fav? Do you have a chance of triggering it twice? It is an R5, okay. So you presumably trigger this twice, which helps. So yeah, like I'm willing to believe 150 is doable. Maybe a little less, but like I don't know. Look, there's this pattern of people that say their energy needs are fine with having like no energy. And I can guarantee you almost if I went on your account. So I don't know, if you want, feel free to DM me. I'm down to prove. Look, if you want, if you're open to it, Krim, I'll log onto your account right now. I'll log into your account. I'll go use this team with these builds. It's probably not going to be enough ER. Because you have 0. If you want to prove me wrong. But I'm down to do this. If I don't know if you want to... Do you have Discord? This is the easiest way. Why not at this point? Okay, sure, let's do it. The easiest way to message me if you join my Discord. There should be a link in the description, and then I should be on the Discord server as the person on the right side, named Saluna, as you might expect. You can right-click message me. Tactical plug. I mean, look, I don't gain anything from people going on my Discord server. It's there for you guys. It is actively a time loss on my life, significantly. There's a reason I don't plug it constantly, because I don't gain anything from it. And it actively takes more and more time and stress, and causes more stress in my life by having to manage the server. So, Discord invite doesn't work. Try opening it in a different browser. I don't know. There's like the Discord invite works, but like people have problems with it in different browsers. Try it on your phone or something. I don't know. I can generate a new link, to be clear, but every time anyone has had an issue with the link, it's not the link, it is some browser setting that blocks it. Can your friend that download send? Yeah, your friend can try instead. If they can, but give your the problem is we need to do the email verification. Yeah, thank you, Sylveon. Sylveon got a new custom link. It really annoys me that servers have to like stay at high level boosting to have a completely custom link that doesn't have any like randomized numbers in it and whatever. Because I would prefer that, but either way, people would still probably say the link doesn't work. Description link doesn't work. Okay, look, fine. I will do this for the 500th time. I will go into my description. I will copy my link from my description. And here, you know what? By the way, you can stare at Chungyun. I'll copy my description. Is Firefox gonna function? Okay, Firefox might not function. I can't even go into my description right now. Firefox, please, for the love of everything. Are you serious? Man, I like using Firefox because it's not Chrome, but like Firefox is a janky mess sometimes. Like I cannot recommend this to like average people when it just randomly doesn't work like this. What is it doing right now? It's just, I'm not sure, you don't see it, but like I'm seeing a spinning icon, like a spinning loading icon that I've never seen before. This isn't a YouTube spinning icon. I'm on the YouTube website. I think it's from the browser. It's not like giving me an error. It's not a normal loading icon. What? What is it doing? Firefox, you're so borked. Whatever. Okay. Let me check my DMs. All right. We'll see if this works. Why does it say this user is? What is this tag on your whatever? Sorry. Okay. I need to block out here. Have a no, not that. Have a turtle. What server is this? Well, we don't need to know what server it's on yet. Okay. All right. Let's see if I'm wrong. Maybe this maybe this feminine will burst every rotation. All right. Let's see. Okay. So the hard part is you're going to have to give me the code. So you're going to have to give Kathlena the code, and then Kathleena's going to have to give me the code in less than 60 seconds. So keep your email open is my point. It should be showing up shortly, assuming this works. Okay, email should be sent. So don't put it in the chat. Don't put your verification code in the chat. Give it to Kathlena, and then I have a network failure. Is my internet working? No, it is. Okay, there we go. Okay, now it should be sent. All right, 60 seconds. Don't put your code in the chat. Give it to Kathlena. Kathlena will DM me. No, I'm not gonna throw in Shenha. That'd be silly. Oh, that's an easy code. Wow, okay, that worked. Alright, what server is this? EU, alright. Let's go. Do you need me to hide your UID? Do you care? Wait, no, you don't need me to hide your UID. We already have your UID, never mind. That's a stupid question. Okay. Okay. He's a siege win. Okay. So this is the you were using Fina, right? You were using this team. What was the team again? Cancel Saluna? What does that mean? Why are you canceling me? What are you trolling? Why are you trolling me too? I assume Raiden is on. Yep, that build. Okay, yep. Do make fun of the exploration first. Why? It's probably better than me. What do you mean? What's there to make fun of here? I mean, they just look like they explore a lot. I don't know. Anyways, I called Chungyun silly. What? When? But also, yes? I don't know. What is it? Okay. Why do you think silly is an insult? Silly is a compliment in my book. Anyways. What is the team again? What was the team again? It was Fina. Was it Fina Siegewing? Or was it Fina Yelon? Oh no, we need a healer. So yeah, it's Fina Siegewing. Okay.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Okay. I don't believe you. This is a 40-second rotation team. Alright. So let's go to, we'll go to the Bishops. Oops. Bishops is the easiest method. You say this Chungyun bursts every rotation, and by the way, I should note that, you know, every rotation in this team, being that we would want to burst on Raiden, like, if we are trying to utilize Raiden, official would be better, by the way, but ignore that. If we are trying to just utilize Raiden, because we have to on-field Raiden to get some of the energy refunding, this is the problem with Raiden as an energy refunding support, is you have to spend field time on her. He also wants field time. So that means inherently this is not a 20-second rotation team, right? Theoretically, he could fit into, you know, 20 seconds or less rotation-wise. But it's not going to. So we'll say, like, the ideal here would be 25-second rotation teams. So if this build, you know, if this 100 ER build gets his burst back in 25 seconds. Raiden actually usually doesn't burst, then Fischl is a million times better here. Okay, then fine, we won't burst on Raiden. Then we're down to 20 seconds. If we're not bursting on Raiden, we're down to 20 seconds. Okay, so we'll get it back in 20 seconds. Sorry, I gotta take a refresher. I think you do burst on Fremine, and then you... Does his skill do physical damage at the start? No, it's cryo damage, right? Yeah, okay, so you do burst, skill, normal attack, skill, normal attacks until you get to level 3 skill, normal attacks until you get to level 3 skill. Yeah. Okay. Burst, skill, normal attack, skill, repeat. Yeah, okay. Wait, you only do one normal attack, is that deal? So you don't do full normal attack? I guess that makes sense, because the normal attacks are claymore attacks. They slow. Do Simon instead? Why? This has a timer. N2 skill is better? Okay, I'll do N2.
Shine down. Let the world collide.
Going on. Hey. Frost is coming. Hey. Getting here. Hey. Getting here.
Okay, we're already over 20 seconds, by the way, but, you know. Also, this is a favorable situation. I forgot about that. Do you normally burst? You probably don't. Yeah, we didn't get our energy back, by the way. I did a longer rotation, and we didn't burst. Didn't get our burst back. And this is a bunch of enemies that... okay, they probably suck some energy. Well, fine, we can go fight something else. I always forget they suck energy. But... anyways, Fremine generates more energy with the proper combos, yeah. So, anyways, let's go here. We just do this actually. Heal you. We're not doing enough damage that we can probably test with something, but the only problem is I don't have an easy marker to, like, I don't have a timer. I don't have I should probably set up, like, so I can just set a timer on screen, right? So I don't know. We can just, no, the freaking abyss doesn't work because we don't. Well, no, the abyss will work because we can just whack on the tulpa, I guess. I want a timer on screen is my point. I don't have anything configured streaming wise to do that, so I guess we go to abyss. Fina doesn't have fab anyways, so you know she's not going to do damage. But we're not doing a damage check here. We're doing an energy check. So yeah. Doesn't generate particles with C2. I mean, not generating particles with C2 is ideal in the case of 100 energy. I mean, generally speaking, flat energy refunding is better. I'm not used to the character arrangement. What's your official app, by the way? Do you not have like a invested official? Nope. Sad. Alright. There's one blind. Alright. Okay. Let me check his C2 quick, actually. Yeah, 2 flat energy. Okay. So, if we're doing N2, what do you probably do? N2 skill 4 times? I'm guessing. Right. How many times do you do N2C? His optimal combo? Anyone know? Do you know Brink? Or Buzza? Whoever said that before? I can't remember who it was. Someone that began with an E said that. Alright. I think I did that early. Oops. Okay, that was a 25-second rotation. Brenda did not have her energy back. We are now at 30-second rotation range and do not have our energy. You also pre-skill before ult. I think I did that time. But I'll try to do it again. Maybe I missed, or maybe I canceled it by accident. KQM rotations are wrong. I mean, I wasn't looking at KQM rotations, so is what you recommended before, Buzza, the Fremine mains, or because I definitely trust the Fremine mains over KQM for Fremine. Wouldn't necessarily say that of all characters, but for Fremine, I definitely trust Fremine mains over KQM. Okay, yeah. So EQ, N2, EE. Oh, you do 2 E's? Is this to min-max his energy? That's interesting. You do EQ, N2, EE, N2, E, N1, E. God. It's a Haramasa ass combo. No, Haramasa is about 10 times worse. Yeah, I know the burst refreshes the cooldown of E, but it's just interesting that you do EE, N2, E, N1, E, N2, E. Okay. Jesus Christ. EQ, N2, EE. My brain. I'm not going to be able to do this optimally. Jesus Christ. N2, EE, N2E, N1E. Okay, so I think my brain... So 2-1, 2-1, 1-1, 2-1. No, sorry. No. 2-2. I'm trying to like find a way to put this into memory to do this properly. To squeezes out more full stacked E's, which is more fizz damage than doing NAs. Okay.
Wherever the tide takes me, so long as the light
2-2,
of Earth still shines,
2-1, 1-1,
I'll always
2-1.
have a home to return to.
2-2, 2-1, 1-1, 2-1. Okay.
There is no escape.
Frost is coming. Going on. Getting to you.
I immediately screwed up. Two, 2, 1, 2, whatever time you let. Yeah, okay. I want to do one of these optimal combos in order to give it the best shot possible, though. Alright, Brain, what are you doing? What you doing, Brain? What you doing? Tulpa. Like, yes, I know I'm willing to give some rotation slop to having to deal with the Tulpa. I'm aware. But like you usually have rotation slot. But if we're getting our energy back at 30 seconds, that's not. It's more than just rotation slot.
Commencing cleanup. Frost is coming. Hey, Frost is coming. Hey, please no. Getting here. Hey, getting here.
Okay, I think that was decently well. And Fina does not have energy. Yup. Okay, to be clear, Fina might be okay in this team if we funneled energy from Fina to... Yeah, we still didn't get it back even with another skill. So like, this is not out of VR. I'm sorry. Like I don't think 100 ER is enough. Okay, let's try funneling energy at least from Siege Wing. All right. Yeah. Okay. Alright, he keeps on interrupting me. Very nice damage though. Okay, yeah. Funneling energy from for Fina works. Not too surprising, it's double Hydro. Oh. Alright, no, waste. Whatever. Okay, he died. That's fine. That's just help with things. Just help with things. Like, it's... Like, I can see why you feel it's okay. But... Okay, okay, so here, let me just, like, brain off, not try to focus on rotations. I'm just gonna do whatever combo of ease and whatever. I'm not gonna try to do optimal combos. Just, like, get a vague feel for things. I'm going to make sure I funnel energy for Fina, because if I don't funnel energy from Fina, that completely Fs up the start. Usually I only use him against groups of enemies, which helps. I mean, yeah. We're talking, I mean, yeah, we're talking Abyss optimization here. Like, as far as, like, is this a problematic situation for... Stop, you butthole. God, he's very hard to use against the Tulpa, I will say. I should have done extra. Okay, well, I think that was just terrible on my part there, but, you know, that's what it is. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. I can't cancel this. Okay. That was just bad. He's dependent on good combos to generate energy. I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's why I'm just trying to get a vague approximation for it. Okay, it was okay. He keeps on interrupting my skill. that one wasn't that. Like, to be clear, still wasn't enough energy properly for what I did before. Like, I don't know. Yeah, if you're playing perfect combos, is this maybe doable with, like, you know, and like funneling energy? I think most of the time you're doing is still like 25-second, 30-second rotations potentially. But does that mean it's impossible to clear with this kind of build? No. And as a matter of overworld, why did I do that? No. Like, it's fine, right? And he's a weirdo because of the combo aspect, but I don't know. I feel like even good feminine players, presumably, don't play him perfectly well 100% of the time, is my assumption. Stop being a butthole. this ever energy back this time because yeah, well, because of oh well. What happens though? As far as like how he feels between rotations for energy. If we let's take a peek. See, what do you have? Hopefully you kept some energy recharge pieces. Nope. Wait, there's another one. Nope. Nope. That has 1 ER roll. Okay. I have a feeling you undervalue ER on your account in general. That's an interesting goblet. At least he kept that. I'm glad he kept that. Ooh. Oh, it's crit damage. Ugh. That's a bit hard to use, I think, on him. Another 1 ER roll. So many 1 ER roll pieces. Okay. Sure, let's just yoink that for simplicity. It'll be easy to swap that back. Alright. 16 ER. See how 16 ER changes things. Check if they have Skyward Pride. That's true. That would be a good guess. Is that maybe that might be his best weapon? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised for balancing his energy situation. Did I get my skill up? I did. Okay. Stop it! God. Oh, I didn't get a second. I didn't get my second normal attack. I think that was immediately obviously better though. Just a couple of ER rolls, like, allowed me to have a lot more flexibility with dealing with, you know, how I have to change my rotations without the enemy is attacking me a little bit, doing dodges in between. Right. Oh, I didn't get the bad particles. I should have bursted burst. Oopsies. Oh, I didn't have a skill up going. Oh wow, I bungled something hard there. I hate having to funnel particles to Fina. Oh my god. It's totally things, but yeah. Let's see. Sad. Not leveled. Oh well. I do have one, but not leveled. So yeah, I don't know. To be clear, your Fremine build's like it's cool seeing like really good damage from a fully invested Fremine. I just think there's more options for improving his build and your ability to use him by prioritizing a little bit more ER than you have. It is all. I think it will improve the experience of using him while minorly reducing the damage he gets, right? And one of the options for that may actually be using Skyward Pride, using, you know, different timepiece like we were there, using wait, no, I don't know. Never mind. I was gonna say using a different circlet, but probably not. In this case. Probably would be, I don't know. Yeah, that's already a heavy incur, right? Okay. Oh, you have this. Okay, actually, that's kind of... Ooh, the attack percent stats on that, though. So, like, what I'm thinking is, like, this. We'll look at that in a second. This. And we're gonna have to pretend this is fully leveled. This. So this has like 36 energy, right, in whatever base attack. Okay. Oh, really? Oh, wait, no. We had the filter on. Okay. Sad. I was hoping we had something a little bit more than that, but either way. As a proof of concept. It's kind of there. It's almost there. It was almost there. You got the idea, though. Probably wouldn't do that. I think it'd be better to do something more like it was before, honestly. What were we on before? Frick. It was an off piece with a star. There we go. Clap. Okay. Maybe just changing the feather. Yeah, like honestly, that might be a lot better. Might. Yeah, it's unfortunate you didn't have like attack stands with one more crit rate roll, but because that would have put you at 70, 160. Well, I don't know. It's about the same as this. It wouldn't have been fundamentally different with crit rate circlet because you have a cracked crit rate circlet. I think the other one would have had slightly more overall stat value just because of the attack percent roll here, but not much different functionally. It was just something I thought was worth checking, but I don't know. You have like decent build options just by changing the feather and changing this weapon if this was leveled up, right? For more ER, I mean. I think you were on this before. Put you back to what you were on before. And one thing I do think is worth checking real quick is Fina Siege Queen. Put Fina on her signature weapon. Beautiful. And official. An R5 Aqua. Okay, I was mostly just checking for an elegy, but that's fine. That does not me saying elegy is worthwhile to get. I was just checking for it. All right. Well, that is not enough, but we're not going to worry about it. Actually, well, I guess. Proof of concept. Attack sands kind of sucks that they rolled anything that is, you know. What if we gave Fina 4-piece and a bless? What if we gave Fina 4-piece tenacity? The shield from Siege Queen would be stronger. Man, if Siege Queen gave a shield in this, like actually gave a shield in this team, it would be so much better. Why is it a shield only for herself? What is the point of that? It doesn't make any sense. Just, why does Siege Queen give herself a shield? It's so pointless. Like the only thing it enables is like being able to just do her stupid hold skill better. She used to be on 4-piece tenacity. You removed her from 4-piece tenacity? The audacity. I'm just joking. Oh wait, we're not triggering 5 anyways here. Because whatever.
Commencing cleanup. Getting here.
Okay, I think I bungled that a little bit, but you can see if we actually had been triggering Fab on Fina, we wouldn't have had to, you know, get the energy particles from her first skill. We would have been fine, right? We do not want to. We want to, like, it's worth mentioning, right? We ideally want to, because what happens if you need to use the particles from your first skill to get his burst back, like I was having happening before, or I had happen there, but that was because I didn't trigger a fav on Fina, right? What you end up having happen is that every subsequent rotation, you're going to have a lower and lower starting energy point, right? But if we can do this and then do burst, we caught the particles. That's better, right? We don't want to have to rely on the initial particles to get the burst back. Generally speaking. Yeah, you can trigger Fab here just by doing that.
Getting here. Commencing cleanup. Frost is coming. Hey, Frost is coming. Getting here.
I did that wrong. Whatever.
Frost is coming. Hey, Frost is coming.
God dang it. Well, I definitely think I'm playing it badly, to be clear. And the Tulpa is the Tulpa, but I forgot to do the second E. I think you get the point. You know, we put official in the team. Official generates a lot more energy. We put Favs on Fina. You know, I don't know. Anyways, it was relatively obvious to me if you were watching his energy. Yeah, so I don't know. To be clear, your energy needs, I will give you this. I will give you that his energy needs were much less bad than I thought it would be. But you play Fremde, send some combo videos on Discord. Brink J, also character review when you have time. Thank you, Brink J. Alright, we'll hopefully get yours in a little while. I guess we're just not moving to poems only, honestly. I'm just gonna transition to doing some randomized reviews, I think. So I should check out Crim's Yelan. Oh yeah, I guess we can look at some of the things. Wow. That's a lot of crit. I'm assuming C6. That was a C2. Alright. Why? I was assuming C6 because C5 or R5 Aqua. But, I mean, I guess, to be fair, I have R4 Aqua and I didn't go for R4 Aqua intentionally. So, I guess I understand to some level, but question mark. Actually, I mean, this is better for Siege. If you like Siege Wing, by the way, and you want, like, for maximizing Siege Wing's damage, having an R4, R5 Aqua, doing an MH Siege Wing build with, like, a C2 Siege Wing, oh boy, Siege Wing should be able to get some big damage in this account, right? Like, not C2 that, but that's fine. Yeah, just you got an R1 Shalonen. Do Shalonen, Farina, Siege Wing. Do like the Nubilet team, right? Shalonen, Farina, Siege Wing, Kazuha. You have Kazuha? No, you don't. Am I blind? No, you don't have Kazuha. Wow. There's just enough characters in this account. I just expected to see Kazuha unless I'm blind. No. There's no Kazuha here. Wow. You 9-star with main DPS Siege Wing Last Abyss? Nice. I mean, we're using this build. I'm assuming you're probably just using this build. I was just saying, you can probably min-max it even further, but this is still, I think, with a C2 Siege Wing and the investment you have in your account, I think this is probably more than a good enough Siege Wing build, to be clear. This weapon, you know, gives her the crit rate, of course. In case anyone wasn't aware, so this is a like 80% crit rate build. It's more than competent. I'm just saying you could potentially min-max things even further with Aqua Simulacra, technically, and 4-piece Marsh Say Hunter, if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Anyways. But yeah, thank you, Brinkjay. I'll check out your Fremine combo things. Yeah, I know he's definitely a technically harder character to play, especially when you're trying to deal with the Tulpa attacking you, and interrupting your combo. But that is what it is. I think it was a good enough illustration of how energy works in context in a character like him, I think. But yeah, his energy needs were not as bad as I expected. Like, I will give that I think the ER needs that for playing well. To be clear, I don't know if they factored in C2 or not here. Oh no, they did. They just said it reduces ER by 25% in a physical playstyle and 30% in a cryo playstyle. So subtract that from here. So what I was estimating before, right, where I said with like the ride and energy and whatever that I was a 150 versus like the 175 they said here. Once you factor in the C2 and whatever. So these I think are not entirely inaccurate for the baseline energy recharge. Is my point. But I think they are a little bit overly pessimistic in their energy recharge requirements, is what we learned there. But I definitely think you probably would feel like he plays better. I certainly would not be playing Femine with 100 ER. I'd be probably targeting at least 20 to 30 is my guess. And honestly, I do think the easiest option for you is to use Skyward Pride instead of Navia's weapon. But I'm also guessing you pulled Navia's weapon just for him. So I don't know what exactly you would want to do. What's your highest ERP? I gotta do attack. What was your highest ER piece? Well, it was that, yeah, weird that we were using before. I mean, it was already noticeably better just with the 16 ER, right? So like sacrifice, what did we sacrifice? Yeah, like 10% crit damage. And we sacrificed less than 2, like we sacrificed slightly more than a max crit damage roll in exchange for 3 ER rolls, and he became way more comfortable to play, right? Don't think the circlet needs to change. Gobble would need to be changed. Getting better options for ER substats on 4-piece Pale Flame would be nice, but I mean, you have that. That could, depending on how it rolls, I don't know. And in the reality that this rolls, you know, like, I'm not gonna level it up, but in the reality that this rolls like 20% crit rate, that would actually enable you to do what I mentioned earlier with the crit damage circlet more compellingly. On what's it called? Skyward Pride. But yeah. Anyways, it's an interesting weapon for him. So if I ever build him on my main account, which eventually, potentially, but it's a resource problem, you know. I have other cryos like Kaya that I actually would like to prioritize. He's an interesting character, but yeah. I do think they probably should have made his multipliers a little bit better. for what you have to go through to get the good damage from him. You know. He should have just done a little bit more damage than he does. But it is what it is. Anyways. You did plan on getting Navia, so maybe, yeah, I don't know. It's worth considering. So I don't know. Mess around with it is the point. And first just mess around with different artifacts, like with a little bit more ER, and see if you notice. If you don't, because it doesn't matter to you, then, you know, it's fine. You don't have to care about 36 starring the Abyss. You don't have to care about the smoothest rotations. I'm not going to force people to change their build if having the higher crit number on screen matters to you most. You know, you do you. But you're not going to necessarily sacrifice that much from the big crit number you see on screen, especially in the context of Fremine. Where is he? Oh, he's in the front, you dummy. He's in the team. Especially in the context of Fremine giving himself crit damage, right? Which is good. Like, I think you notice. My point with that is like, you're not gonna notice like having 10% less crit damage. I think, is all. So yeah, and also unironically, this piece having like the same crit value as this piece, but having 3 attack percent rolls makes this meaningfully better. Remember, you're not using any attack buffer, right, in this team. Attack percent rolls, when you don't use like a Bennett or Eons on, these attack percent rolls have similar damage value to like crit rolls. I'm not kidding, for his damage value. So like, a Fremine on this, that's part of like when I saw this, I was like, oh, like if you could make it work, and it probably makes sense to use this. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if you got bigger damage numbers with this piece. And Skyward Pride than you get with Navia's weapon. You probably won't get bigger damage numbers, I would assume. With stacks up on this and whatever. Like, this should give bigger damage numbers. But you might be surprised how close it is. Like, with that little tweaked build, whatever. Anyways. Able to clear his abyss with Fremine, Farina, Sit, Lolly, Mika. Nice. No 5-star cons on your side. Very cool. Alright, wait. Chung Yun is not level 90. How dare you? I mean, my Chung is not level 90 either. I mean, look, this is what my Chung is going to sit at, because, like, 1 attack percent, or sorry, 6% attack is really not worth these resources. It's just, like, he can do meaningful damage, and, he can do meaningful damage without. Like, I don't know. Especially because, like, my plan is to use him with Shenha in Escoffier teams, right? So, I don't know. Anyways. Thank you, Krim. It was fun logging onto your account. That's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. Let me remove my account, or remove your account, not my account. Alright, switch and clear login information and log in. It's been only almost 50 minutes, yeah. Hopefully you got your money worth out of that donation. Alright. Queer login information. That's not what I meant to say, but maybe that is what I meant. But maybe that is what I said. I don't know. My brain is a brain sometimes. Okay. Blap. Okay. Let's do... You know what, Kathlena? I'm gonna be rude. I'm gonna make you wait for your other donation. Because I want to do some random ones. Is there anything else I need to look at here really quick? I mean, I think we kind of got the vibe. That's a strong Bulani. You're using this weapon on Kinich now. FYI, this weapon does not have full uptime on Kinich. I think it is still technically theoretically better for him than a signature weapon, which is hilarious and sad that they did that. But it actually, I think you can maybe use C6 Bennett to get more uptime, because if you do a normal attack with C6 Bennett, it triggers one of it. And then when you well, it's only 2 seconds. I don't think it's even worth it to do that with C6 Bennett. I don't even think it's worth the time. Never mind, I lied. Yeah, it's only up for 6 seconds. So, anyways, I know you have a signature because I saw it on Chung Yun. I'm just saying, I don't know if I would actually use it on him over his signature if you had a signature. It's kind of my point. To be clear, I would use it on him if you have this and don't have a signature. But yeah. Honestly, I should put my Thousand Blazing Suns on him and then switch Mawika to something silly. What can I do on my Mawika? What can I do on my Mawika in order to empower my Kinich? Because, like, I've been doing like a Wolf's Gravestone Kinich, right? And Wolf's Gravestone Kinich is good and all that. It's a good Kinich build. But yoink this. That looks much nicer. Exactly 100 crit rate is kind of beautiful too. It is a pretty good Kinich build there. Nothing crazy to be clear, but like, you know, is a good build. It's a good build. What happens to my Mawika though? Because the reason I'm also asking this is because, like, I kind of want to just prepare for the fact that I'm going to want to use the artifacts, that some of the artifacts that she is using, most notably her flower, on, and potentially her circlet, on Farazon. So I'm just trying to think, like, how much do I nerf her? How much do I nerf her? How much do I nerf her? I don't know. The answer is a lot. Like, I'm gonna have to do testing, because, like, if I put her on, like, really poo-poo artifacts, like, honestly, what I need to test is just, like, putting her on, like, EM. Put her on, like, a full EM build. And you just, like, put her on this. Put her on whatever circlet. It's an onset goblet now. So, yeah, put her on whatever circlet. and just see what happens. Because maybe it'll be fine. Just throw her on like this. This. That. Bam. Isn't this the best Mawika build you've ever seen? Look, she'll crit sometimes. She will crit on occasion. I could give her a different flower at least. I'm willing to do that. I'll give her this. Well, that certifiably rolled okay. Beautiful. Like, I would like to give her a crit weapon, to be clear. Oh wait, I have this. I could give her this. I'd be fine with that. Yeah. Bam. So, you know, I'm unironically going I'm unironically going to test this build on her in order to see, right, this is in preparation for moving Fina to tenacity and then using some of the artifacts that she had on her on what's her bucket? On Farazon. And like she can have her signature back most of the time, to be clear. Maybe fine. But crit ratio is a little sus. I don't know. Like if I use her on this build with my Chlorine team, for example, and don't really notice the difference meaningfully in my clear times, like that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go test and compare Mawika on this janky full EM build. She'll still crit. She'll still deal some off-field damage. Still get some reaction damage. And then I can free the good artifacts for Farazon. But like to be clear, I think she's doing like half the damage. But I just don't know if half the damage matters that much in the team context that I tend to use her in the most. So I don't know. Anyways, how come you're using an EM goblet with 17 ER? What are you talking about? And the flower is just because I want the good flowers on other characters. I'd rather have Auron have a better artifact than her. I'm sorry. But yeah, anyways. And then this would put my Farazon in a situation where she could use this. She could use this. And then let's put her on that. And then... Okay, we need a little bit more crit rate, ideally. So we're going to sort by attack, crit rate, crit damage. Wait. Let's see. That's not bad. That's being used. I would prefer not to take that. Not that. Yeah, you know what? I like this one. What does that look like? That's a pretty freaking good scroll build. This is fab, to be clear. So, I think this should be good. If needed, could swap to this. And then... that, maybe. More crit, but... I think the other one's fine, I think. I kind of like the idea of that. Oops, not that. And this mucks with my Auron build the least. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Well, Auron's build, to be clear, gets swapped around all the dang time. Right now I have it on an EM timepiece. With the crit damage circlet, because I was just messing around with things. Normally he uses this crit rate circlet, to be clear. Wait, what? That is not correct. What's on here. Oh wait, no, the EM timepiece makes it goofy. Yeah, that's fine. So, anyways, it's fine. Oron's gonna contribute regardless. So yeah, this is what I'm inclined to do currently. I'll play around with this build and see if I like that build and see if I like the Wika build. Anyway, sorry, that was a distraction. Oops. Bloop. And again, that the whole idea with that is, you know, Pharah's on Scroll because Fina would be on Tenacity. So, anyways. And that was all just triggered by me being like, maybe I can put my 1,000 Blazing Suns on Kanich. Mawika doesn't need a good build, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't burst on Mawika, so I like, it's not like I like having her on a good build for her off-field damage is my point. So I might put her back to the build she had before. It's just a little bit of a struggle to potentially conceive of having Pharah's on a build that I leave her on Scroll and Mawika and Oron. So, yeah. Okay, let's do a randomized review, which means I need to open up my tab in my thingy. Give me a second. We'll do a randomized review, and then how many randomized reviews do I want to do? I still have Kathleen's second one to look at, by the way, but that's fine. My YouTube dashboard is still not loading on Firefox, by the way. Firefox is just like completely borked right now. Okay, I'm gonna relaunch Firefox. But first, let me yoink my spreadsheet. Okay. Close that. Okay. Close Firefox. Relaunch Firefox. Do this. Paste and go to Google. That's formatted not perfectly, but fine. Okay. Form responses. Okay, yeah, there's a good chunk there. Okay. Oops. Alright. Why does this not work? Oh, I need to change that one too. But, alright. Bam. Perfect. Alright, this is from before, but you know what? Fine, we'll start with this one. Alright. Where's my... There it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah, sorry, let me check Firefox quick though, because I would like to have my YouTube dashboard. Okay. Opening it. Is my YouTube dashboard going to load properly? Let's see. It loaded, kind of. Hey, wow, I can access my freaking description. Crazy. Here, okay. And let's see if the Discord link works. Open it in a private window, paste it. Opening a private window so it doesn't open open Discord separately. It does say it's invalid. Okay, well, cool. Well, wonderful. Fine, I will update the link. The last time I checked, it was not invalid, and it did function fine. Whenever the Discord link is set to, sorry, no, edit link. Okay. Expire after never. No limit of uses. Generate a new link. Copy. Oh, there you go. For anyone that wants it. What? What? What did it? Okay, there we go. There we go. What? I hit copy and it says hit it. Okay, so it says hidden. Here, let me freaking show this because this is insane. This is insane to me. maybe I can't show it because I don't see Discord in my list for OBS for some reason. Why? OBS, why are you borked like this? What? I see 500 Explorer windows for some reason, even though I only have 2 Explorer windows open. Okay, never mind, I can't show you. I don't know why. OBS is doing an OBS thing where it just arbitrarily does not show certain applications in my application list. Okay. But when I hit copy, it says hidden, use copy button. Okay, so I hit copy, and then it copies the text, hidden, use copy button. What? What? Well, I guess I'm not gonna get you a new Discord link. Because Discord won't let me copy it. Alright. Maybe I'll try this again one more time. Edit invite link. Never. No use limit. Generate new link. Copy. Copied. It still says hidden use copy button. Go F yourself, Discord. Alright. Well, no Discord link for you. I'm sorry. I'll hopefully get one in the future. I don't know why when I copy it says hidden use copy button. Probably it's hidden use copy button to be clear, because of the fact that I have streamer mode on, so so Discord doesn't like bloop at us constantly. Which is good. I like streamer mode, except why does the hidden copy button hide the thing and then copy the text hidden copy button rather than the link? Oops, what did I just click on? Is this the one we actually wanted to go to? Yes, okay. Muika, Yelan, Arlecchino. Okay, Muika, Skirk share a weapon banner, and I get another Muika weapon. Should I refine it to R2 or keep it? Refinements would give... I think it only increases one of the crit stats, right? Okay, let's check. Ember. 1,000 Blazing Suns. Thank you, Jammer. Also, if I get more than like 4 more donations, I'm just gonna like cut off donations because I still need to make a video for you guys this weekend. Like, I cannot be streaming for 3 more hours. I need to like end the stream in like an hour at most. We're not doing Deadly Assault, by the way. I guess I wanted to, but update the title, I suppose. Do Deadly Assault in a future stream. Okay. Yeah, this is what I thought. Okay, so I was just double checking. It increased the 20% crit damage. So, 5 crit damage and 5% attack. No, that's shit. That's just garbage. Don't refine that. This is a good enough generic stat stick weapon for other. Why does it only say Beto here? That's really funny. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Spiral Abyss statistics. You see people using it on Duluc, Navia, Gaming. It's kind of a weird weapon for Gaming. Honestly, it's not bad, but it's weird. Anyways, Kinich, yeah. So like, it's a good enough stat stick weapon. It's like an awkward stat stick weapon, to be clear, because 11% crit rate is not ideal. If a character does like I do not like the idea. It's technically Navia's best weapon. I believe it's better than her signature, but the problem with it is like Navia, God, like it's already annoying to build Navia. She doesn't ascend to crit rate. She ascends with crit damage, and has no other sources of free crit rate, right? So you just need to build a shite ton of crit rate, and she feels terrible if she doesn't crit. So using an 11% crit rate weapon on her, ew. I don't even like the idea of her signature weapon, because her signature weapon doesn't give that much crit rate, right? I have crit problems with Serpent Spine. Exactly. Like, so I don't know. Anyways, point is, but it still has generic enough utility with different units. Dia is unironically one of the better users of it, simply because of the fact that the buff is maintained off-field, and the fact that Dia does not, she only bursts for like 5-6 seconds anyways, so this buff is basically up for her full uptime. But again, Dia needs to be built with a lot of crit too, so I don't know. Diluc, I think, is a decent user of it for sure. Gaming, I think, is okay. And Kinich is one of the other best users of it. So I don't know. If you don't have any of those, is it worthwhile to consider refining it? Maybe. I don't know, but I'd still just keep it as an extra copy in the future, or not wish in the weapon banner. So yeah. Anyways, Mawika, Yelan, Arlecchino. As a C2 Mawickers, especially the fact that you have C2, I don't know, you're just like not even going to see any damage increase from R2, I don't think. 100 crit rate, wow. That is a quite good Mawika. With a very healthy amount of EM and substats. I wonder if it's still better to do an EM main stat timepiece in this situation. I'm not sure. I don't think you should worry about it. You have a C2 Mawika. You're fine. You're fine. Trust me. But I don't think you need to care. But theoretically, it might be better to do an attack. Normally, it's better to do an EM timepiece with her signature weapon. But as far as like universality, you could use this in an overload team or whatever. I like this approach for a build, having a bunch of EM substats. So I wouldn't stress out about it. But it's possible EM timepiece could still be better. Possible. But anyways, for my own testing, EM is better, at least for her burst, but her spins don't melt at all. I mean, her spins, if you're playing her properly, her spins should be getting some melts. But yeah, anyways, I'm so bad at remembering the Yelan Arlecchino. Okay. Same story with Arlecchino, actually. Which is funny. Same exact build situation, both of them. Nice middle ground builds for like universality for EM and whatever. For Vaporize, I would not bother switching to an EM timepiece in this kind of looking at build. Especially with this good a crit value. But yeah, I would be more than happy with this build. I think it'd melt too. Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about it. Other than the fact that her signature weapon feels bad to use in melt. Yelan. First great magic. Interesting weapon option for her, but you know, not fundamental. I don't think it's crazily different from it's just kind of a meh stat stick, to be honest, actually. But I don't know. Fundamentally, is this that much different than like using what's it called on her? Slingshot. I think Slingshot's like the same crit value, right? I forgot what it is. Slingshot 20 crit rate or 30 crit rate? I can't remember. But like the passive does nothing, is my point, other than for her charge attacks, but barely anything for her charge attacks, and you don't normally use this very often. And I don't know, movement speed, it's kind of funny, I suppose. Yeah, 23 crit rate. Yeah, okay. So, like, it's a slightly better stat stick than Slingshot. It's slightly better than the 3-star weapon. It is interesting that you're using a HP circlet. It's a lot of HP substats too. Yeah. It's an interesting approach to a build for sure. I like it. Anyways. Yeah, healthy ER. Yeah, it's a cool build. Yelan has done a nice different build pass like that. It wouldn't surprise me that much though if you use Slingshot. What happens if you put a Slingshot in this build and then put a crit damage circlet on? Okay, well you lose. There's got 15 crit rate in the circlet though. Okay. So you wouldn't actually gain that much in crit rate. I mean, you still would gain in crit rate. Because it'd still go up to like 90% crit rate even if you don't have any crit rate substats in a crit damage circlet. So yeah, I don't know. I theoretically Slingshot should be worse, but depending on your artifact options, Slingshot could actually probably beat out this weapon in a weird way. But I wouldn't really stress out about it. It's a good build. Anyways. Yeah. So anyways, I think hopefully yeah, weapon wise, I think my yapped about that already. Hopefully that yap helped with the weapon at least. Your builds are quite good. Let's do 68. Bows and pyros. That's a weirdly specific ask. Flex bows, and why do Mawika and Xiangling suck? I mean, if you're struggling with Mawika, I feel like, I don't know, go watch the Jeff's post-release Mawika video. He goes over Mawika's combos. I mean, you're slightly low in, I mean, not that low in crit rate, but I don't know. It could be you're just not critting very often, but it is a little bit lower crit rate than many people's Muikas have. But that's a common. It's not an unusable amount of crit rate by any means, though, and you have a very healthy amount of stats in general, so I don't think your crit rate is the problem. Go watch the Jeff's post-release video on Muika. He goes over like attack combos for how to use it properly in different team contexts. And with different Hydra units in particular, because like depending on the Hydra unit you're using, I think he showed Candace if I recall. Depending on the Hydra unit you're using, depending on the cryo units you're using, it changes her attack combos a little bit. So yeah, that's what I would have to advise. I don't know what Hydras you're using, or if you're doing Overload, it's going to be your easiest option. If you're doing Overload, you probably want Eons on for her. I don't know if you got Eons on. She's not here. Yeah, you can do something like Muika, Chivalrous, Eons on Official. That'd be an option, right? It's me. You've been using your Kaya. I see. With a C6 Kaya or a non-C6 Kaya? I have no idea how well Kaya works with her pre-C6 or with C6. I think with C6 she should work probably pretty decently well. I imagine the combos are relatively similar to what Silali combos are, but maybe slightly different because of the fact Kaya has weird alternating timings for his Kaya application with his C6, so it's goofy. On C6 it's fine, okay. But I don't know. That's the only thing you can do. If like your build is more than good enough, other than, you know, you're gonna have to restart an Abyss if you don't get a crit on her burst on occasion or whatever. So yeah. Yeah, your Shungling. I think your Shungling does not have enough crit rate. Your Shungling has a very healthy amount of ER, which is always nice, because her energy situation is awful. Level 9 burst is fine, and you have C4. So yeah, I mean, Shungling is a matter of, are you aware of snapshotting, making sure you you activate your Bennett burst, or activate your Shungling burst while you're in your Bennett burst, or activate Shungling after you activate your Eons on, right? Making sure she has those buffs, so you do your setups to do whatever buffing, then you switch to her user burst, and then switch to your like on fielder, right? Is how you make Shungling feel good, but you're gonna want a crit rate circlet. I don't think, even if you're done with crit rate circlet with this much ER, most teams should be fine without this 20 ER. Switch to a crit rate circlet, and she's gonna feel a lot better. But yeah, that's all. Obviously, if it has some crit damage subsets, that would be nice, but yeah. I definitely think a more consistent Shungling is better than a inconsistent Shungling. Anyways, was that all we need to look at? Yep. Bows and Pyros, sorry. Official heart build. Seems like a good heart build. With a nice, healthy amount of HP. And some defense, just to make sure she doesn't die. It seems like a healthy heart build. Nothing insane, but healthy. I wouldn't stress too much about, like, I mean, well, okay, it depends on the team. Official's relative damage contribution for an individual team can vary wildly, so that also means like the relevance of trying to min-max her build varies wildly. Generally speaking, I don't think you need to over-prioritize putting your best artifacts on her, though. Sethos, Slingshot, Wanderer's Troop. C1 is the one that gives crit rate. Although, if you're doing his burst playstyle, it doesn't give him crit rate to his burst playstyle, which is so annoying. I don't get why they did that, it's just rude. Overall, seems like a pretty healthy Sethos build. Sethos is definitely a character, like, what you get out of him is how well you can play him. His functional output varies wildly. Barely not C6 Shivers, sad. Hey, Song of Days Past, that's what I use, nice. Not quite 40k HP, not the end of the world. Although the reason you don't have 40k HP is because you're on a Hydro Goblet. Or sorry, you're not on an HP Goblet, you're on a Pyro Goblet. But, I don't know, you got 20% HP. I don't know, you're missing out on 2.8% attack. It's not the end of the world for buffing utility. Wait, you can do an off-piece Goblet, though. They're 80 out of 80. Yeah, you could Ascender, but honestly, I think the easier solution is just an on-set or an off-piece Goblet. Like, You'll get to 40k HP, I think, when you... Will you? Let's see. 46... again, 26% HP. So 26% times to the 2003. Yeah, you'll get right at... Basically right at 40,000, I think. It might be slightly under 40,000, technically, with an HP goblet. Might need a couple flat HP substats or something. Anyways. Or leveling the weapon. I think leveling the weapon a little bit more is going to be cheaper. Getting an HP, it'll be cheaper than ascending, right? Would be leveling or putting an off-piece goblet on and leveling the weapon a little bit, because you can get, I think, like 4% more HP or something from the weapon. So yeah, that plus the goblet, I think, would get you to 40k for sure. Yeah, you forgot about farming the domain, but you don't need to farm it anymore. Is my point. So you don't need to put a pyro goblet on her. Not saying crit Chevreuse is not worth building in some level, but it's not super worth over prioritizing crit on her. Other than for triggering Fab mostly, or if you are trying to do DPS Chevreuse. But I don't really see that much point personally of doing hybrid-y Chevreuse like this would be, maybe. But unless you're doing, I don't know, hybrid Chevreuse with Homa, maybe. You could maybe do some weird min-maxing with Homa, with HP main stat pieces converting to attack for her damage. But yeah. Anyways. And if you want to switch her to more energy-focused utility, you could put Fab on her and just forgo some attack buff for Fab energy. But yeah. Anyways, bow characters. Maybe consider crit rate circlet again. Also, wait, actually more than crit rate circlet, ER timepiece. This Yelan does not burst. This is why Aqua is more bait than people expect, because almost always you have to use an ER timepiece on Aqua, and HP has such high value. Like HP stats are very similar to crit stats for Yelan's damage, such that having to switch her off an HP timepiece means that like the value you get from Aqua for her is actually not crazily high. But I would use a crit rate circlet, and I would switch to an ER timepiece. So yeah, she doesn't. Yeah, I figured she doesn't. No deadly assault. No, well, I don't know. We'll see. I spent too long looking at like some stuff, so yeah. Deadly assault will have to be another stream, I think. You just have all relatable amounts of crit rate. Oh boy. Look, if you want to lose your sanity optimizing Yai's critting, you do you. You could put a crit rate circlet on her and stay like over 200 crit damage pretty easily. Oh dear. Oh dear. And you have an OP circlet. Please. Embrace some crit. Hey, at least you have a... You got a crit rate circlet on Yoimiya, I'm glad. Oh boy. To be clear, I can understand why you wouldn't use a crit rate circlet on Alhaitham, because it's gonna make him scoot in the other direction in his case. So unfortunately, the solution for Alhaitham would be trying to just farm more crit rate substats with the timepiece in particular. Yeah, timepiece and flower don't have any crit rate, and you have functionally no crit rate in the flower too. So yeah, Alhaitham, I don't think you switch to a crit rate circlet, but that means needing to get a bunch more artifacts than just one artifact. So, but you, oh my gosh. Anyways, your Yoimiya is very good though. You didn't ask me to look at those two. I just did by accident. Yeah, this is a healthy Yoimiya. Well, you could appreciate some EM substats, but that's something that can be solved with other buffs and whatever. So yeah, crit rate covered. I'm struggling. Yeah, crit rate circlets are indeed the best circlets, so they can be a struggle. All right, random. Fina, Arlecchino, Hu Tao. All a pyro. Healthy Arlecchino, Jade Spear. Yep, very healthy Arlecchino. With a lot of attack, Jesus. That is 30, 45. That is a timepiece worth of attack. If you are playing Melt Arlecchino, you should definitely consider an EM timepiece. Even a low crit value, although you have a crap ton of your crit rate coming from the timepiece though, so that would kind of break the build potentially. So I don't know. That's a hard maybe then. It's Arlecchino. It's still probably functional even without mini EM or an EM timepiece. But a consideration, especially if you have one. But if you don't have one, I think if you're doing an EM timepiece in this Arlecchino, most likely you don't have a 17 crit rate EM timepiece. So maybe that's just more reason to consider doing Sitlali Rosaria combo. So do double cryo, right? Sitlali Rosaria combo means even if you have an EM timepiece with no crit rate, your crit's gonna land regardless because you'll have some decent crit buffing, and Rosaria can be on 4-piece instructors potentially even to help you with EM further. So yeah. Anyways, offset goblet's replaceable. That's true. I guess that is potentially replaceable, but it is also a pretty good goblet. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this was their best goblet, right? It's certainly not a bad goblet. So yeah. But honestly, with all this attack percent rolls, I would lean even more towards an EM timepiece. Like if I had this build, I would probably put an EM timepiece on her, and then just leave her on the EM timepiece permanently, even in overload teams. But I don't know. I say that as someone with a C1 Arlecchino, which helps a lot for me to like use a less optimal build. But yeah, I don't think they don't need to switch to a crit rate circlet. Just having options for EM timepiece is good as well. Anyways, C2 Fina with a signature weapon. Very nice goblet, or very nice, sorry, timepiece. Goblet is just a respectable onset goblet. And a crit rate circlet. Okay, I see. All your stats went into HP. I mean, hey, that's like basically equivalent to crit on her. So, you know, although slightly lower value with the C2 Fina. Yep. I don't know, this is a healthier Fina. It's better than it looks because of how much HP you have. For reference, my C2 Fina has, with Fav, has 85 crit rate, so less crit rate, and like 170 crit damage. So it looks a lot better than this, but I'd say in practice our builds probably wouldn't perform that differently. Because I have 3,000 less HP. So it's not worth neglecting that as a factor, right? Although this amount of HP substats maybe would push you towards a Hydro Goblet even more. But that's a pretty big assumption because it would require an onset Hydro Goblet. So yeah. Nice Fina build though. And Hu Tao. EM timepiece, very nice. That's a very healthy amount of ER too. It is theoretically ideal for Hu Tao to be able to burst every rotation, right? Burst every rotation, land a big melt. Or no, a big melt, big vaporize. Yeah, this is a very healthy Hu Tao. Nice chunk of HP substats. Yeah. I don't know. I'd be very happy playing this Hu Tao. I don't know. Could it be improved? I mean, sure. Does it need to be? In my opinion, no. And this is a build at an investment level. Like you could improve it by like having 10% crit rate on the circlet is going to be an improvement on paper. But like having a 10% crit rate circlet probably means not having a 20% HP substat, right? And that means the damage number you're going to see from your crits goes down. And with 82% crit rate, you can optimize around your critting to some degree. It'll just be part of optimizing your clears on top of optimizing your play. So like, I don't know. I think this is a very good build and not worth improving. It's much more worth improving your skills than the build at this point. So yeah. Very nice. Nice builds. If you're wanting improvements, I think you don't really need to make any other than having options for EM timepieces on Arlecchino. If you're doing melt. 81. Chaskers. Is it a VV Chaskers? Maybe. Nope, stringless Chaska. That's a rarity. What in the world? HP timepiece. Also, level 70 stringless. I feel like she's meant to have a different weapon. That's my guess. I am guessing she's meant to have a different weapon. Yeah, she's also overcapped on crit, right? This is a Chaska build of all time, I will say. I was hoping to see a VV Chaska, and what I saw was one of the weirdest Chaskas in a different direction. Okay, so if this is seriously what the weapon they're using, obviously they should use an attack timepiece. do not prioritize crit substats over main stats. And yeah, like it's just going to be a lot worse. Especially when the 6% crit rate from the timepiece isn't doing anything. She has 100%. Does VV Chaska do? No, VV Chaska you just build like normal. I mean, you can build EM. I was surprised how like little I noticed the difference, to be clear, between EM stats on her and attack main stat. Attack main stat, generally speaking, is better, but EM is also fine, depending on the team context a little bit, but yeah. So anyways, Stringless is theoretically not the worst weapon in the world for her, but that's because like HP bows exist. I guess probably better than Raven bow, but I wouldn't recommend it. I think the only thing it increases is her burst damage, of course, in the passive. So the Fontaine craftable or the Natlan craftable would be better. The Fontaine craftable is better if you have healing going on, which hopefully you do. Yeah, I don't know. Is the circlet usable? The circlet is usable, I think. Just needs to more bias towards crit damage substats, I think. It's definitely hard to use a crit rate circlet on her though in the set. And the more invested your build is, the more likely you are to need a crit damage circlet as well. So I don't know. I think everything other than the the feather on this build could be changed in the future. The goblet is usable as an onset goblet though, and the feather is quite good. Everything else would want to change. I don't know. They might be like, oh, why does my Chaska not perform well? There's lots of reasons. There's at least 4 of them. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that helped. So yeah, aim for. I wouldn't worry about. Don't stress about VV Chaska things. Just do attack crit. A higher investment build is going to be crit damage, attack. Yeah. Yeah. Probably the most. Is this Chaska build better than a trial Chaska build? I don't think so. I think it's significantly worse than a trial Chaska, which is impressive in some ways. I think it's worse than a trial Chaska, and a trial Chaska is not very good. So, anyways, that's a funny one to look at. Number 14. Raiden Arlecchino. We're all looking at all Arlecchinos all day, every day. It's funny how rarity we see people using an EM timepiece in Arlecchino, even with Silali release. Double Hydra 2 Favs Raiden. Okay. Does this mean this Raiden has way low ER? I mean, if you have 2 Favs on the team, I believe that I do believe you that this is enough ER on Raiden. Mostly as someone who speaks from experience of using like a 200 ER hybrid Raiden, right? Raiden's ER needs are lower than is generally like given out as a recommendation, but that's because like ER is a very relevant damage stat for her, right? Would I recommend this amount of ER for Raiden normally? Probably not, even with Favs. Like, I think they're probably not consistently doing a 20-second rotation, right? But all in all, this is a quite good Raiden build for the crit stats, so I can see why they bias towards this a little bit. And I can definitely believe that it could be functional with 2 Favs in the team. So, yeah. I would just switch to the catch. Honestly, I think I might too. What do we drop down to in the catch? We lose 24% crit rate? Okay. I mean, that's a lot. that's 64% crit rate. This doesn't have enough crit rate substats to do that, but I don't know. The crit circlet is good enough. The onset goblet that's 35 CV with attack percent is really good. I think I would probably switch to the catch too. I would switch to the catch, and I would switch to a timepiece that has like a bunch of crit rate, because you go to 64% crit rate with the catch at a baseline here with the same artifacts. And then if you switch to a timepiece that has, 2 less crit damage rolls, 2 more crit rate rolls, so it's assuming it's that's a 40 CVP still, but it's an off piece, so I don't know. Then they're fine, right? They're at 70% crit rate. And plus they might have the option of putting more crit rate on their feather instead, right? So sacrificing a little bit of crit damage. Yeah, so sacrificing a little bit of crit damage in the feather and flower, essentially, in exchange for crit rate, and then use the catch instead, might be a meaningfully better build than this deathmatch build. So it's definitely worth considering that. But yeah, that's kind of it. Anyways, isn't C1 useless? Mostly, yes. It increases their damage a little bit more with other electros, I think. It doesn't do much else. Yep. I also want to look at Arlecchino, right? Yeah. What in the world? You are amazing. A $20. I'm assuming that A stands for some region. Or region denomination, whatever. Thank you for the A $20. You are amazing. Appreciate it. I never have seen anyone do a sticker before in that. I don't know. Maybe just YouTube does that by default now for that. Maybe it's unique to Aussie dollars. Yeah, Aussie dollars would make sense. Anyways, thank you. Relax sometimes. What was it saying about Arlecchino? Oh, yeah. No, Jade Spear Arlecchino build. On an attack timepiece. It's so rare to see people use an EM timepiece on Arlecchino, which is interesting. I guess it means I'm amazing. Yeah, definitely. It can mean nothing else. Yep, I don't know. Anyways, it's a very high crit value Arlecchino build. I don't know. I already yapped about Arlecchino EM timepiece before. So EM timepiece is nice to have an option. I don't know if they even have Sitlolly. They probably aren't playing Melt Arlecchino if they don't have Sitlolly though. But it's worth it considering. And you can do Melt Arlecchino without Sitlolly, but anyways. I think lots of people like Overload Mono Pyro Arlecchino, so EM Sand's not as useful. Yeah, I'm aware. It's just like, I don't know. I get value out of playing Arlecchino on all kinds of different teams, right? So I think it's worth having an EM timepiece as an option. But yeah, if you're always playing Arlecchino not in Melt, I don't think it's that big a deal. Like I said before, even for Vaporize, I don't think an EM timepiece is so crazily better that you need to over-prioritize an EM timepiece. So, yeah. Anyways, it's just worth considering if you wanted to play more teams on her, but it depends on the team. Happy birthday, Faraday. Right, Ferdy D. Alright, let's do 2 more randoms, and then, oh boy. Hope you have a good time and day, thank you. 2 more randoms, and then finish the, I think, 2 donations that I have left. We'll see if Relaxing Times wants a donation. Haven't said anything in chat, but... and then we'll go from there. I think that might be... I've already been streaming for longer than I intended to, but oh well. Yunjin, all the Geos, and Yai. Let's look at Yai first, and then we'll look at the Geos. It seems to be a fairly healthy Yai. Just in case you purposely were building ER on her, which I'm guessing you were not. You don't really need to over-prioritize energy on her. She's generally a burst every other rotation unit, so functionally her energy cost is 45, and oftentimes it's not even necessarily worth concerning yourself over using her burst in general. I like using her burst and fitting it in because it's satisfying to me, but you don't need to prioritize ER stats on her, in my opinion. But I'm guessing they weren't, so that's fine. And yeah, it's just a fairly healthy Yai with good artifacts all around for 2-piece. Slightly held back by the timepiece and the relatable goblet. So, but I think more than functional enough. Oh, Candace. Nice. Nice catch Candace build. Like to see it. Alright, Engulfing Lightning on Yunjin. Huh. I mean... I'm just computing. I'm sorry. Look, it's one way to help solve our energy needs. I feel like the easier solution, generally speaking, would be like use the new craftable polearm and use an ER timepiece with def substats. But you know what? I respect it. I don't know how you wound up with an engulfing lightning. That wasn't useful on like any other polearm character, but I respect it. If you have Eons on, it might be worth using on Eons on instead. It's an option for Xiangling, of course. Rosaria, interesting option. So, interesting option for Candace, honestly, unironically. She has high energy needs, so I don't know. Anyways, new polearm is like 80% defense. It's insane for Yunjin. Yeah. So yeah, I would probably use the new polearm over engulfing on her. If you're not using Fav. Fav is still amazing because energy, but Yunjin's also like god awful to build for Fav, although they have a pretty good Fav build for Yunjin here too. So I don't know. Maybe this was just accidental. Maybe it's meant to be on Fav. Gives no ER for her. I mean, yeah, like the defense weapon doesn't give any ER for her, sure, but you do an ER timepiece. You no longer have to farm crit rate substats, you just farm ER substats and defense substats, right? So ideally you do ER timepiece with as much defense substats as possible, and then your def circlet, def goblet has as much ER as possible. Like it, but the only reason I haven't swapped Yunjin to the new weapon is because I just haven't felt the need. I don't use Yunjin enough. But yeah. Anyways. Watch Invincible by One Republic. It's out now. Will do. If I remember. This is a very good Chiori. Don't forget to add Harbinger of Dawn's 28% crit rate. So this is a 98% crit rate Chiori build. On 4-piece husk. Wow. Alright. A little bit of ER, which is nice for her. Because her burst animation's fun. And even a few defense substats. Wow. Wow. Yep. Relaxing times, join my bosses. Thank you. C1 does what? That's the one that allows her to have her second doll out if you just have another Geo unit in the team, rather than having to have a construct. So, what her base kit should have had. It's crazy. Can't believe in 1 year we've gone from them being so concerned about a Geo off-fielder, they need to restrict her to only getting her full potential at C0 with a construct, to a Scofier this year. Freaking insane. Oh, but Freeze needs the help. 1, she's not good in just Freeze. 2, Geo needed the help too. Okay, I probably just broke my audio for a second. I think it should be fine. That's what I get for setting down. I like emotively set my water bottle on my desk down, and it breaks my freaking audio interface because it's a stupid, shitty mini USB connector. I love the Go XLR, but like the mini USB connection is terrible. Anyways, yeah, it's an amazing Chiori build. Anyways, just like, how have we gone from Chiori to Escoffier for off-field character kit balance? It's insane. Actually bonkers. Whatever. Chiori is so deserving of a kit rework. Like, put her C1 in her base kit and give her a team-wide heal, and then she has the potential to do somewhat. Okay, like for real. If Chiori was releasing today, she would be like, she would have C1 in base kit, she would have a team-wide heal on her burst, but still probably have the same burst damage, and she would probably give Geo a rest shred. or some Geo damage bonus to the whole team or something. Like that's what a Escoffier is. Like, whatever. Anyways, like it's just crazy. It's just crazy. They've gone from Chiori to Escoffier in a year. I don't know. Anyways, and then people wouldn't feel the need to put Shalonen in Geo teams. I think it'd be better if she had Geo. Because of Shallonen existing, I think it would actually be better if she gave Geo damage bonus. If we're talking about what would power creeped Chiori releasing today look like. I don't know. They were so concerned with her balance back then, right? Where they're like, oh... Like, the argument for why they put C1 in as what it is to make sure she, like, had some conditionality to her damage with the Geo construct was like, okay, doing this makes her not, like, objectively better than Albedo. If this was in her base kit, it would have made her objectively better than Albedo. But they've clearly completely stopped caring about character kit balance like that. Like, it's just crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I cannot believe how we have gone from Chiori to Escovia in a year. I don't know. Anyways. Sorry, what do you want me to look at? Navia. Also, Staff of Homokachina. Very nice. I like it. Verdict Navia with a lot of ER. What in the world? My lordy. That's an interesting Navia build. I feel like you're not usually running solo Geo Navia on this account. So that's just a unfortunate amount of ER stats, I feel like. But also you're doing like 2-piece attack, 2-piece Geo. So that makes me think you chose to do this much ER. Like, you're an AR-60 player, you have to have a different feather than this, right? This cannot be your best gladiator feather. I think C2 should be in our base kit too. What is it? A simplified doll dealing... Okay, I mean, it's just a little bit of extra damage. I don't know if that matters that much, but maybe. I don't know. Sorry, I'm slightly confused. Like, you can't possibly be playing your Navia in a team where you need this ER, right? Do we have any other gladiator artifacts we can see? Doesn't seem like it. Well, okay, I mean, to be clear, you can do 2-piece attack with the Yai pieces, for example, but I understand prioritizing Yai. Yai should be prioritized, of course. I can't judge that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I'm just slightly confused. Goblet makes sense. Goblets are goblets. They are pain. But feather? A gladiator feather? As an AR-60 player? Crazy. Yeah, like, I feel like they should have a better 2-piece combo than this. Especially because, like, it's not like this timepiece is particularly amazing either. I don't know. Anyways. Like, if we just yoink the Yai artifacts, right? What does this look like? Okay, we have 10 crit rate between the two. Actually, okay, okay, you don't yoink the Yai artifacts because the Yai artifacts do not have enough crit rate. You would lose crit rate. I wonder... I don't know, man, Navi is such an annoying character to build. Oh, she's an annoying character to build, good lord. I'm surprised anyone does her 4-piece artifact set with how awful she is to balance her stats. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is an intentional choice. It seems like it had to be intentional, right? Or just... they've gotten that unlucky with gladiators, even as an AR-60 player. It's crazy. I don't know. Anyways. I don't think it's dysfunctional, to be clear. Navi's a pretty good character, depending on what exact team you're running. Usually you run her with other damage dealers, right? So, like, it's probably functional. It's not that much worse than, like, my 2-piece build that I'm running, right? If you're willing to optimize around the crit RNG, which you're going to have to, because it's a 70 crit rate Navia, you're just going to have to optimize around the crit RNG. So, yeah, anyways. Also been unlucky with gladiator pieces. It can happen. Yeah. It's just the question of, like, what other 2-piece artifacts do they have in this account, right? I don't know. Maybe they've just spent too much time in the Husk domain. They were fully dedicated to Geo, spent every bit of resin they had in the Husk domain, and then that screwed them over for Navia's release, who was a non-def scaling Geo unit. I don't know. Anyway, it's just funny. But yeah, especially the contrast of, like, this Chiori build, like how cracked this Chiori build is, and then we look at the Navia build. It's just, you got priorities, and I respect the priorities. Anyways, it's a fun one to look at. All right, one more. 143. We went from 144 to 143. I saw the number change when I switched over. Like it randomized it. But it's just funny. Whatever you see is interesting. All right, sure. Quick Bloom Dory and another Fremine. Wow. Fremine has their highest crit value. Is it better than the Fremine we were just playing with? No. It's not. But they have ER. Yeah. They have a similar goblet. I mean, this just shows us how insane the stupid the artifacts were on that other Fremine, right? Like that person, whoever, Kathleen's friend, Krim, I think. Krim has spent so much resin in the Pale Flame domain, it's ridiculous. Anyways, this is I think still a pretty usable Fremine build. Oh, this is yours. Nice. You got randomly selected. Wait, did I miss something? Did you? No, I was just referencing the previous Fremine. So, yeah, it's just funny. Like because we were looking at the Skyward Pride build before, right? And the build we were looking at before could have like we were very close, I believe, to 70% crit rate, with like 160 crit damage on 4-piece Pale Flame, not a 2-piece, which is bonkers. So, yeah. Anyways, this is obviously a very good Fremine. And remember, his C6 gives like the crit damage sometimes. Not always. It's conditional on triggering reactions with him, which is a little bit of an annoying condition for his crit buff, to be clear. But, you know, so functionally an 80, like 160 crit ratio. So it's a pretty good balance ratio. Dory's pretty goofy. Let's look at Dory. Beacon Dory. That should be on Dia. How dare you? I'm joking. You can obviously do anything. Oh, TF Dory. Nice. 4-piece TF Dory. TF Dory is probably what I would use. If I built her. Maybe someday, but resources. Ascension Crystals. And she's a character that would need to be level 90, which is it's such a downside, like, to building a character that I know I'm not going to use regularly if they have to be level 90, right? So I've much more transitioned to just get a character to 80 to the point of functionalness, and if I really like them, I'll level 90 them on my main account at this point. But anyways, yeah, this is a cracked Dory build. I have no idea what kind of damage you get, but it probably gets pretty competent aggravate damage. How much do you heal out of curiosity with this build? Because you don't have any... Her healing is based on HP, right? Yeah. 21,000, 22,000. Just thinking, like, with Farina. Is this enough healing with Farina? Even without having any HP? I can do this. Why my brain? 22,000 times 2,000. No, sorry. Wait. Brain. 1% divided by 100 is 200 times 4. It's like 1,000 healing per tick. 1,000 healing per if you like. It's probably enough to keep up with Frina still. Yeah, nice. You sent a clip on Discord. Alright, cool. Yeah, very cool. Wow. Alright. That is a yep. That's a C6 Nahida. And it's a strong one. A very strong one. I'm just going to guess. I'm gonna open this up on Akasha. I'm gonna guess definitely top 1%. I'm gonna guess like rank 235. What? What happened? Why? Refresh? No, she's not in your profile. Oh, wait. There. Oh, what? Really? She's this low? What the frick? How are the Nahida builds this competitive? Alright, then. Alright, then. Does she have no ER subcategories? That might be why. No, she has no ER subcategories. That's kind of stupid. She should have ER subcategories, but whatever. Alright. C6 builds are different. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. I didn't think about that. My build is bad for C0, yeah. Is that a factor too? Okay. She's number 235 out of 10 billion for C6s. Although I'm pretty sure 10 billion people don't have C6 neither. Anyways. It's competitive because everyone farms this set. I don't know if everyone farms the set to the extent that they'd have that good of non-hated builds, but anyways. What else are we supposed to look at? Oh, just whatever I see is interesting. Oh, sure. Yeah. Mika is not interesting. VV Chaska? Nope, sad. Good Chaska build, but not VV Chaska. What's the story here? I need the story. Cause like I talked about in my Eons on like testing stream, like I don't think there's that many people that'll end up with, like, on the first banner at least, that'll end up with a C5 Eons on and not have C6. Did the game like get you, like, you were lucky getting C5 and they trolled you in like 100 pulls and no C6 or something? You tried really hard. It's really funny, to be clear. But very good build though. It looks quite similar to what mine looks like, I believe. Yep. Yeah, it looks very similar to mine, actually. Nice. A little bit more crit damage, not that that matters that much, but yeah. Strong Kanich. Nice Emily. Calamity Color Emily. Oh, yeah. From my brief calcs, by the way, this should be the second best weapon for, unless I missed a weapon to check, but I didn't check every single weapon. I'm pretty sure this should be Escoffier's second best weapon, though. By a decent margin. If technically if you have the Homa buff up on Escoffier, it matches Calamity Queller, but you're not going to have the Homa buff up on Escoffier. She's a healer, so you know. Oh, you have an ER stand on Emily. Interesting, nice. That's a fair approach, honestly, with the Calamity Queller Emily. I like it. Interesting. I'm sure she performs well. Relatable goblet. What the heck is this timepiece? That's a lot of crit damage. Alright. Very nice. Alright. Let's finish my donation reviews. And then we'll do one or two more randoms. Oh, I closed the thing. There we go. I gotta open up the chat window again because I had to restart Firefox. My donation page was in the Firefox window. Give me a second. Alright. Okie dokie. Who do we have? Oh wait, Brink. Oh wait, Brink was one of the donations. Why does this keep on happening? There's... Okay, you know what? Sorry. Brink was one of the donations. We're going to do a random one. I didn't even realize Brink was one of the donations. This happens like once a stream almost. Where someone donates and then they get randomly selected. Alright, number 23. Alright, we'll still do at least one more random one after I finish the donation ones. But the fact that Brink was a donation one functionally. We'll do another one. Alright. Amusing. Just Hyper Raiden. Okay. Hyper Raiden. Is it C2? It is C2. Alright. Hey, C2 and they didn't get baited by Engulfing. I still think Engulfing's kind of bait. To be clear, if you really like Raiden, is C2 R1 worth it? Maybe. Yeah. But like, this is actually a perfect case of like, this build goes from really good with the catch to like, it's not like it's unusable with Engulfing, but way more inconsistent, right? Like the general experience of using a 74 crit rate Raiden versus a 62 crit rate Raiden with Engulfing is going to be pretty significantly different. So like I would 10 times out of 10 rather use a catch build on this Raiden than Engulfing. So anyways, and like yes, Engulfing would still be a damage improvement even if you switch to like a crit rate circlet, yada yada. Crit rate circlet with 30 crit damage sure would be the ideal with Engulfing, but like let's be real. Why do that if you have to switch to a crit rate circlet? So anyways, This is a cracked Raiden build. It's ridiculous, obviously. And there's not much to say about that. It is a perfect example, though, of like why I think it's crazy that they didn't give her any kind of free crit, and her signature weapon doesn't give me any kind of crit for free. Like, she's one of the most absurd, annoying characters to build with her own signature weapon. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. It's a cracked Raiden, pretty much. Which attacks up does? You have 1, 2. You have attack goblet, anyways. It's fine. Yeah. Whole account dedicated to Raiden with all the investment I did. I still didn't pull engulfing. Yeah, there you go. The drip, though. She uses her sword in a burst. You never see the weapon on Raiden. This is not a El Hatham weapon on Chlorine situation where the stupid green stick is visible through the purple animation and it's awful. I'm not saying there's some situations where, you know what, you see the weapon enough, I can understand it. But with Raiden, you would never see it. You'd never see it. Like, ever. Also, the light blue doesn't clash with her very much. Like, you'd never see it. I just... whatever. Anyways. Unless you do physical Raiden, yeah. Whatever. Anyways, very nice Raiden, Eric. And Ish Plays also wants to have a glance at a Raiden. Okay, let's go finish the donations quick. Hopefully not get backlogged there. Okay. Kathlina, we need to look at her Yai. Before Kathlina wanted me to look at her friend's account, right? We got distracted doing Fremide things for a while. Now we're looking at Yai. Genshin's fun and all, but do you ever just MU Nene? Am I gonna regret Googling this? What's gonna happen? Is this a Yuri story or something? I mean, that immediately looks quite Yuri. Oh, it's a fem/ship between Emmy. Oh, we've gotten into fanfiction territory. Oh dear. I see. Okay. It's not actually a Yuri story. Alright, I'm no longer interested. Okay, well, we're supposed to look at Yai. 90 crit rate. Wow, why not 99? Try harder. No, I'm joking, sorry. I'm just being silly. Yep. Good Yai, to say the least. I'm curious where this ranks, actually. Yeah, I figured it'd be top 1%. 2,700? Yeah, okay. Where does it rank on Raiko? Because personally, I don't really play much Aggravate Yai anymore. I do much more either Overload Yai or Electrocharge Yai, so functionally the Raiko leaderboard is what I care about. It's the closest one. Yeah. Well, crazy. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to just flex my build on you. I was just curious how it compared. But this is actually like a perfect example of why I don't think I will ever bother with 4-piece Golden Droop on her. Is the fact that you, like, this crazily good of a build. This is a really good Golden Droop build, right? It'd be so ridiculously hard for me to get a Golden Troop build that is as good as my build, my 2-piece options. And it's also actively worse for on-fielding Yai, and I like to on-field Yai quite a bit in some form or another, so yeah. Anyways, as far as like build universality goes, but for an off-field focus Yai, this is obviously extremely good. Has a nice chunk of EM substats too. So yeah, no surprise this is an extremely good Aggravate Yai. With Widzith, not even level 90 by the way. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I would probably recommend level 90 your Widzith, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. But you'd probably go to what, like 1750-ish attack, I'm guessing. And then of course the 205 crit damage. Yeah. Trying to build her for Raiko, but I've been getting unlucky with getting attack. Yeah. Try 2-piece combos, by the way. You are an AR-59 player, so I don't know exactly what your 2-piece artifacts look like. longer you play, the more 2-piece combos you have, the more like you're like the same as my situation, right? But check your 2-piece combos. You might have a better 2-piece combo. 2-piece EM, 2-piece electro damage, 2-piece skill damage, 2-piece attack, all of them. Check every combination. She works on so many different 2-piece combos. So yeah. User on Sack Jade recently. Interesting. That's funny. All right. Your options for 2-piece attack suck. Yeah, that's not too surprising. It's a bit difficult. And I think, to be clear, the value of attack percent stats change a little bit on her with different weapons. So of course, like I have Kagura's Verity, so that gives me a little bit more value in my attack percent rolls, which changes the like relative ranking quality in something like Akasha as far as like using it to compare your builds. So with Widzith, it's possible that you want to prioritize like 2-piece electro, 2-piece EM, 2-piece skill damage more than 2-piece attack or whatever, or prioritize 4-piece builds, right? So anyways, could get 2-piece EM attack, but I want to plunge with her. I mean, I've done 2-piece EM attack with plunging. Like, yeah, the 2-piece EM doesn't benefit the plunge damage that much. I mean, it does benefit the plunge damage if you're doing plunging with aggravate, and it also benefits the plunges for electrocharge damage, technically. Make sure she has more ownership of it, but anyways. But yeah, it's not, I don't know, like with an invested in a build like this one, like I don't even think if you use this build for plunging, you would like notice a crazy difference in your overall utility. So yeah. Hey, look, a Fav Shunyun build. This is what I was talking about earlier. Something. This is kind of like what you would target for a Fav Shunyun build. Well, sorry, other than the lack of crit rate, that is a slight problem. But yeah. Anyways, wish I had more ER. Yeah, I mean ER is nice to have. It's just so really situational. It's hard to justify building ER on UI. But anyways, I should not get too distracted yapping about Yai. Always easy way to distract me. Brink J, we already did yours by Random Chance Jammer Varessa. All right, let's go. They said they're working on her set. So that means they're either on Codex or they have the new set. Nope. Codex. Which is fine. Codex is quite good on her. And in particular, if you have the signature weapon, it's going to be quite hard to get... Like you have a quite good Codex build, right? And it's going to be quite hard to get a 4-piece plunge build that competes with your Codex build. When I checked, like I have some pretty good plunge artifacts already, right? Where I think with this weapon I can get to 80% crit rate about on the new plunge artifacts with 180 crit damage. So like a pretty good plunge build, right? But using Akasha to check the ranking, and again, this is just to compare to my own artifacts, right? Compare new plunge artifacts versus my Codex artifacts. My Codex artifacts were top 3%, and my Vivid Notions plunge artifacts build was top like 8%, if I recall. So, point is, with Vivid Notions, it's actually quite hard to switch over to the new artifacts, and I found that I didn't mind having to do the extra plunge at the start of her combo very much. So like, I kind of would, if you don't need your Codex artifacts for other characters, which maybe you do, although it looks like you have just a lot of Codex artifacts, so maybe you don't. But like on my account, that's the main reason, is like I wanted my Codex artifacts free so I could have them for Chaska, for Kanich, for On-Field Pyro Traveler, right? I wanted my Codex artifacts free and still to have Varessa on a build. Plus, I like Lost Prayers on her more than her signature weapon. So, all those reasons push me towards like preferring her on the plunge artifacts. But in your case, I don't know, maybe you just don't even need to bother, is my point. Unless you're planning to get Skirk too, maybe then it's still worth it. It might actually just serve you better just to stick with your existing quite good pieces here. You could get minor improvements, to be clear, like with attack percent substats, but it's going to be hard to get much more of an improvement in crit value. This is actually a deceptively good circlet, by the way. Because, like, they don't need any more crit rate. And, like, yeah, it would have been preferable to have attack percent versus flat attack. But, like, this amount of flat attack, what is that equivalent to? Let me check. We just need to do 82 divided by 946. How much attack percent is that equivalent to? 82... Because, like, way too often people consider flat attack a dead stat. That is equivalent to 8.7% attack. It's almost, actually it's more than 2 minimum attack percent rolls, right? So the other way to think about this is as if this circlet has 20% attack and no flat attack, right? Don't underestimate when you get a bunch of flat attack rolls, especially on a stupid set like this where you don't necessarily need a bunch of crit rate. So, yeah, crazy. Good build. Sorry, brain paused for a second. Relaxing times. Are you still here? You didn't. I know you did a donation and you joined the membership. Did you want a review, or were you just joining to join? Still doing random ones or only donations? I'm gonna do at least 1 or 2 more random ones, maybe more. We'll see. I should really stop streaming because I have things I need to work on. It's gonna be hard to have the energy to record and edit. I'm gonna record something simple. Either a Shalona, I know I said I was going to do a Shalona video earlier this week, but I kept on waffling on what I wanted to make the Shalona video about. I am actually considering doing like something weird for the Shalona video, where I might actually live stream it, but only like live stream for like an hour, where I just live stream where I have like a script, not a script, but like I have my outline I'm going to follow, kind of as if I'm recording it, but in a slightly different way, where like I can, so I don't know, I just kind of want to play around with that, because like the Shalona video is kind of thing like, I think I can have these yap videos where I say, yeah, Shalona C2 isn't worth it, but here's the things that are kind of fun about it, and here's what it actually does for you. And I think that might be better in an interactive format, but I have to keep the stream really focused on that if I do that kind of format. And ideally I want to keep it shorter. Like it's fine if it goes long, because people will watch long videos, but it would preferably be like not much more than in like an hour-long stream. So I don't know, like basically an unedited, equivalent to doing an unedited video essentially, but having the option to interact with chat, but also not letting chat distract me too much. So I don't know, if I can get better at doing that kind of thing, I'd really like to be able to do that more, because I think it could be beneficial to have those kinds of videos, where I just talk about like, is this thing worth it in a live stream format rather than a edited format, plus particularly because then I can make more of them, right? I don't know. Anyways, so I might do that. Like I still want to do a C2. My point is, I still am going to do a C2 Shalona video, but it might turn into like this kind of live stream that's like a live stream that tries to be more laser focused. So that, and it's going to have like a different thumbnail from my normal live stream thumbnail format because of that focus as well. Because like I want it to just show up in people's feeds and people click on it as if it's just like a long video. So yeah. Yes, please. 84581. You won't let me super chat. Don't know why. All right, no worries. It let you. It let you do whatever that was before, but it won't let. That's funny. Okay. All right. What do you want us to look at here? Relaxing. How much have I had this like not showing? By the way, I think. Okay. If I have had the stat screen not showing fully before, yell at me. There was one time where I went and looked back at one of the unit review streams, and like half of the stream, I think I had it like cut off like halfway. Like it was only showing the top 3 artifacts fully. And I was like, oh no, brain, how dare I do this? But anyway, and all I have to do to avoid that is just make sure I frame the window that I'm like looking at on my end the same as it's framed in my OBS, and I don't do that by accident. Anyways. No deadly assault anymore. I don't know. I really want to. I don't know. You know what? Ugh. Okay, we'll finish there's one more donation one after this one, and then I'll do a couple more random ones, and I'll decide if I want a deadly assault. I haven't even logged into polearms only yet. Anyways, Mualani, Farina, Arlecchino, sign up. Okay. Another day then. Stream already long. Yeah. I ended up doing more unit reviewing than I expected I was going to do. I thought I was going to do like an hour-ish of unit reviews, but I've done much more. This turned into a proper unit review stream, even though I wasn't intending it to. This is a extremely healthy Mualani. Oh yeah, that's yeah. I like how this F's up some of her utility, by the way. With some characters. Like, I think Mualani Muwika doesn't work with C2, if I recall. Like, not very well, at least. You have to do burn. which honestly I would very greatly consider. I would very much. You know what? My preferred Moika Mualani team, or sorry, my preferred Mualani team if I had C2 would probably be Moika, Mualani, Emily, and then maybe would it be Shalonen or would it be I don't know. What team do you play with Mualani? I'm curious. I feel like I would play Burn. Like to be clear, I already prefer Burn Vaporize. With Mualani. Burn is the best on her. Okay, so you do play Burn. What exact Burn team? I'm curious. Anyways. Krim and I may have ruined the hoops for Deadly Assault. Yeah, you did. Good job, Kathleen. Alright. Yeah, I'm curious what exact team you're using, but obviously this is a very, very good Mualani build. You technically don't even have a dead stat. I just realized. I was going to say, how dare you for having a dead stat? I mean, I could make fun of the fact that you have one bad flat HP roll, but as someone who refuses to count flat stats as dead stats when they contribute to a character's damage, I'm not going to say that. You have no dead stats in this build. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is an absurd Mualani build. Farina, Baiju, Xiangling. You're playing that team variant. Yeah, that's fair. I don't like solo Pyro Xiangling. But yeah, so the reason I don't like solo Pyro Xiangling is because I do not have a 250 ER Fab build on Emblem. If I want to get enough ER on a solo Pyro Xiangling with Pav, I can do it, but not with 4-piece Emblem. So, yeah. Also, somehow you have this amount of ER with her on an attack timepiece, of all things. That's incredible. Alright, good job. Yep. 250 ER doesn't feel like it. Yeah, I mean, if I would probably do an ER timepiece still in this, because that'd be 280 ER. Like, that's what I would like for Xiangling to feel good in Mualani teams. And I might consider it eventually, because I would like to do something weird. Like, the Farina Baiju combo is very interesting for Mualani, because Farina damage bonus can go quite far for Mualani's damage, right? And then, you know, Baiju enables burn. And Baiju could even use... Yeah, Song of Days Past, I guess, does make sense. I wonder how much of a difference that really makes with Mualani, though, because it's not, like, that significant of a flat buff. It's better than nothing, but I kind of would maybe... I would be trying to make instructors work on him, but that might be a bit sus. Like, very not easy. Because his ER needs are not low, but also not impossible to deal with. You have a C1 Baiju, which I'm sure helps. Also, that helps too, I'm sure. Anyways. So, yeah, you know, I like it. What else are we looking at? Sorry, I'm blind. Farina, Arlecchino. Oh yeah, Arlecchino and Seno. Okay. Oh, Key of Caution suit Farina. Wee. That probably helps your Mualani a lot too. Have you pulled all these things just for Mualani? Is that why you pulled for this? If so, I respect it. You're completely bent on maxing the Mualani damage. You did. Nice. I like it. I love it. Alright. So it's safe to say you do not mind optimizing Mualani clears. And for Saida? Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense as well. Arlecchino. C3 Arlecchino. Yeah, that's... As far as... C3 Arlecchino is a much smarter stopping point than C6 Arlecchino. Like, I can tell you... I think this is not very obvious most of the time on polearms only. Because it is, like, when I do play C6 Arlecchino, I like to try to play around Z6. C6 is fun for how it changes their gameplay. The vast majority of the damage increases you get for Arlecchino are C1 to C3, and C4, C5, and C6 are all a constellation in one constellation. So it's basically the cost of 3 constellations for the value of 1 constellation is what I would describe C6 Arlecchino, anything past C3 Arlecchino as, right? Anyways, this is a very healthy Arlecchino. Attack Goblet is interesting. Should be more than functional on her, though. Yeah. Oh. Wait, 5-piece? You're running Attack Goblet with a 5-piece Gladiator? Oh, she's on the wrong goblet. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm just gonna assume you have a pretty good Pyro Goblet on her or something normally. Shinos. C2 Sino. Yep. Hey, look. I found another person that runs an ER timepiece on Cyto. he just feels better to use an ER timepiece. Yep. Yep. I understand. I understand completely. It's meant to be pyro. Yeah, you kind of have to, indeed. If you're not doing anything other, like he just has way more compelling. Like he has more team options if you run him on an ER timepiece on Thundering Fury, right? I actually think he's a more fun unit if you put him on an ER timepiece. Obviously C2 helps with that, like giving him some damage bonus in exchange for losing some damage, but yeah. It obviously takes a very invested build still to get to this point, and they're running an EM goblet, which is interesting. But yeah, that is a bit of a flex goblet, yeah. Especially with that one, like, Jesus Christ. This amount of crit value plus the 3 attack percent rolls. Good lord. Very nice, Sino. I understand why, but it is a little bit of an underwhelming Sitlali build. But like by underwhelming, I'm comparing it to my Sitlali build, which is bonkers. Like I want to emphasize how like this has a 185 ER with an ER timepiece, right, and 932 EM. My Sitlali is bonkers. I don't know if that many people understand that when I'm using her. Like. This is her min-max build. To be clear, it depends on the team. Sometimes I need more ER, so I can sacrifice 60 EM if I need more ER. I can get her up to the same ER that we have by sacrificing 3 EM rolls. But like, having this much ER with this much EM is actually bonkers and incredibly hard to do. I would say my theoretical ideal Sitlali build actually would be probably an ER timepiece. On an onset ER timepiece with 120 EM. And it will never not make me mad, by the way. When I was playing on the creator server beta, they had a bunch of like preset artifacts, and there was like a 4-line ER timepiece with EM substat that I leveled for Sitlali, and this is like one I used in testing things on the creator server, and it rolled 100 EM. Oh, sorry, it rolled 120 EM. I'm not kidding. I was so annoyed when that happened. My literal like dream Sitlali artifact happened on the creator server. I don't know if I've ever been more salty, because like I will never get that artifact. An ER main stat timepiece on set with 120 EM. That's impossible. And the one stupid piece I leveled on, and I was just leveling it because I needed to have Sitlali have enough ER for testing purposes on that stupid account, right? Because the build was not functional if I didn't give her an ER timepiece. And then the game trolled me and it was like, here, have the god tier ER timepiece. What? Yeah, the artifact is already gone. It's been deleted from existence. That was not my choice. Crazy. Anyways, point is, don't worry about min-maxing your Sitlali that much. This Sitlali, to be clear, is obviously balanced around landing some crits occasionally, which is very hard to do. I should have notated that. It's incredibly hard to like have this balance of EM and crit, right? And they have a C2 Sitlali notably, so like they're getting a big EM buff and res shred buff for whoever they're using Sitlali with to functionally so functionally their C2 Sitlali means they're getting more value, like buffing value from their Sitlali than I am, obviously, even with an incredibly better build because her C2 is broken. But what the direction they have chosen is to build more crit, which is in some ways harder to do than what I did. But yeah, if I want to build her for what I have realized though is when I want to build crit on Sitlali, I just use her on 4-piece codex, right? Because you can put someone else on scroll, put her on codex, and then she can get a bunch of free crit from codex. So, anyways, this is a very impressive amount of crit rate on your Sitlali. I like it. You didn't even ask me to look at it, but I looked at it anyways. I'm sorry. That's a very strong Veresa. Jesus. Yeah, you spent a little bit of resin in the domain, I think, just a little bit. Do you refresh your resin? I feel like you refresh resin. You give me that vibe, but I don't know. Okay, they're AR-59. They're definitely a money spender. I was checking if if a player's AR-60, it is possible an AR-60 player could have these constellations without spending money. Unlikely, but possible. But AR-59 player, no, they spent a pretty penny. I'm just curious if they're a resin refresher. They give me resin refresher vibes. Which, you know, you do you with your money. It's fine. Definitely not worth it, but I respect the dedication regardless. So, anyways, was there any I missed refreshing? Or relaxing? I don't refresh, but I have been in there since it came out. Oh, okay, I see. So, wow. Just all your resin has gone to here. Nice. C2 also adds 125 EM to Silali, which is not shown. Yeah, I know. I was aware of that. That's part of why I said they get more buffing value than I get, because both the EM to other units, and the extra EM for her. So, yeah. Here, 60, all your 5-star constellations are lucky early, so yeah. I mean, that's what they should be if you're making good decisions. They should just be lucky earlies. Alright, this rest is on Sino set. Okay, nice. You spent all your resin in one with a new domain and then on Sino. Nice. Alright. Okay, sweet. Thanks for relaxing. It was fun to look at. Okay, I think we have one more donation, then we'll do 2 more randoms, I think. And then that'll probably be the stream. I gotta do polearms only, but well, polearms only is not gonna be interesting. It's just artifact farming. Well, I don't know. Do you guys want to see the polearms only artifact farming? I don't know if it will matter. Where's my tab? Oh, I was in the wrong browser window. Oops. Okay. Ishi plays. Alright. Ish plays, not Ishi. For some reason I feel like my brain thinks your name should have a Y in it. Ishi plays YouTube. Focus on Raiden. But they also said all. Alright. Yes, Gamba? Okay, fine. We can do polearms only. That's a 100 crit rate. Wow. That's a Ceaseless Wanderer. I'm assuming you don't play with Cryo. Yep. This Wanderer probably performs as well as a C-2 Moika. Speaking of. Oh boy. I wonder... I actually wonder how the clear times compare to a C2 Moika versus a C6 Wanderer, LMAO Wanderer Slender. I'm sorry, like, I've seen a C6 Wanderer, it seems underwhelming for the cost of a C6. I respect the dedication to trying to make an underwhelming character feel better to play, but I am willing to bet that this Moika gets, you know, meaningfully better clear times than this Wanderer. Even though it's a rank 177 Wanderer. Poor Wanderer. Wanderer, another character that I think just deserves a minor kit rework in that, like, he should not be interrupted as easily as he is in the air, first of all. And then his kit could be rebalanced to incentivize, like, other elements a little bit differently than he does, in my opinion. And then also just, like, a base multiplier increase. Because, like, his multipliers just don't justify... Like, animal DPSing is not that good. His teams are too restrictive for the reward you get. Anyways. I pulled Wanderer to fly. I regret getting him. Yeah. Natlan has kind of erased the relevance of pulling some of the older units for exploration. They asked me to look at Raiden. Good Moika. It's a C6 Fina. With a very on-field build. Yep. Usable Cloud Retainer. Mostly usable Cloud Retainer. Very low amount of ER. It might still be enough, I don't know. I've noticed on occasion I just barely don't have my energy back on my signature weapon VV build on Cloud Retainer with 180 ER. That's why I'm a little suspicious of it, but C1 kind of solves that problem because the times where you don't have the burst back, you can just use the C1, so it's probably fine. Nice. Okay. Raiden. It's a hybrid Raiden with no crit damage. To be clear, I like doing full EM hybrid Raiden. Honestly, as time goes on, I think I like full EM hybrid Raiden more than I like EM crit damage hybrid Raiden. But EM crit damage hybrid Raiden is normally what I use for main stats. This is technically hybrid Raiden, but barely. And it's kind of mostly hybrid Bloom Raiden. but it's also technically hybrid Raiden by nature of it has enough crit rate to crit consistently, and it's C2. So, like, this is a Raiden that probably gets meaningful talent damage. She's probably not bursting very consistently, though, but semi-consistently. So, I don't know. As an approach to hybrid Raiden that also gets, like, normal Hyper Bloom damage, or only has to change a weapon for full Hyper Bloom damage, I give it a 10 out of 10. So, you know what? I like this. Whatever the... I don't know. What's the number 1 Raiden on Akasha? Your freaking Wanderer is number 70 now. Jesus. Anyways, what is Raiden? I want to look at Raiden. I just want to look at Raiden leaderboards in general. Raiden. Let's see. It's a C2 Raiden. What is a Hyper Raiden? The number 1 Raiden. Yep. What the frick is this goblet? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Anyways, yep. This Raiden is worse than your Raiden. Get away. Stupid Windows. Stop! Ready to install updates. I don't care, Windows. Why are you notifying me in the middle of a stream? But yeah, that circlet was ridiculous. But yeah, this Raiden is lame compared to your Raiden. Just saying. Just saying. Alright, anyways. Windows update stream went never. I will never do that update. I mean, I probably will in like a month. Alright. Thank you, Ishi. Let's do a couple more randoms. 156. Account in general. Oh boy. AR60 free to play only got 36 stars once. Interesting. Link from Zelda. You're the Link? The Link from Zelda plays Genshin Impact. Full account, huh? Oh boy. Well, I've said before, if you do full account requests from me, I try to do them quicker. It's a competent Zhongli build. You might be served better by Fav, and some of the teams are using him in to accent his energy potential. Also, don't... as far as like struggling into 36 star, if you like over prioritize Zhongli bursting is oftentimes a DPS loss in most teams. But, you know, even when you have him built for damage and he crits. So, yeah. Eula. It's a pretty good Eula build with enough ER to burst consistently and a very Eula amount of crit rate, but you know what? You just optimize around it. It has enough crit rate to burst, which is cool. Yeah. I like it. If I had an ER timepiece like this, I'd consider using a Eula on Pale Flame like this. Seems like a pretty usable Risley. Healthy amount of EM substats for Melt. Not R5 Wizards, a little unfortunate, but not the end of the world, I imagine. Jade Cutter Ayato. Okay. I think my vibe on why you might be struggling, I don't know what characters you have total, right? If you're wanting like genuine advice, it's not like your builds that are the problem. That's very clear to me. I think it's most likely... by the way, R1 Zyphos might just be worse than Pav for you. Well, I don't know. You don't have any crit rate substats, so it's probably similar to Vav. It's an okay weapon at R1. It's not very compelling though. You could be situationally served better by a sack sword on him or a Fav on him, but yeah. Maybe Plungula is the way. Yeah. Plungula is the way if you want her to do more damage, sadly. If I had to guess, it's not build investment that is your struggle. I mean, I didn't expect the Scroll Mawika, to be honest. I respect the Scroll Mawika. I use Scroll Mawika. But It is possible you could use Muika to help you, but I don't know what your other Natlan units look like. Muika is a much more underwhelming character if you don't have other options for Natlan units in some combination of Shalona and Sitlali, Eonson in particular currently, or like Chevrus and whatever. It's a usable Shenha build. More than usable, it's pretty good. Tau Dragon's Bane build. Very relatable amount of crit rate. I personally would be inclined on your account more towards 4-piece Marshase Hunter doing Farina Hu Tao together. I don't know what other, if you have Cloud Retainer to do Plunge Hu Tao or whatnot. It's C0 Hu Tao, so you're doing jump cancels anyways. I don't know, it's not an unusable build, but this is definitely a Hu Tao build where you'd have to maybe lose some of your sanity optimizing around crit rate. Or around critting. Trying to think, would I use a crit rate circlet on this build? I probably would, yeah. I think I personally would probably switch to a crit rate circlet on this Farina build. It's obviously going to make you lose a lot of crit damage, but I think critting more consistently is going to be better. Yeah. That would be my vote. Or use C6 Nicole, yeah. Clearly. Just need to wait for C6 Nicole to go from Zenless to Genshin in the Genshin Zenless crossover, for sure. Look, they did it for one of the Honkai games. Maybe they'll do it. And a Wanderer's Troop build. Nice. Okay. They didn't have any specific questions, right? No, they just said only got 36 stars once. Yeah, so my guess would be, if there's anything, it's just like, quite frankly, like, I don't know exactly what teams you're playing the most. Eula is a harder unit to clear Abyss with. And the ways of success to Eula nowadays is by like using Farina with her, with like C6 Mika, and then, you know, like an off-field Electro. So like Farina plus a good build on Fischl, for example, plus Mika is a way for Eula to like probably feel relatively comfortable, because diversifying your damage and not just being super reliant on, you know, Eula's damage will make the team feel generally better. And then, like, you know, Risley, I suspect he might be doing like Burn Melt Risley. Burn Melt Risley is probably pretty good. Like, this should be the good enough build to clear this current Abyss cycle, I would suspect, if you're doing like Risley, Nahida, Moika, Bennett, I guess, probably. I think that would make sense. And then you could do, so that would be second side, of course. I don't know how good is any Risley owners in chat? How good is Risley at the second side of this current Abyss? Mostly for the first chamber. The first chamber is, you know, well, I don't know. Melt Risley, like, yeah, Melt Risley, Moika. If you're doing Burn Melt, it should be very good at dealing with it, right? So yeah, you could do Risley. It should be good, yeah. And then first side, do, if you have a Chevrus available, you can do a Chevrus Hu Tao team, unironically. The Automaton's going to be a bit of a struggle, though. I don't know if I'd recommend that. The Chamber 2 is probably the challenge, right? Moika first side. Yeah, oh yeah, duh. That's true. You could probably just do Moika first side. Put Moika on 4-piece Obsidian Codex, and yeah, just embrace the Moika, because Mihoyo has the stupid Natlan requirement for the Automaton boss. And you can put a different Pyre unit in for Melt Risley. It won't make a crazy difference, most likely. And Moika will make more of a difference the other side. But yeah, if you don't have Eons on for like a Moika, like the ideal would probably be like a Moika Overload team in your case. Or you could do a Moika Frina team. Moika Frina teams work fine. Only problem with Moika Frina is that you need to use Bennett, most likely. But anyways, I very much suspect it's a question of what off-fielder options do you have, and what is your investment in your off-fielder builds? If Fina is anything to go by, I suspect you don't have a very invested official build. Not that your Fina build is unusable or anything. I just suspect that Fina already has your best golden troop pieces kind of thing, right? And therefore, if your official is built at all, I assume her feather is probably pretty bad. So I don't know. This is a kind of interesting account. Like, I think you might just be missing like a little bit of like team building knowledge or mechanics knowledge. So unironically, maybe watch some more like the Jeff videos or something. But maybe you hate him. I don't know. Watch anybody, because as you learn about team building options and realize the power of different supports and like having invested support builds with enough energy recharge to give you rotation flexibility. Your account definitely should have the capability to 36 star, even like difficult abysses like this current one pretty consistently. Just based on the characters that I see here and my assumption that you probably have, hopefully, characters like Bennett, whatever. And if you have Eons on, that would be very nice too, because that would give you more freedom to do like, you could do Wika Eons on one side, Bennett, Risley, the other side kind of thing. If you don't have Eons on for something like that, you could try, like Hu Tao, Shivers, Shangling, Official, something like that. That could be... oh no, the second chamber again, though, for the freaking first side. Ugh. Oh, the stupid automaton, man. Chamber 2. Chamber 2. Free Auron. Oh yeah, that's true. The free Auron could help them, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Don't undervalue supports, and especially the Natland supports with the scroll set and whatever. Just Mawika alone, can be great on scroll. But, this Mawika doesn't have a ton of crit rate. Looks like my Mawika build, the full EM build. Anyways, yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully some of that helped. But it's hard to get a specific gauge. I need to do more account fixing because like this is not me specifically offering to do an account fixing video on your account, to be clear. But this is the kind of account I want to do more account fixing videos on. I don't know. It's been hard to be motivated to do account fixing because they take a lot of time and energy. And the last 3 account fixing videos I made performed quite poorly. But I should try to do, I should at least try to do, live stream account fixings. Because this would be the kind of one that I think would be a good target for, a live stream account fixing, right? Where I can jump onto the account, look at all the team options, look at the investment of the supports, and, in a process of a couple hours, make a plan of yeah, you can level these, and these. Here's some different team options that gives you options for this abyss, or what are just team options in general, yada yada. So yeah, Lanyan's a great support on the first side. Yeah, I imagine, because Lanyan can absorb Hydro for. I mean, a C2 Lanyan probably just doesn't even have any problem tanking all of the Tulpa damage. Actually, maybe, I don't know. How is the C2 Lanyan's tanking ability, even with Bennett? Because if you're still getting vaporized on... I don't know. We can go check that. I'm curious. Let's do one more and then we can go check that. 89 is the last one. Fina Varessa. Nice. Glad to end on Varessa. Glad to end a new character. Oops, I didn't paste properly. Oh, I also didn't copy properly. Good job, Rain. Okay, Fina and Varessa. Sorry, I got distracted with the cage. Fast Train Desire. Wow. Yep, that seems like a quite healthy Fast Train Desire for Fina. An incredibly good goblet. Wow. Is that a 50? That is a 50. Wow. Wow. We got a 26, barely not 30, barely not 30 CV again, no crit rate rolls, and then a 50 CV. It's just really funny. I don't know. Like, it's overall more than competent enough Fina build, I think. It's just really funny. The artifact quality compared to this. Like, I think you spent a lot of time in one domain. So it's just funny. That's all. Could you make improvements? Yeah, but this is a build that's like, I mean, not any one. There's no like specific problem the build has from one artifact. So, I don't think Fina is the smartest character to like be hellbent on optimizing, unless you're like me and you like using Fina in a million different teams. But then you're gonna end up at the point where you end up wanting a tenacity Fina build. So it's not necessarily a good thing to be like me, because then you're just never happy. Because there's no such thing as a perfect build. Anyways, it's a competent Fina. If you wanted to improve it, then it would just most likely come from I don't know where would it, mostly the circlet, honestly. Getting more crit rate in the circlet, I guess. But I wouldn't stress about it much because, you know, you're getting a bunch of crit rate from Pestering Desire and damage bonus from Pestering Desire. This should be a very healthy amount of damage from Fina. So yeah. UID forms reset? Yes, they do. Because otherwise I would end up mostly reviewing old people's UIDs. Not like literally old people, but like old submissions. There you are. So shiny, so strong. Wizard Veressa. Hey, first Wizard Veressa we've seen. Interesting chunk of EM. Veressa feels like fine in Aggravate, by the way. I definitely don't prefer her in Aggravate. It doesn't feel like you're getting the full value out of her kit, but her damage contribution is still fine in Aggravate. She doesn't trigger that many Aggravates itself, but she can just work there fine, just as like most on-field Electros can. She's not crazy, but it's generally functional because she has big multipliers regardless. The point being, EM can have some value there, and EM also has some value in like the electro charges she triggers. So I actually kind of like EM as a secondary stat to like it's not your preferred stat, but it's much better than, you know, defense or whatever. And it might actually be better than flat attack rolls, I'm not sure. Anyways, you should probably level 90 your Wizard. That's going to give you a good chunk of attack. Other than that, your build seems quite good. Yeah, I don't know. Yep. It's just a healthy Veressa build. If you're wondering if you think you should farm the plunge set or not, I would say probably not, unless you're planning on getting Skirk, because presumably you'd want the Skirk artifacts. I think this is a good enough build that I wouldn't stress about that very much. I think the main reason to farm the plunge artifacts is if you're going to use Lost Prayers on her. Yeah. Your Veressa slaps in your Sino team. Your Veressa slaps in your Sino team with Baiju, Fina, Nahida. You're playing Sino, Baiju, Fina, Nahida, Veressa? What? No, you do what? What? Do you just not play Sino? Or do you wait? No, you listed 5 characters. I'm assuming in place of your Sino team. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I just got confused because you prefaced in your Sino team. I was like, you're playing Veressa and Sino together. I do 800-second rotations. I mean, you can do 40-second rotations technically. You know, wait. Actually, Sino has no energy needs if you do a dual DPS team. So you can do like Sino. I'm trying to think who you use as like as the. I was gonna say Fina, but I don't know. Let's say you do Sino, Fina, and then I don't know, Jean, right, for healer, and then you just alternate. Sino has no energy needs if you do Sino one rotation, and then the next rotation you do Veressa. All right. Anyways, yeah, nice build. Nice build. Anyways. You can still 36 star with him, but it's crazy. Yeah. Proto Ember Veressa. Yeah, exactly. That's an option. Oh god. Do 30-second rotations with Proto Ember Veressa. Or get C2 and make it 25-second rotations. No. Anyways, give Varessa Sino's equipment. I mean, yeah, Varessa should work with Sino's equipment pretty well, and probably better than Sino does. Because that's how Sino was balanced. Anyways. Alright. I think that's the last random. Well, no, fine, I'll do one more. I think we did 84 already. Here, we'll do one more that's like spammed. Closing my eyes. This one. 43. Hybrid DPS Albedo. Working on skill damage set. I mean, if you're on Husk, I believe Husk is still competitive with skill damage. Oh, they didn't put their full UID? Oh no. Well, I'll wait a second. Whoever you were in chat, if you're still here, whoever submitted this, I'm not gonna go and guess which number they missed. I'm gonna guess they missed the last digit, but I'm not gonna go do that. I would have actually been down there to look at their Sethos, Albedo, Antinori. Rip though. I guess, but that might be what we're ending on. Oh boy. Log out. Here, let's actually put Dia back here. I'm guessing they're not on the stream anymore. That's sad.
Get down to business.
Hopefully they don't watch the VOD. Hopefully they don't watch the VOD and be like, oh no. Oh no, I didn't type in my UID. If you do watch the VOD, whoever you are, and you're joined in a future stream, just feel free to let me know in the chat. Hopefully, at me in the live chat, because if you don't at me, it's less likely I see it, whatever. Like, bug me in the chat, is my point. And be like, hey, I got randomly selected before, but I put in my UID wrong. I didn't put in a number correctly. And I'll review your thing. So, I will give you that. Event survey, how exciting. I should probably do that, because it's going to get more... Anyways, what's my resin at now? Good lord, 40. We were doing that for a while. Okie dokie. I gotta remember, I'm probably not gonna stream tomorrow, but I gotta remember to have a stroke. Why am I struggling so much? What's wrong with my brain? Oh, Fab Lance. I gotta farm Fab. Actually, no. I'm probably not gonna farm Fab Lance tomorrow because the artifact event's still going. I'll get Fab Lance done after. I don't need to do Fab Lance next week. It's a 1-day resin thing. I think. I only need to do 2 ascensions. I would hope that's only 1 day of resin. If I have to spend more than 1 day of resin on Fab Lance, it's gonna annoy me. But either way, I can do it on a weekend. Need coffee? Apparently, yes. Yep, Captain Resin here. No surprise. No, I was computing for a second. I was like, wait, what do we do? This is the last day I get. No, I get one more day. One more day where I don't have to do dailies here. Wonderful. How long have you been awake? I don't know. Since 10 a.m. So 9 hours. Not that long. I'm not actually that tired. It's just if you don't know what stream means, like when you're like constantly yapping for 6 hours and 22 minutes straight, your brain gets in a mode of a sort where it just, I don't know. Well, my brain. I shouldn't say that the way my brain works for streaming is going to work the way everyone's brain is going to work for streaming. But you know, point being, brain gonna brain. My brain gets tired even if I'm not physically tired. Does that make sense? So, anyway. I still need to do plenty of things today. Because despite not streaming yesterday, I didn't get what I recorded stuff yesterday, worked on a bunch of stuff that took hours. But then that turned into not the video for this week. It was part of the challenge, part of the title of this video, right? I worked on a whole bunch of that yesterday, and quickly realized after I started recording it was not going to turn into a one-day project. The challenge was too difficult. But that's fine. That is fine. This is technically work to you. It is indeed. And Fridays, that's what I usually just end up working for like 16 hours on Fridays. Functionally. because I'm stupid, but it's fine.
Step aside.
It's just because I don't balance my work well enough throughout the week. Wow. Do I even care about this? It's high rolls. I'll lock it on principle, I guess. Think Niche will be worse in the future because of power creep?
Stop right there.
Like, so you're specifically referencing like Sino and Ayato. Quite frankly, so the difference is like Sino and Ayato were underwhelming on release, in my opinion. Like, for example, if you follow Zajeff's content, he says like these characters are like there's not a single like 5-star character. He's done like a post-release analysis where he's like, other than like standard banner characters, I should say. Like I think he said this of like, you know, Mizuki or like Dia potentially. Although I think he undervalued Dia as far as her potential supportive utility, and got too much focus on damage. So I'm not saying I agree with every one of Zajeff's takes. Point is, if you go look at like someone who likes Zajeff, the history of how he's rated characters like when they came out, right? He would say like Ayato is usable as like, you know, in these various forms. Or he is good enough, right? That's like or like really like he's usable, but in these really restrictive team contexts, like kind of Sino is, right? Where Sino is like long rotation times, just like, or long burst duration for his full damage output, kind of really inhibits his ability to reach his max potential. The point being, these characters had problems in their utility on their release, in their kit design. And if they have problems in utility on release in their kit design, it's likely those are going to be problems down the line too. But if a character has a kit that is designed to be fairly versatile, there is a chance that they're going to grow as time goes on. I think Chlorinde is an example of this. Arlecchino is an example of this. We're like, yeah, sure, Arlecchino's technically been power crept, but like, come on. Arlecchino is way more than good enough still with any of her compelling teams. Not saying you won't feel the need to like maybe invest higher in her or pull new characters like Sitlali for her to make her feel good in compared to Moika. But like, Moika Sitlali versus Arlecchino Sitlali is not a crazy difference in my world. Is kind of my point. And where I'm getting with this is that, you know, will Kenichi feel like Sino and Ayato do today? Maybe. I don't know. I would love to say confidently no. I would like to have said all that and said I don't think so. I think it is less likely. I think Kenichi will stay much more usable longer than those characters do, and to an easier degree. Like, it'll be easier to get Kenichi 2 years from now. It'll be easier to get Kenichi to deal, like, clear abysses than Ayato and Sino. Like, Ayato and Sino 2 years from now might be near impossible to use them in the abyss if it continues as it's been continuing, right? Whereas Kenichi will probably still be usable, is my suspicion. But at the same time, like I've yapped about this stream, they went from freaking Chiori last year. Chiori was their design philosophy last year for characters. For off-field characters, at least. Where they were so concerned about the balance of this off-field Geo character, like, oh no, we gotta make sure we don't have this character be too powerful, because that would be like Albedo power creep. Instead, we gotta have her be mostly a side grade to Albedo, but like situationally kind of an upgrade. So we just restrict her a little bit. And then they're just like, oh wait, we can just power creep this year. So we've gone from Chiori, who, despite Geo having like compelling needs after Fina's release, Geo had compelling needs for like a unit that could like be a team-wide healer and slot into Geo teams, and have, you know, be a like an off-field damage dealer that also did team-wide healing, and a little bit of buffing on that. That's what Escoffier is for freeze, to a nonsense degree. Why wasn't Chiori like Escoffier, but for Geo? Well, because they had a philosophy shift. Yeah, 2024 Natlan is the year of power creep. It's not just 2025 specifically, but the Natlan Genshin 5.x is Genshin's year of power creep. But like Kanich is part of the characters that are the power creep. Like they just upped the baseline damage level of all on-field DPSs they were releasing, right? So I still think Kanich is going to last much longer than someone like Ayato or Sino. But characters like Escoffier, Muika releasing, we'll see what Skirk is. I swear to God, Skirk better not have higher DPS than Muika's best team. What I would prefer is Skirk does like 120k DPS in Escoffier team. So that's 20% better than Ayaka. Right? If she's 20% better than Ayaka, it's probably fine. Particularly if she's as restrictive as she seems like she's going to be, where like her melt teams are probably either not going to really exist, or they're going to be bad, but my hope is that if she doesn't work in melt, she works as a driver. Because I think there is value to a unit that's like applies a lot of cryo, but only when they're on field. So that's my hope, is if she doesn't work with melt as an enabler, maybe as a like melt DPS herself, maybe she's a melt enabler for Xiangling's damage off field. So I hope Skirk has more team options, but I'm fine with her not being a good melt DPS as long as she has just decent team options in general, right? Yeah, Superconduct Skirk, exactly. So my point is, like, we'll see how Skirk is. We'll see how the power creep trend continues. I would love to confidently say that, yeah, Kanich should be usable years from now. But Escoffier does not give me faith that, they're not just going to absurdly power creep characters, and the DPS ceiling next year is going to be 180k versus 140k is right now for like a C0 characters team, with C6 4 stars to be clear. The DPS ceiling for C0 5 stars right now is Muika at 140k DPS, which is a lot higher than anyone else, with C6 Eons on C6 Bennett and Sitlali C0 on TTDS. So, and with Shalonen, that's more like 120, 130k or something. And Shalonen in practice, functionally in practice, Shalonen still is like preferable over Eonson, even though Eonson is higher on paper, right? So point being, like, Skirk, I would hope does not go past 120k. I hope, like, if Natlan was the nation of power creep, the way that they keep old characters relevant is, one, introducing new content, which supposedly they might be doing. That's good. So that we have more ways, like more reasons to use your Kanich, right? Even if there's stronger Kaniches in the future, you can still use your Kanich because you like him and have him already and don't want to acquire whatever. And the new endgame combat that requires 3 teams potentially, that is rumored, is potentially a step in the right direction for that. Like adding more content, endgame content, good. More reason to use more characters, right? But also just, yeah, like just other than adding content, just if for the next 2 years the DPS ceiling is what Muika's DPS ceiling is, and we don't really go past that for C0 5-star characters, like they don't have to just continue power creeping, is my point. They could just keep that at the DPS ceiling and release new interesting kits that help old characters get to that DPS ceiling or get closer to it, right? That help Ayato get closer to it. So we'll see. The Escoffier makes it hard to be optimistic, in my opinion, because like Escoffier does that in some level. Yeah, she brings Ayaka up to 100k, but it's only really the existence of Shenha in conjunction with Escoffier and Ayaka that actually brings her up to 100k. Like she doesn't bring you can use Ayato in an Escoffier team too, but Ayato teams don't bring up to 100k DPS, right? I don't know what Ayato Escoffier teams sheet at right now. If I had to guess, probably like what do you do? Ayato, Farina, Escoffier. I wonder, do you still do Shenha or no? You do Sitlali probably. Yeah. So you probably do Sitlali, Escoffier, Farina, Ayato is potentially Ayato's best team, I think. And I bet that team is around 70, 80k DPS. That might be a little optimistic, though. Might be a little optimistic. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, like Escoffier uplifting those characters is great. My problem is like she should be more restrictive if she's gonna do that. She should only like that should be her primary gimmick, is uplifting characters like that. But instead, she's just really strong in general.
Impressive bounty.
Like too strong in general. She's not restrictive at all. She has no mechanical requirements. It's press E and press Q. Anyways, I don't know. Again, Escoffier will be fun. I'm gonna enjoy using her in the new kinds of teams she's gonna enable. But it makes me more concerned with the balance of character kits and power group in the game. So I don't know. We'll see where Kaniche is at in a year. We'll see. We'll see. I think chat is just talking to themselves right now. All right. Yeah, I've been going for 6.5 hours. I should probably end. All right, that was a longer stream than I intended, and now I got to figure out what I want to record. Actually, you know what? Here, this is what I'll end the stream on. Okay, chat. Do you want to hear? Okay, so my options I could do are I could record a C2 Shalon and Yap video. That's one of the easier ones I could record for this weekend. I could also alternatively just try to go finish editing my Can My Friend 36 Star the Abyss, but can a non-Genshin player 36 Star the Abyss. That video's been sitting in my back pocket for a month, but it's a lot of editing work, and I don't know if I can finish editing that tonight. So there's that. I can't really do DPS Barbara because she's level 20. I mean, I could do level 20 DPS Barbara, but anyways, I didn't cross that out of lifts. I don't need DPS Moika, physical Moika. I could do DPS Kirara. I haven't done DPS Kirara yet. I can do the Gaming video. The Gaming video, my plan is just to be like a bunch of Gaming teams that I like playing. I could do the Clurin video. So the oops, I'm a Clurin main now. I could do the C2 Shalon and Yap. Which is just going to be Shalon and C2 is not worth it, but it's not just going to be Yap. It's going to be the goal would be to demonstrate. The goal originally it was going to be mostly demonstration, but I think I'm mostly just going to do like a quick Yap about like her different I don't think I need to demonstrate the HP buff or the attack buff or the geo damage buff, but I would like to demonstrate like, oh, here's a geo team where like her geo samples being active is kind of nice, which is like Noelle, and then Noelle, Goro, like Shalon and Farina. And then like the cryo buff I would probably show because like, hey, making Ganyu stronger is nice because like Ganyu's not the strongest character in the game, and maybe if you really like Ganyu, you would want to consider getting C2 Shalon for Ganyu, and then stuff with the Electro. So like it'd be mostly a messing around with Shalon video. C6 plunge Lynette. I could actually try Lynette again. A DPS Lynette revisit with Eonson is kind of interesting. Because one problem I had with DPS Lynette originally was C6 Bennett overrides her infusion, so he couldn't do animo damage with an attack buffer. Should check about Eclipse Ascent on Discord. Yeah, I will. Did you message me them or did you just at me? I'll just make sure. Oh, you put them in promo? Yeah, okay. I'll check them out. Oh, you did message. Oh, okay. I thought I just saw an at message in my thing, so. Wait, I don't have any message requests from anyone. Any new ones. So, I don't know. Are you sure you DM me? Who did you DM? Anyways,
Staring into my
Shalon on
eyes is
C2 first in the list and
ill-advised.
she's on banner now?
I
Yeah.
can't promise you'll
I don't know.
like
It's just
what you
it's just a consideration of do I want to do the live stream version of that video? I think I should just do the normal Yap video for this time. And then yeah. Plus I'm probably just not gonna have the energy to do something more complicated maybe. I don't know if there's anything to revisit with DPS Dory. Fremine I do want to make a video on, but it'd probably be on Sylveon's account, on my mod's account. She does not have Eonson leveled up yet. I don't know if I need Eonson leveled necessarily, other than for testing with Plunge, but... Brink J is your name? Yeah, I don't have any messages from you. I'm in my message requests and I don't have anything. Like the message, my message requests like is from 11 days ago. I got nothing from you. Not a request. What do you mean it's not a request? Like if you message me on Discord, you message me on Discord, it shows up in my message requests. And then I accept it and it goes into my like normal DM category. If I message you in the past, then you would be in my normal DM category already. So I don't know. Alright. Anyways, what weapon is better on Weapon Banner? I mean, which one's better? That depends on your account and the characters you have and kinds of teams you like playing. If you have Shelonen, I am of the opinion that Shelonen's weapon is better because it will have more relevance in more teams. Elegy is very interesting for getting extra utility out of certain characters, though. In particular, like Auron, for example. But there's a number of bow characters Elegy is very valuable in. Like how you guys just made a bunch of suggestions rather than commenting on the suggestions I had. Oh, I need to go bothers to Jeff and schedule a specific time to do the Escoffier video with him. Oh yeah, DPS at Lolly I kind of want to revisit now that Eonson's out. Elixir. Oh yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make the Elixir video. I don't feel like making that. Oh yeah, Pyro Traveler video. I could make that. So okay, I would be leaning towards Pyro Traveler video or Shelonen C2, personally. The Kirara Chlorin video, I can make whenever. Yeah. Also, I decided I'm not going to make the polearms only as easy now video, because I figured the one polearms only video was enough. I have indeed messaged you. Well, I don't know what to tell you, because it's not showing up. I will refresh my Discord or something, though. Shelona weapon or Escoffier. I don't have many characters that synergize with her. I mean, do you want Skirk as well? To be clear, I don't know how easy it will be for you to acquire Skirk and Escoffier, but it seems very likely. We don't know exactly what Skirk's kit is going to be like. You can wait until Escoffier banner, but if you're trying to decide if you want Shelona weapon now, obviously. To be clear, we will probably have Skirk's like actual kit with actual multipliers. The day the banner is ending. If you don't have the ability to interpret character kits yourself without seeing footage very confidently, that might not be that helpful though. Click sounds you make tickling your brain, especially with headphones. I don't even know what they are. I'm probably doing them by accident. Anyways, as far as Shelona weapon or Escoffier goes, I don't know. Like new characters over weapons for sure. Escoffier has like synergy. Like she can be a alternative. If you don't have Sitlali, she can be an alternative way to like enable Melt Arlecchino, for example. So you know. So Lunera. Look, I don't know who you DM'd. If you joined my Discord, it should be me up top on my Discord. But yes, my username I think is Lunera. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I believe you. They probably messaged the right person, but it's not showing up, dude. We're done with this for now. I'll reboot my Discord later. But like, it's not in my DMs. I'm just telling you, it's not there right now. So I'm sorry. If I don't respond, that's why. I don't know why Discord is not sent it. I checked my spam too. It's not there. I can't do anything about it. I'm not going to do it right now. I will reboot after I know the stream. Maybe rejected you previously? Maybe? I don't... Well, no, I don't think that affects whether or not you show up again. I'll check. I'll search for your username. But yeah, if I don't respond, you can feel free to just @ me on the Discord instead. Because if I had previous message history with you, it should have showed up somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, maybe it is because you had old messages that you sent me. I don't know. I'll look for it, but after I'm done streaming. So yeah. Anyways, okay. I don't know. I'm getting vibes from the chat that people have more questions about Shallonen than anything, so maybe I should just make the Shallonen video. I should have already made the Shallonen video. I was intending to post that the day the banner came out, but I just couldn't decide exactly how I wanted to make it. And then got distracted. Alright, well, look forward to something coming out tomorrow, hopefully. Unless I die. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I'm probably not going to die. Look forward to something coming out tomorrow unless I am more tired than I expect and I fail to get work done. And there's a possibility I stream tomorrow, but I'm not going to guarantee it. Depends when I wake up, honestly. So, Brink J is a name. Yeah, I saw that earlier. I'll give you a search. You're probably right. It's probably just stuck behind the message history somewhere. Maybe Discord just doesn't put it higher if I didn't accept or decline it in the past or something. I guess that maybe means I need to like decline more of these instead of just ignoring them. I don't know. Anyways, look forward to some kind of video tomorrow, theoretically. Bye-bye.